fans in Southeast Asia. I'm James Yang, type of PUBG Mobile Global Esports. So, how many of you ever been the one in your class? Oh, quite many. Then, how many of you ever been the one in your school? Okay, not many. Yeah, it's not easy. You need to study hard. You may need to sit whole night to study. But think, please image, how much it will be difficult to be the one in your country, and how much it will be challenging to be the one among over 600 million people in Southeast Asia. And now, great 16 teams took the chance to be the one in Southeast Asia, and maybe the one in the world are waiting. Please welcome the heroes!
Thanks for James Young, and here are our teams. First, Team Secret VIP Squad. Yudu Gang and Onyx Esports.
Dan selanjutnya mari kita sambut tim tuan rumah Ibu Pertiwi, Wow Esport dan Victim Esport. Dan selanjutnya kita sambut Golden Cat and X-Steel.
Now let's welcome NRG Pure Skill. Purple Mode and Evo's Esports.
Dan selanjutnya berikan suara kalian untuk Box Gaming dan Bigatron Esport. Dan selanjutnya kita sambut Eliminate the Murder dan RRQ. Dan mari kita tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk ke-16 tim dan juga perwakilan untuk Indonesia.
Hope they can perform well in the grand finals. Who will be the one? Let's wait and see.
Dan kita doakan yang terbaik untuk ke-16 tahun ini. Dan tentunya siapa yang akan memenangkan turnamen kali ini teman-teman?
And welcome to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Southeast Asia Grand Finals. This is the final stage of the event. That was a crazy run here. But before that, let me introduce myself here. My name is Terrence ICBaby121, and she is the none other, the legendary Choo Choo herself. And we are finally made it here, Choo Choo.
Welcome back, guys. It's been over like a week or so. I think almost 2 weeks. We haven't seen you guys. Hope you guys actually miss us, and we're actually in the grand finals. Finally, it's only 16 teams in this finals, by the way.
I know, right? It's been a long, long one here, and you can see the crowds already chanting themselves, supporting those teams here. But before that, let us introduce the event itself is here. Once again, the event is hosted by Tencent, PUBG Corp, and VSPN, and of course, it is sponsored by Vivo themselves. And once again, your secret weapon, the Vivo V15 series with upgraded multi-turbo and game mode technology, you can outmaneuver anyone on the battlegrounds as you experience the recap here for the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Southeast Asia League here. It's been a long journey for us, I believe so. It's been 5 weeks in total, 4 previously in China themselves here, but now we're down into the grand finals here. And of course, this is going to be the stats for the teams who made it this far here. RRQ Athena was on the first place previously here with a total of 638 kills and also done a total amount of 127,000 damage.
That's
in total.
insane. Almost, if you plus minus is less than 400 kills, you're gonna hit the 1,000 mark. These guys is really the kings of kings, but not forgetting, I eliminate the murder. They are very closely following behind with almost the similar damage, as well as EVOS Esport, Bigatron, Box Gaming. The Indonesian teams are going very strong this year.
The top 5 here definitely deserve the spot here, but we definitely need to talk a little bit more here between Illuminate the Murder and RRQ here, because top 2, despite the kills, difference is a little bit different here, but the damage is pretty close here. So in terms of overall team firepower here, we can see both these teams are actually on par, head-to-head as well. And EVOS Esports as well as Bigatron falling not too far behind themselves here are also in towards the top 4 here. Currently, the favorites definitely these 4 teams here to actually potentially qualify in towards the global finals here.
Exactly, and looking at this chart, the player kill ranking, we cannot deny G9 is the most fearsome person in this game. 194 kills. He just 6 more kills to hit that 200 mark with a total damage of 35,000 in total him alone. We see how it was 100,000 over just now, and just I think around quarter of it is just by G9 alone. Or looking at Ernie is following closely behind to his teammate with 171.7, and look at Illuminate Armjun as well as Oro, which is the only I think Indonesian team in the top 5 for the player kill ranking. Just like I said, the EVOS, Bigatron, they are amazing this year as well. But looking at Illuminate, Godard just following a little bit closely behind with the Raz of Illuminate.
Exactly, these are the best 5 players and well deserved here because they have been showing you time and time again throughout the course of the weeks here. G9, amazing scout, one of the best here as well. Ernie, amazing support here. Amjon, one of the best fraggers as well from the side of Illuminate the Murder. Oro, the one-man army. We've seen him clutch 1v4 situations countless times as well in ridiculous circumstances during the C-League here. Goddard,
Exactly.
pulling up those kills in the final week as well. This is insane coming from Illuminate the Murder. But let's take a look at the team information coming in from RRQ here. So far, throughout the course of 5 weeks here, they have been have a very steady graph here. And for those of you who do not know, the graph is actually the points as well as kills. But throughout the course of 5 weeks and how they've gained their points to actually reach towards this stage here. It's the only week they actually didn't perform that much was during the second week during the C-League here. However, first week, third week, fourth week, fifth week, they were actually steadily heading focus here. I believe Chuchu, you did mention as well during the second week they were trying out those strategies.
New strategy. That new strategy got themselves a little bit consistency, not a little bit, a lot of consistency for the following week 3, 4, and 5. If we look at the chart, yes, week 2 they are the one that trying to new stuff, trying to adapt to the other teams as well because they know all the other teams are trying to read out their strategy. So like it or not, the challenge about the 5-week tournament is that you need to improvise every single week, not to be catch up by the other teams.
And of course, the second team here, the most fan favorites from the Indonesian side is going to be from the side of Bigatron. And based on the stats here, first week they had a rough, slow start here. And we've been having a couple conversations with Fnatic, with Luxy, Verizon, as well as Zuxi. They did mention as well, oh, they were doing pretty okay. They just play what they can do. But through the course of the third week as well as the fourth week, you can see it was a steady growth all the way through. What happened during the plummet towards week 5 here is pretty obvious that they were trying to hide their strategies a little bit here. Like you could see that because during week 4, you know, they're pretty much guaranteed into the C Grand Finals here. And I don't think it's more of a prize pool kind of thing. You have to play the long game here because if you think about it, in terms of strategy, in terms of whatever, all the skills involved into all these teams here, the end game goal is still reaching towards the global finals here. And as little information as we give to others team, that's the way to go here. Maybe that's the strategy coming from Bigatron though.
Exactly. While looking at Box, we know they are very consistent the first 3 weeks, that kind of sloping down on the 4th week, but climbing themselves up again on the 5th week. This is where I think Loki injury kind of takes a toll towards the team at week 4. We know they are kind of handicapped in the early weeks back then, but probably I hope he's totally healed by now, so you might see new game style or gameplay by Box Gaming. I'm really looking forward for this Vietnamese team right now.
I'm definitely looking forward as well. I had a conversation. They said they had 2 weeks rest before coming in towards the grand finals. So they definitely had a lot of time to recover. When we asked the manager as well, they said Loki is doing okay now. It's not that bad. It's not
He's
too shabby.
all full up.
Definitely
HP. He's full HP right now.
And we did talk about as well during the first 2 weeks, like, oh, he's injured. How is he still performing? And then during week 4, it started to plummet down a little bit there. But still, right now, he's back at 100% again. Could we expect to see Box reaching the grand finals, don't you?
Well, this is one of the things that you should really look out to. But looking at the stage, amazing, magnificent. Look at how the big box, and in front of it is actually the trophy, golden trophy, but a level 3 helmet at that.
That's pretty insane here. There's going to be tracking, player depth tracking system up on towards the supply crate. Each of these teams, all 16 teams, will be playing in the supply loot crate drop here. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping in towards the first game here, which is going to be the map of Sunhawk here. Currently on the screens here is actually the drop spots here.
This is the usual
usual favorite drop spots for all this team in this particular map here.
Question is, will they drop in these points? Because we know some of them actually develop new drop points, which don't want to be catch by the other teams. So this is our prediction. I say more of a prediction if only they drop at the same point like we saw last few weeks ago for 5 weeks in a row. But then this is the grand finals. Terrans.
And not to mention as well, Box Gaming does have multiple drop spots as well. It's occasionally sometimes drop towards Cave, sometimes drop towards Pine, Nakam.
I'm
and
surprised
Sunny
Camp
as
Charlie
well.
is not occupied by
So,
these
like,
teams.
like during yesterday's game, during the rehearsals as well, we did see a couple of contestments of the territories here. And speaking of which here, are we going to see that for this particular game here? Because it's so small, and Group A, B, C during the C League is combined into now right here. And will we see something different here? But look at this here.
Probably.
Currently in the map of Sanhok, the Kings
Oh
of Sanhok
my
is
goodness.
actually RRQ.
They're the kings of kings. I call them emperors because literally the king of Pachinki is them too. So RRQ Athena, one of the teams that's really, really good when it comes to map knowledge, know any nook and cranny of the map, and it's so hard to counter them when they're actually at the strongest fort there is.
Exactly, it's so hard to contest them as well. During Pochinki as well, they had a run into Secret, they wiped them out in less than a minute. And I think during the first week as well, there was this fight where it was near the edge of Pochinki. There was 10 teams over there. They destroyed all 10 teams in that church facilities here, and hence crowning them the kings of Pochinki. But now,
Look
being
at that
crowned the king of
average
Sanhok.
damage. That's the average, okay? It's not even the highest damage yet. It's already 1.5k in total. How can you do that much damage in this one particular map? It's a very small
It's
map.
not just map average damage, means every single game, roughly we have 1,500 damage. That's about 10 kills, at least maybe 10 to maybe even more kills there per
Exactly.
game there. That's pretty insane coming from RRQ. You know, like average kills here 7.7, but the amount of damage here is pretty much, they tagged up so much here. And we've talked about how important kill secures are in this game as well. We've seen like Illuminate the Murder. If you think about it, damage-wise, on par with RRQ, right? Kills-wise, why is RRQ higher? Illuminate the Murder, most of the
They
kills
have
actually get
two
stolen.
different strategies. If you see Illuminate more into position
Yeah.
rank position points, while we're looking at RQ, all full out killing points.
Yeah.
It's solely two different playstyle, but it works for both of them. They got the top two right now. So this is like a lot of stuff that we're looking forward to for this tournament.
That's pretty insane coming from all the stuff. But after seeing those statistics here, Chu, do you have any idea who's gonna take today's 6 games here?
Oh, everybody knows the world champion last year was RRQ, so we know that they're gonna be all out this today.
Yes.
It's only 2-day tournament, it's no more 5 weeks, so there's no second chance. Like it or not, they have to be all in, all out, or you have to go big, or you have to go home.
Exactly. Go big or go home is the game here coming in from Chu Chu. But my prediction-wise, I don't know, anyone can take it here because like statistically wise, mathematically, there's 12 games, right?
Exactly.
If you get like 4 chicken dinners, you're guaranteed almost top 4 maybe. Maybe 5 chicken dinners, guaranteed top 4. But can they be crowned the champion for Southeast Asia? That's a title
There's
everyone
only two
wants to hold.
teams. Only 2 teams who will qualify for the first 2 confirmed for the spot. But for the 3rd and 4th place, they will qualify for the preliminaries, which is not confirmed yet. So, like it or not, try to secure the 1st and 2nd place. One of the teams that is really, really strong right now is Illuminate the Murder as well as RRQ, but a lot of people are actually voting for Box Gaming as well because we know they are very strong in terms of strategy-wise. They always change their strategy.
Yeah, definitely here as well. And we talked about how Box was very consistent throughout the course of the entire 5 days, right? In terms of firepower-wise, we did not see too much here, but they somehow always got good placements here. We've talked about several teams here. Nobody understands how Box actually plays here because
it's so hard to
so hard to actually find them most of the time.
Exactly, and sometimes they do this strategy 2 and 2, but there are times they just go segregated one each, one person man, and just go in and just reunite in the middle of a map. The same goes for RQ as well as the Illuminate the Murder, but Illuminate the Murder kind of can read their strategy. They always have somebody to back them up. They never go alone unless you're the scout. But then Bigatron as well as the EVOS, you cannot look down on these 2 Indonesian teams. They are always taking you by surprise.
Exactly. Let's talk a little bit more on how important this 12 matches is because anything can happen. We've seen how like previous weeks here, there was just several moments like Victim just taking so many chicken dinners, Secret taking a couple of few for themselves, Yudu Gang, Onyx, and X Team especially, another team you gotta be worried about as well. Savior Team is a scary, scary team to watch out because first 2 weeks we were like, first 2 weeks it was like X Team, and then 3rd week, 4th week,
oh
all
my
like
goodness,
Rabies,
it was
Kuve, and like
crazy.
crazy. I don't
That
is gonna of you right now. Who are you guys gonna supporting? I'm not too sure here, and I'm a little bit worried here, Chu. Who is gonna take the first chicken dinner?
Oh, it's
today?
very, very important for the first chicken dinner. It's
Uh-oh.
just gonna boost your morale, but we hear the buzzers.
Uh-oh.
So let's go and fly into our first grand finals of the day. Sandhawk all over again. Let's fly in with that Sandhawk Airlines.
The crowds are going crazy, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be the map of Sandhawk for the first game of the grand finals here for the PUBG Mobile Club Open here. And once again, Sandhawk is a 4x4 kilometers in map here. The land is covered by 49.26% in terms of land, and there is a total of 20 towns in this small map here. And now the plane has taken off here. Who is going to be flying where? Who is it going to be dropping where?
Is it going to
And based on
south to the
statistics
north?
here,
I think it's a very centralized flight path, hopefully. Look at this, is
yeah, it is.
really balanced flight path. Look at that scattering drops. I think it's like some of the predictions. We're gonna see amazing
we
bombs.
might see contestment by some of these teams here because anything can happen because
Look at
Group A,
this.
B, C has been contested for quite some time here. But now Onyx is going to be heading towards the docks here. Box is going to be going towards Cave, maybe even stretching towards Kampong if they want to here. Wow, going to be going in towards Sami for themselves here. Naka going to be vacated by Xavier team. Victim will take Ruins or maybe even Tambang for themselves. Team Seeker going towards Hatted, Yudu Gang going towards Cow. I don't know, Chu. It's pretty much standard stuff coming from the team, but are we going to see any kind of contestments here?
Probably will, especially on the north. And looking
the
at this
circle.
state west-north circle, this is a punishment for those who dropping at the southeast like Onyx. Looking at the current state, WAW got straight
no.
dash shot on his knees. Looking at that, the Indonesian are cheering so loud. That dash shot being wiped out straight away off the bat as the first blood of the game. 63 people alive, one out for that shot.
Wow, Chu Pao right off the bat taking the first blood here coming from WoW. And who would have thought they would actually go for the contestment right off the bat here? Pure Skills will be stretching in towards the temple vicinities of Alpha Island by himself. So they are going to play the one-by-one strategy coming from Pure Skills here, where they're going to be regrouping in the second circle themselves. But fortunately for them, they are already in the circle. But can they make a run for it here? Purple Moon here.
Speaking of Pure Skills, they are the only wildcard team survive on the top 16, by the way. They are the only Philippines team that got themselves in the grand finals. So can they make it to bring in Philippines on the top 2 in the global next time?
That's going to be a tough battle
Exactly.
coming from them here. And I had a couple of conversations with Hugh as well. He did mention that it's going to be tough because they do not... This is the first time they've actually seen Group A, B, and C go up into each other. And we've talked about how several teams were struggling and were dodging several other teams in specific groups here. But this pairing is the best of the best from all three groups in this grand finals. Illuminate the Murder vacating Paradise Resorts for themselves. RRQ will be taking Pineham though.
Exactly. Well, looking at EVOS around boot camp, nobody is contesting this area with them as well. So it's a very peaceful looting phase, except for Xavier, who got themselves in the middle of a turmoil and just have to evacuate and get another new compound for themselves. They lost one man, but it's not a disadvantage yet because still too early in the
I'm
game.
a little bit curious on how Team Secret is going to play this game because considering the circle is favoring the Alpha Island, we've seen how Secret played that mountain onto towards Alpha Mountain, or maybe even play towards the northern ridge there, where they can reach camp and try and stall as many teams as possible here. We've seen how RRQ and Illuminate the Mother, they've executed time and time again, sending one guy to just delay other teams' battle and just drag out the entire timing as well. And 3 minutes has passed. The first circle will be moving in as of now, but we have not seen any sort of migration yet, Chuchu.
Exactly. Everybody's just being cautious because it is the grand finals. It's no more the qualifiers. Everybody playing very assertive at first, but then not every team is playing very safe. You know, some teams are very aggressive when it comes to early game.
And I'm really surprised that all these teams are playing in this safe. They're not going for the aggressive plays here because we've seen RRQ, Illuminate the Murder, several of them have played the aggressive game. But this time, though, they are playing safe. I agree with what you say here. They might need to read out the situation, try to understand the habits and play styles coming from all these teams, and then try to go for that chicken dinner. And we know how important the points are and we know how important those kills are as well. Which team is going to go for it, we shall see right now. This is going to be our first time for us to understand how these players are going to be playing here.
Changing the game style is one thing. Having another pressure, which is totally different from back then, is another thing. Okay, they are having this kind of a nerve-wracking moment for all the players. It's not the same pressure as they were in the 5 weeks tournament. But looking at how the circle will shrink, it will determine whether the rest of the team is gonna get punished or be favored by the circle god.
Exactly, and Golden Cat as well going to be using that very similar compound from Sanhok from time and time again. They love that compound, and they are very, very good at it. They understand the ins and outs of this terrain, and they've played it super well. And time and time again, we've seen them contest some of the mountain battles as well, especially from Team Secret, maybe even Onyx here. But looks like Onyx are going to be using the Marine strats here, and they're sticking to the roots now.
They are very late in terms of rotating into the safe zone, but it's a very good strategy to come by the boat. But problem is, we do remember Evo's like the fishing game. Will they be waiting at the edges of any cliff of the shores, while the rest of the team that using the boat will have to suffer that and being punished instead? While looking at Xavier, they are exchanging. Golden being auto being knocked here by Alexor. Team Secret.
Nicely done here, coming from Auto. Still 9K will secure the kill here from the side of Team Secret here. Golden Cat, they're not too happy about it. They've lost their scout here, and they are going to try and take Steel 9K. But Biu gets a knock onto his maxes here.
Oh, looking at this current state, Golden really needs to help one of his teammates with the rest of Team Secret. Getting another one, giving a lot of pressure for Golden Cat. Biu
so close. Oh, Naris here almost going for the pickup here. But unfortunately, Biu will come on top here. And Team Secret, they've done their job here. Golden Cat, they've lost 2. They did not expect this push coming from Team Secret.
Alexor is being super sneaky. Look at that bombs. And it seems like they still have no idea where Alexor is proning at. They're trying to rotate the other way around. We'll have maxes. It seems like they're just gonna rotate and get out and build this, because there's no way they get any information where Team Secret are.
This is crazy from Team Secret. We know they always play the safe game from the first 2 circles and 3 circles. This is the first time we've seen them going on offense, and they have finally studied their opponents here. And Golden Cat taking their time, they know those timings, and they waited them out. This is great stuff coming from, and they come up on top in this small skirmish.
One more thing is that they are in a very safe position, as well as a very strong ones. But looking at Martin trying to get a couple of tabs here, trying to tell the rest of Team Secret, who just exposed themselves with a couple of fire shots open just now to get the rest of the other teams. Martin, the only person who's being the scout in the front, and also the captain who calls all the major shots for the team.
That's pretty hard here coming from Luminator. Like you said here, they are scouting up ahead here, but Martin unable to spot any members here from side of Team Secret, but they roughly know there should be players there here from after hearing those gunshots here. But RRQ.
Pure skills. Trying to tunnel on RRQ, who just swim themselves up the shore and park themselves here. But looking at this, Pure Skills is not challenging them yet. As we speak.
Hard here coming from all these teams here. RRQ going to play the scout slow game here. They do not have vehicles though, and the Kings of Sanhok, are they going to be able to maintain this right now? Because I'm pretty sure Ernie did scout out a couple of movements here from the side of Pure Skill, and they are actually dodging this coming from Pure Skills.
Looking at the current state with just UMP9, Elas is running over the place just to make sure everything got covered at the back, to make sure nobody is tailing them. At the same time, I'm not sure RQ still want to follow up and give full commitment against Pure Skill. We have Saviors on the other side at the corner of the map.
This is a tough battle here coming from all these teams here. Pure Skills, they have a couple of level 1 helmets here. UMPs up on Alice as well. They are not in a comfortable position to actually take those long to mid-range fights here. Taking those mountains here, I'm a little bit more concerned here coming from Pure Skills.
Alas, it's still level 1 curious for him. He really needs to lure up as soon as possible, because it's not doing great for them if they were to be ambushed by another team, which is Purple Moon just in front of him.
Wow, we'll be docking as well from the western side here, but off the map, Martin.
But box.
Lewis?
It's jumping.
Run!
What really happened? Because he was being ambushed by WAW. He just, in the nick of time, straight away for that judgment call to jump into the sea. They wanted to fight against WAW, but then looking at this, they are taking up the fight. But looking, Illuminate, Secret.
Nice pick here coming from Marty, picking it off from the bridge here, scouting out Alexer here, who was proning in the ground for quite some time. And now Team Secret, they need to back off after knowing it is going to be Illuminate the Murder. And position-wise, there's still 16 teams that not a lot of players has been taken out. They are a little bit worried here from Team Secret. They kind of spread out. They need to regroup themselves here. However, from the side of EVOS here, taking some serious fire. They're actually tagging the... No, they're not tagging the circle. But Golden Cat will go head-to-head against them. And I'm worried here. Like, this is different.
Okay, this is the thing about EVOS that I know. They are really good when it comes to hillside plays. Looking at Senior, try to tunnel couple of a vision against EVOS. There's also Golden at the left side of RQ Senior, but he got this side of Jaxi. He's waiting for the right time to open some fire. Neris is getting the covers information back to his teams, as well as EVOS is kind of hesitating where to move. It's either right or left. Either way, they're gonna have to bomb into one or another team.
This is gonna be a tough year coming from all these teams here, because most of the teams have docked in towards the eastern side here. However, off the map here, Luxy getting a kill here on towards Manparang from the side of Udu Gang here, and the Indonesian teams, supporters and fans here immediately cheering for their teams that they are rooting for here.
The crowd is crazy. The hype is insane. Looking at Eva still swimming themselves up the shore, trying to get the side of Golden. Golden, Nir, and Naris, the only two left for the team, while the rest of Eva's trying to get a better position or angle to get the fires open, while Bigatron still going on against Illuminate. This time, they are challenging it.
Oh, Illuminate the Murder will be docking into his heart in here, the town of Team Secret previously here. Bigatron will be docking from the northern side here. And this is interesting here because a lot of this team actually opting to take the ocean pathway here. And this is the first time we actually see this coming from all these teams. And EVOS, they're taking some serious fire because Narrow Gaming is across the island. They're taking for a couple of shots here. Get Jaxi.
They lost Aura with one casualty, but it seems like still going for NRG, Nymph. And it seems like they are trying to jump in. Got themselves almost clipped it, but managed to get covered right at the heel. There goes the blue, gonna shrink now. With Circle gonna determine who will be favored in the safe zone.
Nice clip there coming from them, and Jaxi scouts out Awegi. Gets a couple of tags here, but Awegi, fortunately for him, he's gonna make it out alive. Barely on a whim here, but Jaxi, he's gonna reposition himself, try to take this fight against them. But you can see, based on the circle on the left side here, all the teams are taking the long route instead. This is interesting. Ney is rotating from WoW from the western side, and some of the teams actually heading on towards the town area here. EVOS, they're in a tough spot.
Awegi is getting back the revenge return attack there. It's really not satisfied the damage done by EVOS just now, but don't forget, we have another team. Golden is tunneling themselves against EVOS. It's a three-way war we're looking at.
This is going to be a tough one here coming from all these teams here because Narok Gaming is going to be taking the offside of the shore here. But EVOS, Jaxi taking some serious fire here, but can he go for the fight here? But Awegi
by Golden there. This is really bad for Golden, and as well as NRG. They don't know who to keep on their eyes because we have Golden on the right side of them as well as EVOS. Looking at the other side of the map, Illuminate will take up the challenge against Bigatron at this hot teams area at the shore.
Oh, the mountain area here towards the temple of the Alpha mountain here. Team Secret is on the smaller mountain here. However, can't they actually rotate here? Because Team Secret, I'm a little bit worried because it's pretty much open views here. Purple Moon's got this covered for themselves. We've seen this exact situation before, but previously it was Purple Moon as well as Pure Skills, and this time Pure Skills still having the high ground advantage here. But
Onyx are swimming themselves to be safe at the cliff, so they are getting the position points instead of the kills. They really want to play safe here because it's so hard to get this angle. There's no way you can see them.
True, this is not just safe here. This is sneaky on its finest here, and they have been swimming along the cliffs for quite some time, and then to try and sneak their way through. This is the definition of what we call the Marines here. Wow, a little bit late to the party here, will manage to crawl themselves in towards the circle. But Taka, the circle. Hello, are you going to be okay?
Takanomi really need to use that mad kit now. If not, you're going to take
too much. He's going to die.
3 more seconds. 1 day. Bigatron versus the AA Indonesian Civil War that happened at the right in the middle of the sea. Finish off the rest of WAW. That goes Bigatron for
no,
you.
Taka should have just went for the bandage or first aid kits here, but unfortunately for them, it's still going to be the third circle. They are still in
they're
the red.
still
He's
around.
going to
They're
be
still
able to
around.
pick himself up, so he's going to be A-okay as of now. Wow, we'll bandage up a little bit here, but Golden Cat and Narok Gaming right now, they are at the edge of the Bigatron. They managed to crawl their way in towards the shorelines of the northern side of the map here, but Illuminate the Murder, they're gatekeeping them. They're not letting them slide.
Okay.
They're easy.
Oh, but then looking at this, Illuminate taking the advantage as well as you do, gang. Drax, the only person who's actually in that vicinity, being bombarded by Bigatron. But at the same time, looking at this, Illuminate can take the advantage. They might run out of sources for Bigatron because there's so many warriors taking out.
Drax!
But Drax being knocked. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage.
Nice shot there coming in from Zuxi here, tagging onto what's Drax from side of Yudu Gang. And Bigatron opened things up a little bit here. However, from this map here, Xavier and Box getting a knock on towards Loki themselves here. And they are still 3 men available. They're a little bit afraid to pick themselves up because there's so many teams still alive in this vicinity. But look at the circle. Oh my lord.
This is a very punishing circle for most of those in Halfin. Looking at Bigatron, they have to pass through Illuminate, one of the top tier teams that's really scary for them to fight against. But still, Bigatron is almost the same tier as them. Well, from the south side, we have Box, who have to pass by Xavier and Pure Skills in between too. RQ is not contested yet for the time being.
It's going to be a tough one here too. I have no idea how this is going to be done here because this is going to be a cluster warfare from all these teams. 16 teams in the 4th circle. I know it seemed to be a pattern here, but this is too much here. Like, the circle is so small. How are they going to be able to rotate here, especially from the outer teams here? Team Secret has got the insights of that circle. So is going to be Purple Moon as well. But Illuminate the Murder as well as teams, they're trying to make a run for here. But Team Secret, they do scout this out. Same goes for Purple Moon. Are they going to be A-okay though? That's a good question here from Illuminate the Murder.
Even though Team Secret is just 2 men left, but they managed to secure themselves 3 kills at the timing with the #1 ranking with the most kills, 3 points in total. But Illuminate, they are really out in the open with very small compound to work with. We have Team Secret tunneling them. At the same time, Purple Moon is a very high ground compound. Illuminate managed to get PLM, no win there. Looking at Simbi, trying to get their tabs on.
CNB scouts the rotation here from the side of Illuminate, but Purple Moon are contesting them as well. Illuminate, they're getting double fire from both these teams here. They need to worry about this here. Some serious heavy fires are coming in. And Cindy! What is that? Nice steal there coming from them.
That distance and a very sneaky shot by Simbi managed to get 1 Illuminate out. And another one, Bigatron fighting against Owning. Another civil war happening for the Indonesian teams. Owning being pressured so bad by Bigatron. At the same time, they're trying to get another more survival skills better than getting killed because they are having to revive the teammate for Zuxi. He really need all hands on deck. Owning managed to get out by Luxy there as well.
No, Bigatron just wiping the floor with the side of Onyx here, and they will destroy them. They've got 6 kills available, but Luxy gets scouted here from Jasper. Mad Toy going for the knock here, but Jasper tries to secure the kill, but unfortunately gets tagged off, and they need to back off a little bit here. But Onyx, unfortunately for them, they will be taken out here. Bigatron with 6 kills here, tagging the circle. Are they going to be A-okay? Because they're taking some serious heavy fires as of now.
This is not A-okay for Bigatron at the time. They were being pressured by the blue as well as the other team who was actually on the higher ground. Well, Box Gaming trying to fight against Eva Fox is the only person still crawling there, trying to survive as long as possible. We still have RRQ in the game, who's very secure at the time being. Yudu managed to finish off Victim at the same time. Win is down. We're looking at Eva's trying to fight themselves in the safe zone with the blue. At the same time, have to fight against Golden.
I'm concerned right now because the circle is closing in.
Exactly.
And there's so many open pathways to actually cross the road here. You can see the circle players are already going into this here. But oh no, they're going towards the Golden Cat compound. But Golden Cat is not in their home right now because Narrow Gaming has stolen them home. Team Secret having the high grounds now. They are in a comfortable position here for Team Secret.
By the way, VIP got themselves in the safe zone as well. We haven't seen them fighting at all. So they have been playing
Same
very,
here.
very simple. Look at Zico trying to get WAW. They only have
Attacking
2
the
men
circle.
left, Jera X and Taganomi. Zico trying to get with that just QBZ.
This is going to
with
be a
him.
tough year. A lot of utilities and definitely it has been expanded from the side of WoW here. They've lost 2 members. They've lost Chupao and Ney here. Can they make it here? Because they're tanking the circle. They're wasting too much. But Yudo Gang,
Pure Skills.
they've got 1 here from side of CZ.
At the same time, Pure Skills is advancing against Purple Mood, who really, really need to move as well. But like it or not, they have to fight against each other to make it into the safe zone.
This is going to be a tough rotation here,
This is
too.
a very tough place to fight, but Zoom being pressured so bad by Waltz here. At the same time, they're trying to change his spell. CZ being pressured by 2 of Pure Skills,
Wow.
but still managed to hold his ground with that UMP9. Managed to knock 1
The
instead.
nades, he's going to flick the nades here from side of CZ. Is he going to be able to do this here? But they have to make a run for it because there's no way for them to climb
nades!
down. And they know, okay, they're going to be fine here. But right now, Chu,
Boom!
I'm worried because Pure Skills and Purple Moon, there's no way for them to actually go down this hill. They're going to get forced to tank the circle. This will be the end for them.
There's no way for them
Oh,
to
no.
run. It's the blue. The blue is really keeping their
CZ just
health
dropping down.
every
Uh-oh.
second.
Oh, he's gonna.
CZ.
Oh, he has a bite. He has a bite. He has a bite. He's gonna be fine. CZ somehow survives,
Holy
but no, he's gonna go down.
No, CZ, they all for naught. That bike managed to secure himself just now, but just in the nick of time managed to be knocked instead with Jasper trying to got himself in the safe zone. Zoom trying to play the healing game. Banyu getting all the visions on top, but that is not enough health kit for him.
No way,
Oh my
no way. There was an
goodness.
insane stun there, but he got out a little bit too early and gets punished for it here. Team now down towards the 10 team here, 21 alive. Team Secret still surviving all this ordeal because the circle actually favoring them, don't you?
Obiru trying to hold it in with alone, playing at this very, very small compound to cover himself with just a rock. While the rest of RQ just gonna march forward. We have Illuminate right behind Simbi and Bill being just sandwiched by these 2 titans. Very, very hard situation for them to play and being wipe off and got
Illuminate the
themselves at
murder.
8th place.
This is going to be a tough one here because Secret, they've lost a couple of members here, but at the same time, they can't storm their way from the side of RRQ, Illuminate the murder. The top 2 going head-to-head right now, and Matoy gets skyed up from Yakuza instead. VIP, they're taking advantage of this, Illuminate the murder. They're going down for sure. The only one left alive is going to be from the side of Goddard here.
Yeah, Kuza trying to hold it in and make some very calm decisions. Looking at Godard, who healed himself at the timing. We have the rest of Araki right on top of the heals right now. Godard trying to... Oh my
Yakuza,
goodness!
is he going to go for a tag? It's one more hit! No!
RRQ. It plays on managed to finish off Godard while we have Golden managed to knock G9 on his knees.
What is this, Chu? This is something is wrong here because Illuminate the murder get taken out. RRQ now, they are going to go for head-to-head here. They won't get taken
my
out. We're down
goodness.
towards the last 4 team, and VIP, they're still alive. Team Secret getting taken out, but Narrow Gaming and Evos, they're taking some serious fire here. And look at this, Chu. RRQ is going to be a tough battle for them because it's so hard for them to climb down that mountain right now. And the
Jughead.
circle is going to force
Jughead.
them into his VIP.
Jughead, the only person left for the Indonesian team. They are having this very hard compound to play with. Very low HP, no healing items at all. This is super hard for Jughead to hold it in. He's really at the edge of the blue. While the rest of the team, we still have 4 teams left. VIP, EVOS, which is only Jughead. We have as well RRQ. This is super hard for them as Secret is still being banished out at 8th place
Evo's
just now.
Jughead, he doesn't have mass. He needs to make a run for it. He's going to tank the circle. He's going to make a dash for it. But VIP, their circle is following them here.
no.
And Jughead, so sneaky. He's getting shot here. But VIP, they're focusing on towards RRQ. Can they go for attacks here? Ernie taking some serious heavy fire. They have the engine.
my
And Yakuza tanks that hit. But no, it's actually Aweichi. Yakuza wants to steal those kills here. But Jughead will get taken down from the side of VIP.
That's
Taking
a
some
very
serious fire.
nice
It's going to be
position.
VIP there. But look
Exactly.
at this, Chu. D2E is going to play the healing game here. Senior is going to be only one left alive. Going for the push. Narrow. Can he go for it? Then side by side. But no! Senior. Bye-bye. Hasta la vista, baby. Narrow. They're getting pincer. VIP. They're going for the chicken, too.
NRG trying to crawl themselves into VIP compound. And it seems like VIP is the strongest there is in terms of position.
Oh.
But Bambi knocking sad with only 2 bullets left in that gun of his.
It's gonna be a tough one too because my VIP, they got one knock. It's gonna be a 3 teams available. D2E still playing the healing game, hoping to get that top 2 here. VIP now. Yakuza goes for a long flank here. D2E, 3 first hits. Can he survive though?
He's holding his ground just to play the healing game out of the safe zone. We have VIP fighting against NRG, who's head-to-head right now. We have all 2 members left for NRG, 1 for RIQ, and there's 4 more people from VIP.
Okay, this is gonna be a tough one here, but D2E, he doesn't have mats. He scouts out Yakuza. He goes for the spray. He knows he's over. There's no way he's gonna survive. That will be it for D2E. But the circle now, Chu is closing in. VIP needs to push into his narrow gaming, but now they've got knocked here from the side of narrow gaming, and VIP, this is going to be a tough one here because they've got 3 knock and Aweji. They're doing some serious fire here. Can they go up or down? 2v1 situation. Jumper and Haikal is still alive. 2v2 apparently. And Aweji, narrow gaming, they're doing some serious heavy fire, spraying throughout the skulls, but he gets tagged up, and VIP takes the first chicken dinner of today. The Malaysian squad out of nowhere. What happened to?
There goes VIP with a very good position. They didn't pick fight in the early stage of the game and managed to persevere themselves to make sure they got everything they have to survive to the end of the game. But Yakuza, you have to give hats off to him. He got himself at a position where nobody is looking at.
That's a pretty crazy run here. VIP. I have no idea how they pulled it off. No one was expecting this in this first game.
Wow.
But Yakuza had all the information they needed, and they played that perfectly. I'm stunned right now, Chiu. Like, I didn't expect this from them, but they played that perfectly. They kept Illuminate at bay. They kept RRQ at bay. They kept everyone
at bay. Looking at this current situation, this is very unexpected because we know how RRQ and Illuminate always manage to survive to the end of the game, but everybody just... But then, oh my goodness, the worst situation I can see for Team Secret just now, BUB and CB being sandwiched from both sides by both Titans, RRQ and Illuminate, and the rest of the team just gone. And then looking at this NRG.
NRG, they played that so slow, and
so
we've
well.
talked about how strong that compound is from Golden Cat, right? And that's exactly why it was so strong. They held out against everyone from the western side. Even Junkett, there was no way they could have done it. There's so much cover, but unfortunately for VIP though, the circle favored Dawn a little bit here. But at that stage, Narrow Gaming was taking some serious fire against RRQ and Evos. They've lost 2 members, and despite that, they held themselves on their own against VIP for quite some time. Imagine if Narrow had 4 members instead of 2, and that 4v4 situation against VIP.
But
Things would
don't
have been
forget
different.
the Kupa motorcycle.
Oh, no.
Was it True Power?
No.
Well, who was it again? Motorcycle stun.
Purple Moon,
Purple Moon. Yes,
Purple
I
Moon
think it was
CZ.
Jasper, is it?
CZ or
CZ,
Jasper, either
CZ
one.
or Jasper, either one. He was close to making it.
But that's the one of the members actually made it, but
Yep.
unfortunately for him, I think he landed on the tape perfectly, but he did not have the acceleration to push himself forward.
That's
So it's kind of flipped a little bit here and bugged out. So it was unfortunate for them, but that is what we... Okay, we've talked about how I was prioritizing on micro gameplays coming from all these teams here. That is a very crucial micro play coming in from them, and that was super hard to execute, and they almost put it off. But fortunately for them, this is the best at best. We're looking for the top 16 teams here. You cannot afford to make any sort of mistakes, especially
no room
with
for mistakes.
this stake of this tournament.
No room of mistake at all. You have to be on your perfect form every single game. There goes for RRQ and Illuminate, even though they are very aggressive in the early game, I must say, especially for Bigatron, who've been nitpicking every single team that passing through them. But they cornered themselves in a very, very dire and bad situation where they're being clamped up with the blue, as well as have to fight Illuminate up front and being sandwiched by a lot of team in between. So you really have to know when you have to pick the right fights. Like for example, those 2 teams, NRG as well as VIP, they haven't picked any early fights at all.
They played it super safe here, and speaking of rotations as well, this is really interesting coming from all these teams here, because some of them taking those long range fight, the long rotations from the ocean. We've seen WoW, we've seen On It worked out somehow, but unfortunately for WoW though, they took a little bit too long. They played the safe game, but unfortunately they were on the later at the far end of the next circle here, so they had a lot of struggles to actually rotate it towards the circle. And I've talked about how I like Secret strategy of tagging circle, right?
Yeah.
It's all about those timing, but unfortunately for them, they did not get that spot on for them for this game here. But hopefully they will do even better here for those Indonesian fans in the second game here. But let's take a look at the scoreboards as of now for game number 1 here.
And at the bottom 16, Onyx is not doing well, even though they got themselves the boat.
We will see it all in the screens here, and
Well,
I'm not sure. Everyone seems pretty fine here.
What I know for sure, VIP had the first chicken in. It's a good run for them for the first day and first game of the week. But let's go into the second game of Erangel. The second game of the first day of our grand finals. Who will get the Erangel classical map all over again?
And of course, in the map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready? Because I'm pretty much excited. These are going to be some next level plays here as the crowds are getting ready to cheer on their teams here in this grand finals of the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Southeast Asia League here. Now, the plane is going to be heading from the eastern side of the map, where it is going to be on the south side here. It's actually pretty a straight path from the southeast heading towards the southwest corner here. So pretty much the northern section is pretty much zoned out. It's going to be a long rotation for some of these teams, especially from Yudu Gang, who occasionally drops towards Severny. Sometimes they actually drop towards Primos or maybe here. But this team here, anything can happen here. Aerof is not in the pool. On it, okay, On It Victim is in the game. Crazy Dog is not in the game previously from C-League here. So there's a lot of more territories open for all these teams though.
Exactly. Well, looking at this current flight path, I'm really liking it. Well, there's not many teams that might drop into the north side of the map, but hopefully the circle will be there. So like it or not, you have to climb yourself from the south to the north. But looking at the current state, a lot of team, Bigatron will pick Novo. So Secret is not dropping here. Where will they drop? We're looking at WAW, both two Indonesian teams really like the melee base. We know these two teams, when it comes to bridge camping, they are the best.
Super annoying.
Exactly.
We have the wow butterfly effect as well. But let's take a look at this here. Illuminate the Murder, they're dropping towards Medusas into the section to try and potentially find those cars to stretch their way towards Rosal here. But
oh my
Chu.
goodness. I've seen this circle before. We know where this headed off.
No, Chu. It's very unlikely. No, I think throughout the course of 5 weeks, we rarely see a circle in the northeast section.
I remember this pattern of circle, but looking at this,
the one near Yasnaya, right?
Yeah,
the
not
Mount
really.
Stabur.
It's at this triangle. But
Run. Is he going to find?
Now is he going?
He wants to go for him. He wants to go for him here. He doesn't want to waste time here. But now he's going to be the victors here in taking this buggy. He's going to build instead here. The damage is about. But fortunately for Few, he makes it on the whip here. But he do not have those vehicles. But fortunately for him, Few will be able to find one buggy as stray here. As Purple Moon does not have enough manpower to pick up everything now.
Straight off the bat, being run down by another team. That's really not a good way to die. Being run down by a buggy. That's a really shameful.
That was a cheeky play coming from Nawin here. He actually stopped into his shack, hoping to get maybe a lucky pistol to go for the fight there. But unfortunately, does not find it. It just makes the decision. It's like, you know what, let's back off instead. Nice call there coming from Purple Moon.
But Victim Banyu gonna go very near to Golden Near, you know the puns. Now looking at this, they're both scouting for their own team. Will the backup coming up very soon? But looking at the other side, Purple Moon managed to get Few off the map. He is actually the first blood of the game. There is one player out of the map.
I wasn't expecting here. I thought Few was going to be A-okay, but instead runs into the members of Purple Moon. That is going to be a tough run here. And Lipovka here, we've talked about how Pure Skills likes to drop Lipovka occasionally here. This time getting contested from Purple Moon themselves here. This is not a great start here for Pure Skills.
Exactly. While looking at the current state, we have Illuminate roaming and rotating towards this school area, which is holding by VIP squad. This is not usual. Usually there will be around Rose Hawk for Illuminate.
Yep, they are actually going to storm their way through here, loot up a little bit here, potentially afraid of people rotating into the Rozak territory here. And it's a smart call here coming from Matt Toy to take those pit stops here, because why? I had a conversation with the Thai teams before. During the Thai qualifiers, they do play a different strategy compared to how they played during the C-League here. And we can see how aggressive this Thailand teams here. You see, we did not expect Purple Moon to storm into the territory of Pure Skills, and they're doing exactly that. We might see the aggressive play styles coming from the Thailand teams now.
Exactly. What we know, the Thailand teams is always the aggressive one and very good at this game. They're always at at the top 10 of all rounder every single game. Looking at the current state, Bigatron really have to fight themselves up because they are not doing great for the first game. Like it or not, the Indonesians really being pressured by their hometown, which is everybody is rooting up for them. Hopefully they are performing well as well as Victim. Looking at RRQ, still holding the Pachinki. They're not changing their drop points at all.
Are they going to be able to do anything else here? Because right now, RRQ uncontested, so is going to be the box here. So the top 5s previously from the C-League here are going to be uncontested and now. But Box, I'm a little bit concerned for them here because previously in the C-League, they've been consistent all around here. And Sandhawk, I'm not sure what exactly happened to them here. It seems to be a disaster for them.
Looking at Golden Cat, will they be at the Mountain of the Cats? We've placed that mountain based on Golden Cat's name. They really love that mountain. Will they go there again?
Mount Golden Cat for them. They love those they love camping those mountains here, but at the same time, the circle is actually favoring towards the eastern shore here. Will they actually go towards the eastern side of the mountain, Stauber? Because we know Purple Moon always likes to go towards Mount Stauber himself because it's closer to the stars and closer to the Purple Moon, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Onyx, they were in the boat and the sea route before. Hopefully, they are doing themselves on the ground this time. Xavier is doing great with no contest at all at the timing, but I think this is around the outskirts of school, probably.
It's going to be a tough one here. Evos, they could not stretch their way in towards Georgia Pool themselves here. Will take the Milta power for themselves as well. Milta Factory potentially here. Actually, they did. So they're going to be looting from the eastern side. But fortunately for them, they are in the edge of the circle here. But I'm a little bit curious. Are they going to be able to... Are they going to be camping anywhere in the vicinities of the Medusa's intersection? Or maybe Narok Gaming is going to do their dirty job for them? Because we know how Narok played, right? During the eastern side, they always camp those eastern reach. Maybe catching Bigatron, maybe catching WoW here. Is Bigatron going to take the same pathway here? Are they going to dodge
Probably.
Narrow Gaming?
Probably.
Or are they going to be camped here from the side of WoW on the western ridge?
Well, probably camping is not the best option because we see that the circle is favoring more into the east-north of the map. So camping not going to going great for those who actually tank in the blue zone, especially on the south side. So WAWO WoW and Bigatron, like it or not, they really have to budge, really have to migrate themselves in the safe zone very, very soon. Onyx is doing the rotation now. We know we don't want to be in the safe zone for a Wrangle map. If you notice, never rotate it very, very late because everybody will camp at the edge of the circle, gatekeeping you.
This is going to be a tough one here, but speaking of gatekeeps here, I'm surprised game number 1 here. Some teams going for the gatekeeping strat, some teams actually playing the late game ninja strat here. And so far, the teams that have been playing the ninja strat is not working out for them. Look at WoW, look at Onyx. They played the outer side of the circle and did not work well for game number 1 here. So they might switch up a little bit here as Onyx is going to be going into a dead center in the middle circle here. But G9 will regroup with Senior. I thought it was another team, but still.
They might want to challenge the team. They're just passing by, but looking at RRQ, I think they are spread it out for the RRQ, going for 2 and 2 strategy or 1 and 2 and 3. I don't know. They are kind of spread out.
This is going to be tough here coming from RRQ because like the drop spot was a little bit far off from the side of Pochinki, and you can see still level 1 helmets up towards G9. They know how important those timings are, and they did not exactly loot the entire vicinities of Pochinki, and because of that, they're pretty much pre-underlooted here, and they're going to go for the jungle strat here as they transition into maybe in the second and third circle to try and gatekeep some of these teams though.
Exactly, but looking at Team Secret, they are still going for the late rotation for a Wrangle map. We used to see them doing this a lot back then, but I hope it's working well for them as long as they manage to get themselves in the middle of the circle for the 4th circle. If you get outside of the safe zone when it's more than 4th circle, you're going to have a big problem.
Yeah, they're going to waste a lot of mats as well. This is going to be a tough one for them. And considering that Team Secret took the western side here, where they actually dropped towards the outskirts of the western side, where Yudu Gang sometimes go for it, or maybe even Aerof who goes for it towards the map of Vikendi. But Erangel, they are switching up here. It's still a little bit hard to predict where exactly their drop spots are, but apparently their jungle strats are working out for them here. And Golden Cat tanking the circle, going in for the push in towards the circle as well, but they do not have mats here. Look at this, Otto, only 1 first aid kit. This is going to be a tough battle for them.
They really need to loot up more for the Golden Cats team, and it's not going straight into the circle. They like it or not, they have to rotate into more compounds to get themselves more utilities as well as nades and whatsoever. But Bigatron, they might want to challenge WAW. Looking at the current state, Ryzen just open by looking at that. Kupao is in really dire state where he's actually in the motorcycle, if I'm not mistaken.
And wow, they're gonna make a dash for it here as Bigatron. They're not showing any mercy to the fellow Indonesian teams here as they want those fights. Circle here, but look at this. The mind games has been set here from Narrow Gaming. Remember how throughout the course of 5 weeks, Narrow Gaming has been capping the Eastern Bridge here, but this time they just let it slide, and Bigatron, and wow, they immediately just ignored it, and the mind games are being played into this game here, and I'm surprised how Narrow Gaming cycled WoW and Bigatron for 5 weeks, and because of that, they don't even need to guard Milta, and they will automatically go to the Western Bridge. And look at this, every team is on the Western side now.
Oh my goodness, the West-South is the most heavily populated area. Everybody gonna be in a very big massacre later because it's like, what, 5 or 6 teams coming out from the southwest of the map. This is really, really ridiculous. Looking at WAW, they might be challenged by RRQ, who is really aggressive when it comes to team fight. Like it or not, they always go out for the fight, then loot themselves up against stock up, and then go for another fight. That's just how persistent and disciplined they are for RRQ team.
That's, like RRQ, they're having a lot of booze and meat heading their way. Are they going to be able to be the cowboy and just set up a couple of nice boosts for themselves? Because right now, they are on the western side and the teams are slowly rotating in here. It's the second circle right now. They have 2 minutes. They have a lot of time to find those compounds here. But based on the mini circle itself, you can see all these teams are actually segregated throughout the middle sector of the circle here. No one is playing the edge or gatekeeping anyone now, except for the side of RRQ, who's on the western side here.
Well, looking at the other side of the map, we have Box Gaming, one of the teams that is really, really individually very skillful. They can segregate whenever they want, but looking at that, they got to drop as well.
Chupao getting tagged pretty hard here. Martin, we've seen how Illuminate the Murder love camping those Medusa intersections at the corner here, and they're looking for those saddle box or maybe even a roadkill here.
Oh,
but
this is a nice spot to camp actually.
Right, finds a ditch for themselves as well, and they are going to be taking a page off Illuminate the Murder's picture here as they are setting up for a kill box or a kill zone here for the rest of the teams who's rotating in though.
All the rest of Bigatron just passing by RRQ, who is trying to get a better angle and finding themselves a position that they can pick and nitpick everybody else who passing by. Bigatron not doing great in last game, trying to get themselves a better position with a better place to hide themselves and holding up the fortress if possible. So I'm still waiting for the circle. Where will it end up? That's kind of a questionable because you know how deceiving the circle is suddenly just changed the very last minute. So you cannot be comfortable while looking at Box fighting against Illuminate, being challenged. Godard and Martin. Arm Jones is at the flank.
I don't know what this is, but this is what we call the drift. I would say the trick shot compound here because it's getting contested here as Martin takes a nade here from inside the box. And I do not like this high ground compound, but this is going to be something interesting because they are going for the spray downs as Armjon gets scouted out from GE as he gets knocked again here. Here comes another nade here from the side of GE. Will they able to connect here? But Goddard gets knocked out from the side of Marco. What is happening? The nade almost connecting here from the side of box here, but Illuminate the Murder, they need to pick themselves up. And right now, Illuminate, they've got 2 knocks available, but Martin is going to try and secure with the buggy to try and salvage this fight. Reposition himself to try and fight this, but Martin
sliding off the cliff. That's a very bad position for him to puck, but it's okay for now. But looking at G, trying to cover the other way around. They might want to build this or might want to challenge on another angle for Illuminate, fighting against Box. But on the outside of the map, we still have another war going on. That's a crazy spray control by Martin there.
Nice spray there coming from Martin, connecting for Trace here. This is the best of the best, going for the flag. But Loki with a huge flag knocks Martin. He's looking for more, but Illuminate the Murder, they smoke themselves up, and GE reposition himself, does have this perfect vision, and Illuminate the Murder, they're slowly dropping like flies here. Can they go for the push? Loki finding it off, sees Martin's body, but can't finish well. But Martin, he still survives. Matoy going for a run. He's going to try to use UAZ, run him over, but no, he doesn't get him. He doesn't get him, and Matoy tries to run away, far, far away, but Box will lose Matoy right off the bat.
Oh, Marco is still committed to find Matoy, but at the same time, Martin is really, really low. He really needs the aid that he can get. Oh, Marco just gonna finish up the rest of the Box Gaming, gonna look out for Illuminate, while Matoy just gonna build this entire. The UAZ is on smoke. It will explode if it's got pressured by another team in that open field.
Good call there coming from Matoy to bail, immediately knowing they were out of position. There was no way they could fight this. Look at this. is the buggy, the cars. It's so hard to fight, and this is why I hate this compound
wait
because
for it.
it's so hard to
Box
push up
is
here.
still not
However,
finished. They're picking another fight against Onyx with a ghillie suit on Louis. And Illuminate Martin, like it or not, he has to be finished by Louis now, right in front of him. There you go. Easy kill probably. Yep, there goes the finishing. Getting himself
no.
1 point for Louis for that secure kill. Point is
Lewis
there.
executes him just right like that here as Illuminate the Murder. They are going to have some serious trouble here because Matoy is going to be the only hope left here from side Illuminate the Murder to crawl their way up because it is top 16. 16 teams left, 58 alive. How are they going to be able to do it here? Because the top dogs here getting contested pretty hard as WoW and Megatron right now.
Oh my goodness, Luxy with his really
Oh.
sniping skill. We
Onyx.
know how good this guy is when it comes to sniping. And EXE trying to hold and hide
Oh, he sees
himself.
him.
Oh,
He sees
this-
him, EXE.
This is the wrong way for EXE to see. No, run and hide. Luxy started trying to tunneling the vision on EXE still. While they have no clue. Megatron is getting themselves, gatekeeping them. Cooper.
Wow, however, scouts are rising instead from side of Megatron. This is a three-way showdown from the Indonesian squad, but the circle is going to be closing towards the eastern side again here. But Pure Skills, they managed to stuck a compound for themselves, and Box, they're not giving up that high ground compound that they had here, where they actually punish Matoy and the rest here from side of Illuminate the Murder. And because of this, you can see Megatron immediately rotating for a quick rotation to try and find the best compound possible. Because 2 minutes left, the circle is going to be closing in, but VIP, they're playing the slow game here, and the Malaysian squad, they seem to be taking a chill pill for quite some time now.
Looking at VIP, they're still holding on their grounds, not budging at all. Well, again, will it be another civil war for the Malaysian team? We've seen the Indonesian team in the civil war before. Will it be the same state for the Malaysian team? Looking at Yakuza, who just fake Drax the last minute. He know exactly where Drax are, while the rest of VIP on their grounds, really on their toes to just prepare themselves for the incoming war. Will the Yudu gang team challenge VIP very soon?
VIP, the team that got the chicken dinner previous game here, losing Haikal right off the bat here. However, Yudu Gang, they see all these migrations here as Xavier getting picked off here from the side of Onyx. Unfortunately, will not be able to clip any of the guys here. Some chip damage on towards those vehicles, but that's about it here coming from Onyx.
Beautiful spray, but not hitting or clipping anybody yet for Onyx. For the rest of the team, still scouting for the teams that passing by through their compound, looking at Xavier's and WAW might bomb into each other. Chupao, while Bigatron is also holding their grounds there. They are waiting for the victims who will
GRX,
be the
GRX, GRX, he doesn't know.
That shot
doesn't
he
know.
make a drift there. Will it make a big U-turn to fight up and challenge them? Well, Zoom trying to pressure the rest of WAW across the map and across the road there. Well, back to the team, a little bit in the pitch, but it's giving them a fully covered for now.
Good call here from Purple Moon. They find a ditch here. Unfortunately, dead shot here. Does scout out the guys here from Sayonara Gaming. He gets one knock here, but he's going to give up right now because, oh no, he's going to get picked off because he's all by himself. The rest of the members here from Xavier is not going to be able to save him as of now. As Narrow Gaming, they will win this in skirmish.
Looking at Purple Zoom, they're trying to revive all single teammate that's being knocked. And it seems like VIP is on fire. They managed to kind of knock WAW. I'm not sure if they wiped the team, but it seems like they are doing great. You only have Matt To left for Illuminate. While the rest of the team, some of them have 1 or 2 members left, but there are some that's really still full manpower. Looking at G-Boy pinning on WAW. They have a hard time for WAW. It's not much
This is
space to
crazy
work
here
with.
coming from G-Boy. He's looking to bank on those lucky pixel shots to shoot through the cracks of the shelter here to get a couple of lucky knocks on towards WoW here. And because of this, I don't know if they WoW is going to be able to make it out alive here. But VIP, look at this. They've camped a compound here next to a roads where most of the teams may consider passing by through them here. And they are in a very strong position here coming from VIP.
Yeah, Yakuza and the rest of the team. I saw Jumper being very naughty with his sniping skills. He's going on trying to tap somebody off the map. But Kupao, WAW is really in a tight spot. They're being caught in a very small compound to work with. They having hard option to exit them. Jumper might gonna clip by Jimboy with just a little bit over peeking will get themselves killed. But the rest of WAW, one nade can kill them all.
Shots. He's looking in for those pixel shots here, but Jimboy, unfortunately, will not be able to touch those cracks here. A little bit too far off. However, VIP, they are still remaining unfazed despite not having Haikal available. They're just playing the mind games. They do not want people to know that they are one man down. So that keeping up those aggression is a smart play here to kind of I would say, scare tactics here to scare people away, assuming that they will have 4 people alive here. However, now the
this circle, will it ended up in between mansion and prison? There you go, exactly where I spotted it is. Well, it's a very small circle.
Yeah, you should be a genie now.
Oh, no, it's actually just 2 places to mention. So we're going to mention prison and mansion there. But looking at the cards that Yudu, Gang, and WAW is really at the middle of the circle, while the rest of the team have to climb themselves up
look
at
at
the
this.
edge, while the rest of Luminate only Matt Toy left.
Matt Toy, Dukun Matt Toy does not predict the circle. We know, we talked about this dude among all communities here. Is he going to be able to survive this though? Because right now he's all by himself. Can he make it for the team? Because everyone's got a really nice compound. They're going to try and find those positions, but because of him, he's being alone here, it's easier for him to sneak in towards the circle all by himself. But can he pull the sneak here? Because a lot of teams are going to take fire for him because WoW does scout him out and he's in some trouble.
He has to pass through so many teams. It's so hard with only you, the only person left for your team. Well, the rest of Onyx might want to find one person. It's actually at the bottom of them. Who is it? They have no idea. They're trying to open fire. That's Zico, the only person left for 7, and finish off. Zico, Onyx got themselves 1 point for securing kill and wiping off Xavier's team of the map.
X team here will be the first team to get taken out on this game here and of the map of Erangel. But unfortunately for them, joining them is going to be Matt Toy very shortly here. But he's going to crash his way in towards the prison here. And I like what Matt Toy is doing because he took the most inner part of this prison where there is a small crack where you can prone and nobody knows where you are. And he's actually playing the ninja game here. Let every single team take each other out and hope that the circle favors him here. Are we going to see the Dukun circle? Is Matt Toy going to rely on that?
I know everybody been asking what the hell is Dukun. Dukun is actually a predictor. I don't know what you call it.
A shaman, predictor, fortune teller.
Fortune teller, whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's some sort of that in terms of Malay or Indonesian language. But current state, look at that nade strong by Purple Moon. Will it hit pure skills? This is... no, it was pure skills going up. Oh, didn't hit it. They got that Daisy as a cover, but looking at Lazar, really small space to work with. CZ trying to get with a mini 14. Nitpicking box instead.
Nice quick taps here coming from CZ. Scouts out Lewis here from inside the box, but unfortunately, will get a little bit of a trade-off here, but Lewis will get knocked out from Jasper instead, and that will be it here from Lewis, and I don't think Box are going to be able to pick him off, and they will get finished off instead from Purple Moon.
Jasper got that kill and securing it, while the rest of Box team might really consider budging because we have so many teams coming up to that point. We have pure skills as well as Box. They're being sandwiched between 2 teams for the rest of Purple Moon. Like it or not, they can go now if they want. Do they have the vehicles on them? And the rest of the team for the other side of the map, we have EVOS Illuminate and the rest of RQ being pressured by Oni, who's challenging the Titans to pick up the fight.
The circle is going to be closing in right now, but it might be anywhere here. Matt Toy going to be the southern side of the bridge, but nope, he will get forced out. It's going to be a tough one here for Matt Toy. As Dukun Matt Toy, your powers are over. This is in Jakarta, this is Indonesia, you're in the wrong country. Your powers do not work here.
This is super hard from Meta, who is the sole survivor for Illuminate, while the rest of the team Secrets is already securing themselves, getting into the safe zone. We saw a couple of teams already in the white circle, but most of us still have to march themselves and advance into the safe zone. Loki still got, that's Pixel shot! Yeah,
nice
he
pixel
might
shot.
get exposed with not.
He's looking for another one. Jasper really crazy shot there, and Loki forced to smoke their way through, and Purple Moon, they know he's stranded. It's a good call. It's a good call.
Oh no,
the Thailand teams,
bad.
They're going aggressive.
No.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Looking at
oh
this.
yeah.
Taking
oh yeah.
the advantage. Pure skills alas.
Oh yeah,
wow.
Loki, can he go for the clutch? But nope, CZ will take him down, and that will be it for Box Gaming being the 15th team to 15th place here by them, and the Thai team stepping up. Purple Moon. What is up?
Oh, look at that, Jughead just right into this compound, and this is so bad. He come and pick a fight at the wrong time, but the rest of Fierce is still holding it. Onyx being pressured so bad by Team Secret, who's going for a 1-3 strategy, fighting against Golden at the same time. They're being sandwiched so bad for Onyx. Like it or not, they are fighting two-way war. 2 angles sandwich them, and Golden made a finish off one of Onyx, and that's the history of Onyx ended up there.
Illuminate the Murder finally get taken off here, as Matt Toy will be on the 14th place here coming from Illuminate the Murder. But the circle is going to be coming spray here as Vin goes for for those pixel shots. Scouts are junket here, but you can see slowly but surely the migration from the western side, every team is struggling. But Narrow Gaming...
Oh my god, that's a
D2E.
very long shot from RRQ. Insane sniping that is.
D2E from downtown. Hello, my friend. They are finally showing their fangs here as the kings of Pachinki gonna try and take a fight with everybody here.
Off the
They've got a
map.
couple of fights here, but Onyx scouts out the guys here from Golden Cat. Goes for a couple of sprays here from the side of EXC, but they are at the edge of the circle. Watching for them, they are gonna be A-okay as of now, Chu.
Oh, EXC with the Scar, I'll try to spray with that visualization is no more to be seen with the smoke covering him up. Well, we have Purple Moon. Jasper's just gonna charge right in. Will they get the right position? Look at this card, VIP is taking the advantage as well. RRQ is actually the top of mountain, but getting a bigger turn on their side. Yakuza hitting up the flanks. There goes one knock by Bambi. Luxy is down on his knees.
And now, Yakuza going to flick advantage here. They had that compound for quite some time, and the compound is still working out for them. They got so many fights here. 3 kills up on Yakuza here from side of VIP, and they're doing so much work here as VIP. They're looking very strong. Chu Pao gets countered from Yakuza, goes for the quick tap, but no! Chu Pao
Control!
gets traded instead from
Holy
Ben B.
smoke! Great skills coming out from the VIP as well as the rest of the Indonesian teams. We're looking at Probo, who's trying to fight against Yudu Gang. At the same time, Pure Skills is actually alone while RRQ is taking the advantage of the counter series. Jasper trying to hold it in, but it looks like they managed to finish off Yudu
Jasper?
Gang off the bat. But Jasper be taking advantage of Bigatron, who's
Succeed?
knocked him out. Team Secret is the next one getting RRQ Ernie.
And now there's going to be a fight here between Bigatron here. Luxy going for the douche, but he goes for a jump, but unfortunately gets picked off from Zooms as Bigatron goes for the nice taps here. Great stuff here coming from Purple Moon, but Bigatron, they're in some trouble. Team Secret getting knocked pretty hard as well, and Zooms pretty low themselves as well.
He got nitpicking and the taps out of nowhere. He really wants to have Jasper, but he needs to heal himself with only UAZ as his cover. Well,
Waltz?
Waltz being... Well, Pure Skills being wiped by JRX. There you go. While the rest of JRX and wow, fighting against Bigatron right now. The Indonesian teams are cheering because most of their teams are in the map. So we still have VIP Yakuza from Malaysia who won that last chicken dinner.
This is tough here because VIP squad, they've got 10 kills, and RQ, they've got 21 kills so far. I'm not sure that's true or not, but right now RQ's got 11 kills for this game in total, and they are doing pretty okay. They're looking for more kills here, but Bigatron, they're out in the stranded. They're pretty much getting pinned from multiple teams here. They're using the cover of the smoke. Can they go for the rotations here? Jumper sees Bigatron. Can he get the clip here onto a Zuxi? He gets it, almost got it, but no! Eventually, he gets it from Jumper, and Bigatron, they're in some trouble. Luxy almost got run over. What happened, Yakuza? What are you doing, dude?
He missed it with that UAZ, but Luxy like, he have to walk. He has to run.
He
Get
wants
into
to
the
run
safe
him
zone.
over. He wants to run him over. He gets it! Yakuza!
Goodness! Yakuza is crazy with that UAZ! RRQ, the rest of the team is really on their knees. G9 trying to hold it in, helping themselves. And Golden trying to get the vision on the rest of RRQ. Yakuza still there, but being punished into knock. Instead, Jumper finish off. The rest of Victim is suffering and being punished because what they did to Yakuza is
Nice
not forgivable.
damage! What is that, Jumper? And you can see VIP, they're doing some serious work here. I have no idea what happened. Yakuza playing the bumper car, the go-kart, it's working out. And a nade here from him as Banyu gets destroyed. And Yakuza, VIP squad, they're doing it. They're down into the top 3. What happened to them?
Victim is being knocked with that huge nade by Jumper. And now look at this Veil is trying to hold it in. Auto trying to change the angle and trying to walk into the other path to get another position right. With the rest of RRQ all healed up. They covered themselves with the smoke. But when it's RRQ smoke, we know they're going to ambush in. There goes the nade. Will it hit Golden? This is a oh my goodness! Last stand!
The Kobe from G9, RRQ are not giving him, so he's gonna be VIP here. But Golden Cat, he's so low, he's 1 HP. What is he gonna do? Another nade! The Kobe from Senior RRQ wipes the floor with the rest of the guys here. They've got 13 kills. They're looking for more. They're looking for Blood Chew.
This is crazy coming out from both teams. One here trying to spread it out, but didn't hit it. A little bit left and a little bit right. Wouldn't do the job right. While Otto still proning. They're trying to get the holding position. They are actually in the middle of the circle. They don't need to budge. But then one of their teammates, Maxis, is really down.
The circle is coming in. RRQ, they want all three members here. Ernie's got down. D2E, he just gets picked up here from side senior. They have this cover here, but the circle closing in. Using those smoke. What is up?
I see. It's 3 versus 3. But then look at that G9 is so close to Maxis.
This is going to be tough here because Otto needs to be picked up here, but Nier is going to be going for the try save here, but he's so low. Will he be able to do it here? Because RQ, they're finish up the smoke.
I don't think Maxis have any healing stuff on him.
Max
Look at,
is
he's
dead.
not healing himself. He's not. There's no way they can help him. It's 2 versus 3 now.
Maxis gets knocked.
Oh,
he gets finished off. Sorry.
He got
2v3,
finished off the
2v3.
job. But looking at this, Nier is actually at the center of all vision by RRQ. This is bad. There it goes. One more knock. RRQ is on fire. They can finish this off. One person left. For the rest of Golden Cat is really on their knees.
The previous champions showing them who's boss. D2E gets knocked. 2v1 situation, but they're playing the safe game. They want to pick up D2E, and they know Golden Cat. There's no way they can't pick up Nier now. G9 going to leave for a punch here, regrouping the rest of the teams. Otto is out in open. No, he cannot scout it up. Get shot. RRQ.
Did
he want that shot? Can he get it?
Oh no! There goes RRQ, still the king of Irregular Tie, trying to get that title back. And Illuminate being wiped off. They might have to bow down. RRQ still owning Irregular this time around.
RRQ Athena taking the second chicken dinner despite amazing performance in game number 1. The well-deserved champions showing them who's boss. Aaron Gill, they're back. Let's go. They've done it too.
They were giving off a little. They were easy in the first game. They're not making it easy for the second game anymore. They're on fire for the rest of RRQ Athena. It was 3 person alive till the end of the last round.
That's crazy coming from RRQ and VIP squad. We did not see this coming from the C leagues here, and now
they are on. Wow, it is totally different from the qualifiers back then. It's so different.
They're getting kills. Jumper going for those 6 shots here. Same goes for... It's first time for me. Thank you guys for supporting. But before that, this is not about us. This event is all hosted by Tencent, PUBG Corp, and VSPN. And not to forget our title sponsor, Vivo themselves.
Yes, and of course, Vivo comes with a multi-turbo technology as well as game mode that gives you uninterrupted gameplay. And of course, with Vivo V15, you can check it out in all the stores around you, and that's the phone that is being used by all these guys on stage. And wow, we've already got VIP squad. We've already got RRQ Athena securing that sort of a win. Now, was it a surprise to you when you saw Illuminate the Murder dropped out pretty early? They did have Matoy surviving, but Box Gaming did something really fantastic. They were camping on the top side of the...
Low-key. Low-key with the clutch, and then GE going for that huge flag as well was amazing to watch. I was definitely surprised to see Illuminate the Murder and Box getting taken out in these 2 games here. But what is super surprising for me, definitely VIP squad.
Oh yeah, VIP squad actually had great control around the prison section when they had the house secured. But not only that, there are other teams such as Pure Skills who always are familiar with the Medusa intersection and other teams as well. But first of all, let's bring up some of these guys from Purple Mood because they had really good runs for game 1 as well as game number 2. Game number 2 was a little bit rough for them, but they did manage to rake up a whole lot of kills. Looking into their performance throughout the league, you can see towards week 3, they might have a little bit of dip, but week 4, they bounced back up so strong and ending up week 5 with a bang.
Exactly here. Purple Moon as well, they've done fantastically here. I know how, I like how they're adapting to each other teams and other teams' playstyles as well and incorporate it as their own here. But the next thing we're going to see is going to be Victim here. As Victim, we had a slow run into the C League here, but this game, they did a couple of crazy stuff here, and I think even yesterday in rehearsals as well, they were killing everyone in towards the map of Sanhao, and this, just now, they did a-okay. They were struggling to get into the final circle, but they did do a lot of campings here, got a couple of really nice finishes here, but unfortunately won't be able to finish off most of the teams though.
Exactly. And of course, your skills was a little bit of shaky at the start, where they did try to actually get some vehicles in the first minute of the game, and they dropped out a couple of members eventually. But there's going to be a little bit of a change up, I believe, coming into that.
Mampu untuk masuk di dalam 16 besar karena potensi dari tim kami sendiri, dari strategi BTR sendiri, dan segi dari gameplaynya kita bisa meraih posisi di 16 besar. Kami masuk ke 16 besar karena kekuatan kami sendiri dan kerjasama kami sendiri. Masuk ke 16 besar itu termasuk keberuntungan dan kerja keras kami sendiri.
Really improved like a lot in the last 3 weeks, and that's why we managed to get into the top 16.
And because of our pure skill. Itu karena kemampuan kita tim kerja sama tim sih bisa masuk 16 besar itu. Terus tidak takut sama siapapun.
Wow, and you can see the teams here showing off their skills and telling them how they deserve to make it into the top 16. I like how James Young did mention as well, this is the best, being the one out of Southeast Asia. We have, what, 360 million people? Being that one, not an easy task here, but now we have the 16 teams here in the maps of Miramar. These are pretty much the potential landing spots for all this team in the maps of Miramar.
Yeah, and we just saw a little bit of a trash talk here, as well as boasting coming from Bigatron as well as EVOS Esports, but results really show they are one of the top teams out there, and of course, these are the crowd favorites as well. Looking into the drop spots here, now EVOS is actually always dropping into Chibasera a lot, but X Team, however, it's really rare to see them dropping into Minas Deval. Now, will they actually pick up a fight? We will have to check. And VIP Squad's always over the south side. Over onto the west, dropping into Chibasera a lot, RQ in there. And Box Gaming usually secures all these games inside of Miramar really well. But Illuminate the Murder, not only were they the kings of Erangel inside of Miramar as well, both of the huge maps they dominate, but I'm not sure how things are going to go. We saw how the ship of momentum actually impacts all these teams, and VIP Squad, nobody really had too much of a huge expectation on how they could actually climb their way up top, but right now they're sitting at number 2. Illuminate the Murder slowly marching in. They are currently around the top 5 as well, so it wouldn't be too hard for Illuminate the Murder to actually catch up in that sense.
Yeah. That's a pretty amazing stuff here coming from Illuminate the Murder, but I'm really worried here because I talked to Choo Choo earlier on as well on how mathematically, you can take about 2 games of losses, and then you cannot afford to make any more mistakes throughout the rest of the matches here. And so far, Illuminate the Murder, 2 games, 2 pretty rough runs coming from them. Will they be able to pick themselves up here? Because I'm concerned for this, though.
I do see that they were playing a little bit passively, trying to actually secure some areas to cover themselves up, especially when I talked about the fight with Box Gaming. They were at the losing end because they have no coverage zones, and Box went into the beautiful flank. Now, these 16 teams on the table, I gotta say that the Vietnamese squads, they, like I did brought up earlier on, they were really good in controlling area. And now that Box Gaming is inside of Picado, it might just be a little bit of an advantage for them to rotate. But if you talk about Illuminate the Murder, St. Martin is not too shabby of a place to be. So it really depends on where the circle is gonna end up. And RRQ always on the west side, and Team Secret usually inside of Al Azhar. We're gonna hear the buzzers going in, and we're gonna take flight into match number 3.
Match number 3 here in the PUBG Mobile Club Open Southeast Asia Grand Finals here. Game number 3, Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, where it is gonna be hot and spicy, dusty, dirty, all you can name for, and it's covered with 80% of land, where you see more land than any other water here. What are you gonna do with that water,
Well, without water, you're just gonna be thirsty, but it's all about survival. PUBG Mobile is all about surviving, so maybe you gotta pick up a lot of energy drinks along the way. But looking into this flight, it's gonna fly from Puerto Paraíso all the way into the regions of Trailer Park as well as Ruins. Now, this is gonna be an easy flight for you two gang to actually head down towards the southern side as they usually do. I'm wondering if there's gonna be a little bit of change of plans for some of the other guys though, because we've already had some of the teams that dropped out from the league. There's a lot of empty regions that they can actually secure. And
Exactly.
I'm looking at Los Leones here because some teams really love to play inside. One such of a team is Onyx Esports.
And Power Grid, Onyx Esports as well, I'm a little bit concerned as well because first team, they were the first team to get knocked out. They do not have enough points here. And Onyx, this game, are they going to pick themselves up here? Because experimental stage is pretty much over now. It's do or die. Can they pick themselves up? And currently, the top two, VIP squad as well as RRQ, looking very confident here. I'm a little bit curious here. Is VIP going to be able to pull this off? Because according to them, Miramar isn't exactly their most favorable map here.
Well, I can understand why, because they always drop at the edge of the corners of the southern
Okay.
side. But this is where they're actually familiar because the circle now, watering around the regions of Valdemar, Chumacera, La Adriela, it could be anywhere, but we might just see another mountainous fight in between Chumacera. Now, looking into this region of Creative Fields, we have NRG, Victim, all sharing the same spot. Now, are they going to pick up the early fights head on as Jasper might just be able to scout out some of these guys of pure skills as we speak of
pixel
it?
shots. Nice taps here coming from Jasper. They didn't expect this here. Alice gets clipped off with the pistol shots here. Jasper doing some serious work. He's going to be back into a looting here and forced to waste a little bit of time here from the side of Alice here.
Now, looking into this situation, Pure Skills already got themselves some vehicles. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for them to rotate, as they will try to actually scatter out for a little bit more loot before proceeding to leave this area. Now, this town is divided into multiple sections. You have the mountainside, you have the factory, as well as the slums area where Purple Moon is currently sitting at. So they have 3 members all inside of the center of the town. So Pure Skills opt to actually back all the way ahead and all the way back, and Jasper is the only one that's actually nearby the regions of the factory.
Well, this is going to be a tough one here because all these teams, they saw how important is it to get their placements in towards the top 16, right? And currently, having 4 players is very crucial in most of these endgame fights. Here we saw how Illuminator Murder shredded into the second game here with 1 member. Same goes with Savior as well. And even that, in the first game where VIP, they had 4 members against Narrow Gaming. Despite that, Narrow Gaming had 2 players available. Imagine if they had 4. So prioritizing those stacked up odds of having additional hits is going to help you throughout the late stage of the game.
I truly agree with that. And I think Narrow Gaming is playing it a little bit riskily. We saw in that previous match inside of Erangel, it was tough for them to rotate because they just drove through about 3 to 4 teams where they just get pummeled down and they were getting parked into the mountainous area. But there's so many teams that's actually pushing towards the side of Narok. But this is a total different map. There's so many places that you can hide inside Miramar, and it's going to take a little bit of time for them to actually
something
make a
happened here.
rotation.
Contra, Steel 9K actually getting knocked from the car here. He might be a little bit of mistakes there, but are they going to be? He's going to be fine, I guess, from Team
Yeah,
Secret.
I don't think that it's going to be much. Maybe it's just a little bit of an accident. As you can see inside of
That just happened.
Azahar, he's just with the rest of the squad of Team Secret. They
That
should be
just
able to
happened.
pick him up in the Jiffy. Now, Alexander's going to drive towards this corner. Now, Azahar is such a town where there's so many different sections of the town. You have the central zone with the water tanks.
But
and
I'm really worried for this, though, Contra. Like, El Hazar is actually the furthest point away from the next circle here.
one of the furthest, I would say.
Definitely one of the furthest here. And I'm a little bit worried because I'm not sure if they can rotate in time. And considering that Stu 9K just got knocked there, having 1 knock on the belt here doesn't help in the later game as well, especially if you want to play the waiting game here.
Well, I gotta say that Team Secret, they usually would actually rotate it really late. So I'm not really expecting them to actually move too early, unless they really wish to switch up their strats a little bit more, because most of the time they will tank phase 1. Phase 2 is where they start to make a move, where they could actually play it a little bit safe. But judging from the distance this is a trouble for Team Secret.
Yeah.
While Purple Moon's already trying to
okay,
book themselves
That's
a
the thing,
spot
right?
towards
That's
the
the thing,
south side.
Contra. Like you know that Secret always does that, attacking a circle here. Miramar is not a place you want to do that here because rotation-wise, the mountain terrains is not exactly favorable for them though. I'm a little bit concerned and worried for them. However, from the side of Victim here, they will be crawling through the cradle fields here.
Yeah, looking into this section here, Yakuza is going to be all by himself, scouting up ahead. There's not going to be the rest of VIP squad falling behind his back, while WoW is just inside of Minas del Generales for this time being. Now, from the side of WoW, we saw them in the previous round. They are usually the very defensive team coming in to its Sonovska Island, but because of how Narrow Gaming really controlled Milta, everyone gave that sort of respect to Narok, and nobody wants to actually challenge them towards the bridge, and everyone got clumped out outside
it was
phase
kind
one.
of a psycho thing as well. I was talking to Chuchu about that, where because they did it so many through the ceiling,
Still
everyone
on the-
assumed that happened here, but still
Okay.
9K. Falling again here. What happened, Steel 9K? And this is going to be the third knock from Team Secret.
Slippery hands. I'm not
Okay.
sure if they should tank the circle because of Stew. Now,
I
second
don't know,
time
but
coming.
they kind of have to because Steel 9K, he's bleeding out so quickly. This is the second time again.
It's like
okay.
he's like saying the only enemy is yourself.
And that's exactly just what happened, Contra, because I don't think they have enough mets here.
There's no cars. There's nothing. Maybe he just fell from
He's
the
mad.
top.
Look
Yeah,
at this,
it's-
Simba. He's like, ugh, he break the window.
Yeah. Speaking of the blue zone, it's actually coming in, and I'm not sure if he has enough. Simbi's only got one pack, so they really got to make a run for this one. Narrow Gaming is gonna cut across the section of El Pozo. Might just bump into RRQ Athena, while Nymph is still loitering around the corners of La Corberia. Now, inside the middle, it's always going to be
I'm
Evos
a bit
as well as
surprised here
Cat.
coming from VIP because I was expecting them to actually go towards Lost Eagles or Minas they soar here, but this time they are actually playing the eastern side of the bridge here. And you know what's the best part about VIP? Look at this. They're taking this compound. They know how important some of these rotations is because they have been playing the southern side and the southeast corner throughout the entire tournament in their league here. And because of that, they know which compound is strong. Look at this. Taking this compound, trying to catch a couple of rotations is going to be tough here.
Yeah,
But as you call it, Contra, RRQ will run in towards Narrow Gaming and will take one of the members here.
CZ will be able to actually knock out Heiko for now, but looking in towards the side of Jasper, he's by himself, but he managed to actually push the rest of VIP squad away. Now, the rest of the squad will regroup with Yakuza over on the northern side, so this will leave Purple Moon a little bit more room to breathe as they slowly cut across the lower section right there. Now, I'm thinking on the guys that's more towards the side of the central towns, such as Mercado. There might just be fights coming from the side of Illuminate the Murder once they actually make a move, because from the side of Box Gaming, they haven't really moved all the way too much, don't you think?
That's the thing about Box, right? Like, they'll always take Picado for quite some time here, but usually they would actually rotate out to try and gatekeep some of these teams here, especially rotation-wise, especially Miramar. You can't do that in early phase because it's quite far apart. The chances of meeting another team being the third party to come join fight is not exactly likely to happen, but there is still a possibility. So why not take this risk to rack up some kills? And I believe Box Gaming needs those kills at this stage of the game.
That is true. As much as they did bring down some of these guys from Illuminate last game, they were the first team to be wiped out. Now, like we said, it's gonna just march forward from the south side in towards Valdemar. And we do see the bridge. It will be empty for now. And from the other guys that we speak of, I think that it's gonna be really interesting on how these guys would actually get themselves in towards a region where it will be safe for them to actually camp for a while and try to pick people off. And Box Gaming, they usually wouldn't play all too offensively in the early stages of the game. So seeing that from the last round, that was something that's pretty refreshing to me.
It's going to be a tough one, though. I'm not sure exactly how they figured out in terms of information here. It's all up to the players here. But I'm more concerned of how they play this map here, because you can see, based on the map right now, the teams are at the outer side of the circle where they're going to be gatekeeping for quite some time. But as of now, dead center in the middle is going to be Evos here, and good call there coming from the VIP, not taking the long route in towards Prison or maybe Los Higos here.
Look at what we have.
Ow. What?
Team Secret still inside of El Azhar, starting to make their way in, cutting across San Martin, and then down towards the northeast instead. Now, Victim's going to be seeing a little bit of movements from Narok Gaming as well. But Wynn's not going to be taking any sort of trouble on his side for the time being. Now, it's just the first couple of minutes into the game, and we haven't really seen that much of a casualty, except for 2 members that dropped out early into the game.
Are they going to be able to do it though? I'm concerned, Contra, because Victim right now, Banyu, they've managed to climb their way through, and we've seen how Banyu is a beast when it comes to going for those entry kills there. But Contra, wow, they're gatekeeping this year. They're actually camping their way in towards next to this road here, and Pure Skills might fall in towards the pits here from the side of WoW. Or are they going to challenge this here?
They did hear the vehicle movements coming from the side of Pure Skills, but WoW opts to actually retreat out of that vicinity.
I don't think they can fight this.
And I think there is one member actually chasing towards the back. But no, they're just going to relocate for now. Ladria is not really the place that they should be, because that's where the blue is slowly closing in.
That's the thing, Contra. Like, you can see, wow, they wanted to take those fights here, hoping for get a couple of lucky freebies here. But look at this, Takanomi is pretty low in terms of mats. He's only got 1 med kit, a couple of boosts here. And I think, wow, they definitely want to go for a pit stop to try and loot up the outer sides of the houses here, to try and maybe potentially loot some of these meds here. And Yudu Gang will have a loot crate for themselves. So I'm a little bit curious on what they have here. But Drax getting knocked here and will get finished off apparently. No, actually get picked off, sorry.
He actually had a little bit of an accident, so it was not much of a problem for Yudu Gang to actually rescue him. Now, Narrow Gaming is setting up a death trap here, because this is where a lot of those vehicles will rotate, but Golden Cat's already having some information, spots out Nymph from atop the mountains here. Naris has the Mini 14, so he can actually do quite a couple of pot shots straight towards the side of Nymph. It's a-okay now for Nim to play the compound right now, but if he pushes unintentionally and gets pinned off by multiple teams here, he's gonna be in some trouble. But Naris here opening fire for rather early here, giving the alert here from the side of Niv, and he's gonna play low down for a little bit here. But Golden Cat, I think they're playing the strategy where they want to stall some of the players in that compound, and if another team comes in, they will back off. Oh my, here comes a 2v1 situation coming towards the side of Waltz. He's the only member coming in.
Here comes the cavalry.
Give him a little bit of a support. Zico's going in for the pre-fires, and now Waltz will march out ahead. This is Waltz taking out Kuve first.
Oh, good call here. Pierskill's going for the code crash here, but Alice getting picked off here from side Zico. Zico will finish off. Alice is in, but the rest of the team here from side Pierskill's just running their way in here, but they get 2 knocks. Can they get in more? Because Alice is down. Waltz, here's this foot shot here, but that shot going for pre-fire. Nice dunk here from Waltz, but he gets a lucky tap onto his head here, and Waltz will somehow survive this. But he will eventually get finished off by Kuwei.
That was some great shot coming from the side of Pure Skills, and the cavalry, once it arrived, they just stormed through all these guys, and that was an absolute disaster coming from the side of X Team.
Oh no, great stuff here coming from Pure Skill, making the call here to go in for the save, but unfortunately they still lose Waltz there, but still, they come up on top, taking 4 kills in the belt here coming from Pure Skill. So X Team will be the first team to get taken out here, but can Pure Skills keep this up here? They've got a lot of mans, but they lose 1 member though.
I think it's not too much of a trouble. At least they secured that important and crucial 3 points inside of Miramar. Now we do see a standoff between RQ Athena, the champions of last round, and now against Victim Esports. Banyu is not too bad of a sniper himself, but he's only got an M4 on his hands. Got the 6 times equipped towards it so that he can go in for those single round taps. But this is not much of an angle for him to work with.
That's the thing about those single round taps, right? Like, from my experience playing with these players as well, none of them actually go for single round taps here. They actually love spraying with 6 times scope, and it's actually possible with the M4.
That's true.
And using those thumb grips or vertical grips in PUBG Mobile is really crucial in a way, especially if you want to spray with the 6 times scope there.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. Sometimes it's just easier to just put it on auto and just spray and pray. But he does have the Mini 14 as well, so he will use that as the single taps while M4 is fully auto. Now, looking towards these hills here, Golden Cat always love to camp across the top of the hill, and this gives them so much vantage point. And we've already seen them tapping towards the side of Narrow Gaming. Now, whoever's from the back may just be RRQ eventually joining the party as well.
I'm concerned right
and
now,
they are. Oh, he doesn't really have much of a gear.
I'm concerned right now because the circle is actually favoring towards the northern east section of this here. And you can see RRQ already in the vicinities of a compound, setting up a roadblock themselves. Same goes for Illuminate the Murder, and the rest of the teams out on the southern side, southwest and southeast side here. This is going to be a congested fight here, and whoever manages to come out top is not going to make it out with 4 men alive here.
Some teams might just be battered in this section here, as we do hear a couple of gunfires coming straight from the side of Onyx. EXE looking towards the side of Yudu Gang. They know that they're struggling to climb up these hills. Now, vehicles here. Buggy is one of the most efficient, but look at Geek getting tapped out right now with that M4 in the hands of Sky. But not much work to be done there, as he did not land much of a bullet straight towards the side of Geek.
Onyx, no, they tried to set up a roadblock here, camp kill box, but unfortunately will not be able to do that here. Jimboy, hearing those footsteps here, going to go for team taps here, but chips the bang bus a little bit, but that will be all. And it is, after all, bang bus pretty strong in general, and climbing up those mountains should take some time, but still.
Oh, here comes the Titans. No, my goodness. Zooms to mash actually. Defense escape. Now it's going to try to dash off on the way. That's going to be one down health left. That's a detonation. D2E secures that kill.
Oh, D2E. That's a bump. Nice last tap there, and great call there from Zoom, but unfortunately, Zooms now will get knocked himself there, pushing a little bit over aggressive, and will get punished from the side of Evos. As Evos, they will get another knock available.
Pushing forward, and we'll finish off Zooms. We can see over on the left side is going to be RRQT now. On the right, it is Victim. So it's not going to be an easy task to actually challenge the victors of the previous round, D2E. Giving a little bit of a helping hand towards the side of Scenario, as Fox will be the support, as always, trying to scout out in the head.
I'm surprised that the northwest side is actually fighting here, considering that everyone is congested in the southwest and southeast corner here. RRQ going to be trying to hold this compound here. They've got 2 kills as of now. This hill is not exactly the best. It's pretty much open to multiple angles, but still, they are trying to make full use of what they can and have at this stage.
And looking towards the corners of Montenegro as well as La Rieta. Esports in the middle of it all. Victim has Banyu booking the buggy straight in towards the small little towns towards the top of the hill. We do see a little bit of a tap straight towards the side of Jughead, but Marco will be able to find Martin. Here goes a little bit of a nade from the side of D2E.
D2E getting pinned pretty far off here, as a long-range shots being tossed in their favor here from the side of, I think it was Evo's there, I think. Just going for those shots here. It's a pretty long-range shots here. D2E is all by himself, pretty split out from the rest of the teams here, but Team 11 is actually a victim though.
Oh my. Now, looking towards the corners of Evo's Esports, they have been playing this long-range battle for quite some time, and they will destroy one of the trucks that they have that pick up the truck. Oh my, that's a great tap straight towards the side of Near, as he will be able to find cover over towards the back of the ridges. And Foxy, coming in with the SKS, does not have an extended mag with it, so only 10 taps.
Hold that thought for now, because wow, they're rotating in here, but little did know, Nara Gaming is right here, as JRX will get taken down from side. They're waiting for the right moment, and JRX, you're out of the game. Goodbye, send you to the lobby, bro.
Sending him back to the lobby indeed. Awaji did get chipped for a little bit, but not too much damage on his armor, so that's fine for him. Unless if there's a level 3 armor that's not being depleted, then that would be great for Nymph to actually pick that one up. Or even Awaji. But here comes Ney. He might just actually exact vengeance, but he's all by himself. I don't recommend him to challenge the rest of NRG.
He's pretty low as well. And interesting fact about how they switch up their choice of weaponaries as well, coming from all these teams. We saw how Evos, I think they had Foxy heading in the SKS as well. And we know how strong the Mini 14 is, the M4s with a couple of sprays, right? But because all these long-range fights in Miramar, it makes it so hard to go for those long-range fights here. Better go for damage and go for single taps is definitely the smart play here, and that's exactly what happened for Foxy.
D2E finding a headshot, and that is just Eve was just getting stuck by the corners and just trying to move some of these vehicles as a defensive field. But Kupo's all by himself facing against the Cats. by the corners of the church, only having a whole lot of bandages to work with. But
Yeah,
Aldo's
Chupao.
making a push. He
Chupao-
knows that some of these members are right across.
Chupao is pretty much stuck as well. They heard the footsteps here coming from Golden Cat, and Chupao, I don't think he wants to fight this anytime soon here. His rest of the team is not going to be able to pick him up here, but look at this. He might actually boost up a little bit here to try and deny some utilities in case of his dies here. So playing the macro game is smart here. But Otto,
cooking
going to
up the
go for the
nade.
cook nade here. Can he go for the
He's gonna
Gobi?
lob it
Does he
straight
connect?
towards the side of
Chupao?
Kupao. Is
Nope.
he gonna land?
Not
Is
gonna
he
be
gonna land?
enough.
Oh no, he missed it.
Now he's going to cook it for himself as well. And Otto, he immediately knows this. He will back off instead. He's going to try and Zolt, flush him out a little bit here. But nope, he's not going to get him here. Nice time there, but good call there coming from Otto to just immediately back off.
Well, a little bit of a missed time judgment, but it's still good notion up ahead. Jasper's gonna find Nymph after a long battle up upon the hills. Jasper will finish off Nymph right there. And Golden Cat, you can see that they're separated by two, and they use up a whole ton of smokes.
Yeah,
I'm
they
not
had-
sure how it's gonna go for the late game, but
Exactly.
Ney is over in the back. If he rotates upwards, he might just spot some of these.
Yeah,
members
they
from
have to
Golden
get into the
Cat.
circle now because the circle is going to be closing in. So better safe than sorry. Flushing the smokes here to go for the push, but Chupao scouts in near, and that will be it. 1-for-1 trade here. Good call from Otto to pick from the top, but Naris will finish off instead here. They're setting up in advance, but will be able to pick up the rest of the members for the Golden Cat. And fortunately for them, they are in the small vicinities of the circle.
Ney's holding in the angle. As much as he loses one member, at least he managed to get in towards the later phases of the game. Now, over on towards the northern side. Oh, this is actually the south. And Fox Gaming struggling upon the circle. This is phase 4. It's going to tickle them a little bit more. EXE not going to get too much of a help. As you can see, Sky as well as Nick is going to have a struggle if they turn back for him. And Onyx going to lose one member off. And they've already lost Matthew.
Southeast corner is pretty much Box's territory right now, but Box, they know there's so many teams right now. They can tank the circle a little bit here if they have the mats, but Jughead will finish off some of the cars here from the side of Golden Cat, denying them those mobility here. Good call there from the side of Jughead, but the circle is going to be favoring from the side of Victim instead, who's been there from A to Z, never moved the muscle.
Yeah, and even Team Secret has joined them as well inside of the next phase. D2E is going to get one more tap as Ryzen finds Box Gaming. Loki will be shredded down to smithereens.
Whoa.
That will be another knock as well. Crazy sprays from the side of Sky.
QB going for the sprays as well, joining the fight, will eventually steal the kill away from another side, and you can see Box getting pincered once again. They're in some trouble, and this time VIP gonna be flushed out from side of Jexi, and
Jexi finishes
Yakuza.
off VIP.
Oh no, that will be it for Yakuza in game number 3. Jexi with an aggressive push almost gets clipped off as well from the side of D2E, but fortunately for him, he's gonna be able to heal himself up. But D2E this time for the side RRQ, they are playing solo, mano y mano, but Megatron going up against
Here
Illuminate.
comes the nades. Here comes the nade trying to flush off. Got it from the back, but Martin, Matoy, as having a little bit of sections there. Natix is going to have nades flying towards his side as well. Or he's going to be able to snipe away Banyu. And here comes Maxis with another takedown. Yudu Gang retreating towards the back, and Otto will be able to finish off Drax with that spray down.
And now we're down to the 12 teams here. VIP who gets taken out here, but Megatron goes into it against Martin. They finish off Martin. Illuminating Martin. What is that? Zuxi! What is going on? They got more than one. They're looking for more.
as well.
Gunnar is slow.
Got it.
Zuxi gets tagged up pretty hard, but eventually gets tagged up instead from Matt Toy for the save. The king of nades. What is up? Can he land those nades? Is it gonna happen? Is it gonna happen?
Be really tough. He's trying to lob it real far, but here comes another Indonesian ally. Onyx Esports storming their way through. They're gonna get picked off if they stay much longer. Team Secret hugging him out of corners here. Bigatron needs to pick up Zuxi. He's bleeding out real quickly, and got it. This is not too far away. If they do manage to go in, that nade lands straight towards the side of Amjad, but let's not knock him out.
Nice nades there, but Illuminate the Murder is they have to salvage it. They're getting sandwiched pretty hard here, but Luxy getting shot from the side of Goddard again, and Steel 9K going to lob those nades here, but unfortunately will get flanked out for a little bit more. Ryzen, what is up?
Oh, looking towards the corners, we see Ryzen trying to find the angles right. They know that there's another team right at across the section. That's a great shot! And here comes the second Onyx member. Ryzen will be able to take them out as he tries to outrun the blue.
So low.
Can he
He's
survive
so low.
on this? He
He's
will
so
get knocked
low.
out. BTR is gone.
Good call, good kill there coming from Bigatron here, but will they be able to secure good placements here. We shall see later on, but great attempt coming from them. But unfortunately, the circle is too painful right now. Bucks, they tanked the circle. They had to heal. They have no choice. They know they cannot go their way in here. But seven teams left in this small, tiny circle here as RRQ has 4 men healthy somehow. They managed to bail.
Yeah, and not only RRQ, Team Secret is also 4-man strong, and they've been hugging here for quite some time. Illuminate the Murder over on the top side, still has 2 members left. They could possibly do something if they head towards the lower section, but they will try to play it safe. RRQ has already secured quite a ditch for themselves. Victim Esports, though, they still have the circle, so RRQ has to make a push.
Victim has been dodging RRQ for quite some time. RRQ giving Jameson, they're just showing them the respect, and they're bailing right now. And G9, they're not respecting it at all. They're going to pitch off the aggression here. Victim, are they going to reel them in and bait them this out here? Or is RRQ going to gobble them up like the Kings?
It's going to go in with some of these free fire spraying straight towards the side of G9. Some smokes coming in, but that is going to be a lot right in between those rocks. Wynn's not going to get clipped, but Wynn's going to charge one up for himself. Is this going to be a holy Kobe landing straight into nothing? But here comes a little bit more movements. D2E will be the first one to fall.
Gets knocked here from the side of Veil here as Victim finally pulls their way in here, but they are still in the edge of the circle here, coming from RRQ, showing a little bit of respect here from the side of Victim here. They give them a little bit of space. They want those placements here coming from the side of Victim. But Pure Skill, look at this view. He's going to tank the circle here and play the healing game.
The Murder over on the top side here, getting a little bit of challenges coming straight up ahead. As you can see, Stu 9K getting a little bit of push done. Arm Joan getting himself healed up, but Arm Joan, he knows those angles right. He can hold it for a little bit longer, but it's not going to be safe. He's going to retreat back towards the hands of Goddard as he will regroup, and now they are kind of outside. They need to make a push towards the corners of either Victim or Team Secret. There's no way out of this.
There's so many ditches here from all these teams, and you can see they can slowly crawl their way through here. Phil, there's no way he's going to survive this. He's going to play the healer game. He's hoping to get a couple of nice placement points for the rest of the teams here, but unfortunately, there's just so many cover from all these teams. You can prone your way up as well, unless Victims goes for the aggressive pick here, because right now, Victim cannot take the top of the mountain because it's pretty much open to all the angles on all directions.
Yes, and I think that Team Secret really does have a little bit of a vantage point because they're just, most of these teams over the center, over the south, but it's going to have a little bit of an explosion right in front of his face. Not going to be able to take him out as of yet. He's still going for the prones, a little bit of smokes for cover as Ernie does lop out to right straight ahead. Purple Moon now has CZ being taken out by Veal.
Oh, CZ getting knocked here from side Veil here. Because of that, RRQ, they're looking pretty confident here to go for the push and try and pick off the rest of the members here. But Team Secret, they're joining the fight. Shots has been shot for here. Jasper will finish off Ernie, get one knock, and nope, he will fall towards his life there.
Oh, you can see Team Secret has been found out. D2E trying to spray through the smokes as Team Secret holding on towards the same sort of region, cracking out a couple more bottles of smoke. Meanwhile, Illuminate the Murder challenging the rest of Team Victim all the way towards the southern side. Sinbi holding towards the higher angles, gonna cook up another smoke. Now, this is gonna be all these 4 teams hugging real tight. We still have 12 more members left alive. Sinner is still really healthy, has 5 packs of clears 8, but here comes the spray straight towards the side of Victim Esports. They're gonna drive one vehicle down the road, and Archer gets spotted out!
Oh no, nice pixel shot there coming from G9. He's looking for more. Here comes the spray. G9! RRQ!
3 in a row for G9. What a godly spray!
Oh, he's looking for more
as well. The rest of Team Secret marching forward.
G9! God9 is doing it here, but still, he's done the damage. The senior is down. It's going to be a 1v3 now. Can he clutch this for the rest of the teams here?
This is the third time we see a 1v1 event. It will be Team Secret from Malaysia ending match number 3 inside of Miramar. And wow, RRQ, they might have took a lot of kills, but it was Team Secret who stole the show.
Oh, wow. This Team Secret, a Malaysian squad again. Another chicken dinner contra. What happened? The top dogs are getting ripped apart by the underdogs. And this is it. This might be a miracle for some of these teams here.
Nothing is impossible in PUBG Mobile. As you see, Team Secret, they might be 16th spot when the league ends, but they came out strong in match number 3, and now 2 Malaysia's team managed to walk away with those chicken dinners. And what a phenomenal way that they played this out. They were holding the same angles. They were trying to stay themselves safe, but they can actually spot out everyone from the left and right. So lucky enough for Team Secret, all the other teams were actually picking up the fight over in the northern section, and they were not really pushed by Illuminate.
Exactly here. And not to mention, Illuminate the Murder, they were struggling a little bit hard here as they were picked off time and time again. In game number 3 as well, they were struggling to find those positions here. Everyone was reading their strategies, and they are getting picked off really hard here. But RRQ still remaining strong here. Very consistent run in all 3 games, and it is working out for them.
Yes, and I do believe that RQ secured so many of those kills. They pummeled through Purple Mood. They spot out Victim over the top side. They sniped out Arm Joan as well. And immediately when they found Team Secret, they knocked out Alex So G9, though they did fall apart at the final stages, but Team Secret were more prepared for the final fight as compared to RRQ at T9.
We know Team Secret was playing those placements game. They need those chicken dinner here. But one thing you realize here, there is a pattern coming from RRQ. All 3 games, they're going for blood. They are just going kills. They don't care about placements. Look at this. First 2-3 games, even though there was chicken dinner, they're at least 10 kills, 10 kills, 10 kills above here.
That's true.
Are they going to be able to maintain this momentum here coming from RRQ? I'm a little bit worried, but still, RRQ showing strong dominance in 3 games in a row, deserving the title being the Kings, though. Miramar.
And I gotta say that even though Illuminate the Murder, they may not finish off the game really strongly, they were kind of outnumbered by the rest of the teams that were pushing towards their side. So you gotta give him welcome to the PMCO SEA Grand Finals, day number 1. My name is Contra. This is IC Baby 1-2, casting the games for you guys back at home, and it's just a lovely day here in Indonesia as we see so many of these teams collide, trying to take the top spot to head in towards the final global rounds in Germany. But of course, this event is hosted by Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, as well as VSPN. And not forgetting our title sponsors, Vivo, for making it happen.
And of course, the secret weapon here, the Vivo V15 series with upgraded multi-turbo and game mode technology, where you can outmaneuver anyone on the battlegrounds as you experience a smooth and uninterrupted gameplay here. And of course, with Vivo, here comes that glorious chicken dinner. Speaking of which here, amazing stuff here. 4 games has passed in this grand final in this Southeast Asia League here. Malaysian squad stepping it up here despite really, I would say,
they had a really dismal run on the league. But when it comes to all these offline events, they stood out really strong. And you talk about secret weapons, Team Secret really brought out a whole lot of brand new strats into the table. Bubu talked about it himself, that he got a lot of confidence after having that 5 long weeks and having a little bit of break in between, gives themselves a little bit of chance to actually recuperate and stand out against all their enemies. This is a little bit of a comparison between Zooms as well as Jumper. Look at the KDAs. As you can see, Zooms having a solid 2.67 as compared to Jumper in terms of kills, but damage-wise, he's still dominating overall. But Jumper, we know him as the guy that can outlast many in the field.
Exactly. He as well clutching a lot here from the side with VIP alongside Yakuza in the first game itself, getting those chicken dinner here. And I'm a little bit surprised Haikal was the clutch, the playmaker of the team previously during the league here. And Zooms with his amazing smile, not smiling on the picture, of course, with amazing stats, definitely topping against Jumper here. But we have not seen Zooms go up against Jumper as of now, though.
And I think that for the side of X team, they really had a amazing run towards the later parts of the stages of the game. They have this sort of consistency, though they didn't really get that much of a chicken dinner or so during the first few weeks. But final 2 weeks is where they shine brightest, where they raked up a couple of chicken dinners. I believe it was 3 chicken dinners in 3 days over the weekend of week 4. And
That was
X
big
team,
them, I guess.
yeah, it was big team as well, but X team definitely performed really well. This is Yudu Gank, and Yudu Gank is the only Malaysian member who haven't really came out as solid as the other two, but they've been having a really good run. They are somewhere in the middle of the pack, so there is still plenty of chances for Yudu Gank.
And I'm a little bit concerned here from side Yudu Gang here because I had a couple of discussions with the players as well. They were struggling to find the balance between strategy as well as skill gameplay, whether to take a fight or not. That's going to be the question here. But next up here is going to be NRG here. Narrow Gaming almost clutching that chicken dinner in game number 1 against VIP here. And this is the statistics for the entire league themselves, where week 1 they had a very consistent run. Week 3 is where they took a dump here, but they somehow picked themselves in towards week 4 as well as week 5 here. But let's take a look, guys, at the VCR because they had a little bit of trash talk between the players.
And my comment, so far so good, but sometimes we miss communication in the game, but we learn for it. ก็ถ้าเต็ม 10 นะครับสำหรับการแข่งในรอบลีกนี้ผมก็น่าจะให้แค่ 7 นะครับ เพราะว่าพวกเรายังพลาดหลายๆอย่างจุดเล็กจุดน้อยที่เราแบบเสียกันง่ายเกินไปครับผม Nếu đánh giá trên thang điểm 10 thì em đánh giá team mình là 7 điểm. Bởi vì thực sự team em thì kỹ năng cá nhân ai cũng có nhưng mà chỉ thiếu sự đoàn kết. ถ้าเต็ม 10 จะให้ทีมตัวเองประมาณ 8 คะแนนครับ ก็เพราะว่าเรายังมีการเล่นที่ผิดพลาดอยู่เยอะพอสมควรครับ
Xét về số điểm thang điểm 10 thì team của em nằm ở khoảng tầm 6 hoặc 7 thôi. Sẽ còn phải học hỏi nhiều thêm. Vì đơn giản khi qua tiếp xúc với những môi trường khác của các nước khác thì em thấy team em chỉ ở tầm điểm đó vì các nước khác họ rất là mạnh.
And you heard it from the players themselves. They were having a little bit of questions on whether or not are they at their peak. And most of them say that they're 7 out of 10. They should actually give themselves a pat on the back because they've been doing pretty well today.
Not just that,
Yeah.
G9 is playing out of his mind in this game.
Yeah.
8 out of 10.
And
Hello?
he said he's talking about mistakes.
Hello?
I feel like there's not much mistakes coming from
You're
the side of
killing
G9.
everyone. What are you talking about? RQ, the only mistake you're doing right now is just you're killing too many people.
Oh, okay. But it's a good thing in PUBG Mobile, you rake up a whole ton of points. But I gotta agree for a little bit because Team Secret took that win in that previous round. And now we're headed into game number 4 in a jiffy. Let's hear you guys spam the chat. And if you guys are here in it, make some noise.
Oh yeah, ladies and gentlemen, here as you heard the sound, they are gonna be taking off in the next map here. Is gonna be back in towards the 8x8 map of Erangel, where the maps is gonna be occupied here while all these teams where RRQ is the kings of Pachinki, of course, and the land is pretty much 51%, and there's gonna be a total of 16 towns in this small, big map, actually.
Small, big map. Okay. But I guess it's been quite a long day for you, I say, baby.
Yep.
So much later on, maybe it's your turn to back into the analyst panel. But looking into this flight, it's coming from the Sanaska military base all the way up towards the northeast. That's where Stalber is at, and that's probably where Purple's gonna land a couple of members as they will usually separate 2 others into either 70 or even Kamashki. Now, question is, where will Yudu Gang drop this time around?
That's the thing here. They can still stretch into a 70 from time to time again, but I'm not surprised here. But Team Secret, they are actually taking the western side now, and it's been working out for them. And Primos is going to be the place they're actually going for because we know Arof is not in this game himself, and we know Arof loves dropping towards Primos off Fairy Pier here. But this time, Victim may consider going towards Fairy Pier though.
Yeah, they were occupying Fairy Pier as well as some sections of Quarry to get themselves a little bit of a vantage point. But Onyx Esports will be usually loitering around the Gatko region, separating themselves into 2x2 or one each, where they just try to loot as much as they can to actually get in towards the next phase of the game. Now, inside of the island, we do see Golden Cat actually dropping into Sonoska. This is something that's a little bit different coming from this Thai squad.
Okay, this circle is pretty much, I would say, a very balanced one between the military island as well as the main island itself here. Naro Gaming going to be taking the outside, the western side of Milta themselves. But Evos, they may consider actually contesting them though. That's quite interesting for them because they usually stretch towards the Milta Power or maybe Milta Factory here. Georgia Pool seems to be pretty much empty for quite some time now.
Oh yeah, Georgia Pool's been a little bit empty because of the flight path that doesn't allow most of these teams to actually rotate towards either North or South George. But Team Secret, we talked about them picking up that game, and now Bubu's all by himself in the middle of the open, just slowly rolling his way.
Okay.
Oh, got a little bit of those great goodies right through. Banyu's gonna be all by himself as well, so I guess he's safe for now.
He's pretty much struggling right now because I think Team Secret is actually split up the forces. Some going towards the Primor section and then separating one guy into a Safari period, but little did know he didn't expect someone to actually contest it with them. So playing safe is definitely the smart thing to do here. However, Naro Gaming,
It's out
Evos.
Evos just trying to cut across in towards the Milta section. Usually Evos would opt to loot out inside of Milta Power.
Yeah.
So perhaps this is going to give them a little bit more room where they might drop some members into the factory point of Milta Power. Now looking into, wow, they can still loiter around this place, and we've seen some walls of vehicles being built towards the west end of the bridge. I'm not sure if they will do it again.
That's pretty hard here because right now, Box, they're going to be taking Yasnaya for themselves. Uncontested due date here. I think the only teams who actually contest them were the teams who were actually in the league here, but no, Banyu.
Banyu's getting spotted out, will be taken out by Steel 9K as well as Bubu. So Bubu will secure first blood in this match number 4.
I like how they're like
Calvers around.
assassins and Creed here. The BB was just prodding their way through, giving the information to the rest of the teams here. And they will get a couple of freebies here from side of Team Secret. And this is something new here coming from the Team Secret. Because usually we don't expect to see them push or going for hunts or kills rather early. But this time, they're doing it though.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I'm really impressed by the performance that I see so far from Team Secret. And though they did get the chicken dinner, they drew the points with RRQ Athena, as we saw that they got a total of about 16 to 17 kills, if I'm not mistaken. Now, Victim Esports losing one member right off the bat, they probably will need to play it really safely. And if they really would take a couple of time, maybe within 2 minutes, they should start with the rotations already. VIP squad always inside of school, but great thing for them, there's no more BAT, there's no ice screwdriver to actually disturb them, so they could take the full compound for themselves as compared to the 5 weeks that they've been struggling for loots.
Definitely here, smart decision to make here. However, the teams here, this Golden Cat actually playing a little bit differently here, as I was expect them to actually go towards the Jojo deck section here, but this time they're actually getting pinned off from the side of WoW rather early.
Yes, you can see they equipped that 6 times on the DP. Could still go in with the taps or spray down. Already damaged Near for a little bit. Near does not really have much of a met, but
Contra?
He's having level 1 helmet
This
here.
is new here coming from Golden Cat. We usually expect them into North George here, but this time they actually dropped towards the western side of Military Island here.
Yeah, I gotta say that it's gonna force some of these teams because of the flight. And now that they're sharing some of these compounds, we do expect a couple of trade-offs somewhere in phase number 3 or so. Phase 1 still a little bit of much of a looting phase. As you can see, Alas and the rest of Pure Skills all segregated across the Medusa intersection, prison, as well as Kameshki.
And Lipovka.
Yeah, Lipovka. Sorry, it wasn't Kameshki.
Lipovka, not Kameshki.
Kameshki is all the way up towards the northeast. So he was going to be occupying the prison for himself.
Lipovka is actually being occupied from the side of Yudu Gang though. That's quite surprising for me actually.
I noticed that they dropped...
Oh no, actually Yudu Gang is in Severny, sorry.
Yeah, they dropped into Severny, but it was quite a hard stretch for them to actually reach that corner. Lucky enough, they did manage to secure a couple of vehicles. And speaking of South George, we finally get ourselves some visitors, and that will be X-Team here. And X-Team, they were the first one to fall early on, and I feel like X-Team has so much potential, but it's really just rough runs for them.
Bubble Moon is the one taking Stauber as well as Kamishki themselves here. They split up the entire forces going for those loots though. But yeah, Xavier taking his entire Georgia pool for themselves, that's quite interesting because, like, if you think about it, the teams that actually contest Georgia pool are usually EVOS, Xavier, Junior Talent, Golden Cat, BAT, all these teams. And at least half of these teams are no longer in the picture here. But right now, Golden Cat just splitting the entire forces. This is new for me. And as of now, I'm not exactly sure what Golden Cat are trying to do here. They're trying to loot up some vehicles as well as the boats as well, just to try and deny in case any of these teams tries to rotate across the ocean, though.
I can roughly understand what they're really up to. They're trying to think on how they should approach this, just in case if the circle ends up in towards the mainland, they have a boat. So Golden Cat is trying to get this situation prepared. So if it goes in towards the island, this is one of the best few spots to be at.
Yeah, I would say Golden Cat is trying to diversify their options, both land and sea. Very greedy approach here, but how is it going to work out though? Because if this works out, it's going to pay off in the long run for them though. So that's great stuff from them. But Victim will be having Win alone to scout ahead using the boats here, rotating towards the entire west towards the east here, journey to the east for him. But hopefully he's not going to be able to get clipped off by any of the teams who's trying to camp by the shorelines though.
And it looks like Team Secret's a little bit late to the party. Goes back into Primos where they actually began their search for loots. And we did saw a couple of guys landing over that section as well. So it's pretty much looted up by the rest of Victim Esports, while and then NRG is still waiting for some of these guys to cut across. But OAG needs a little bit more support if there were to be any sort of rotation with those vehicles. He can't really bombard it or destroy all these by just one weapon or so, unless you have something like a DP or an M249.
And as of now here, Golden Cat, they're taking their own sweet time here. VIP taking both apartments and school for themselves here. But this time, they will be camping in the vicinities of school for themselves, making good use of this strong compound. But that's the thing about this compound of school, right? There's so many angles, there's so many windows. If someone pushes up here, it's super hard to secure. But playing those long range, mid to long range fights here is amazing in the vicinities of school.
Yeah, looking into Eliminate the Murder, they're not at their peak form in a sense. Like usually when we look into the league, Eliminate the Murder, they could easily stand in towards the top 3 position. But today looks like a really harsh day for these guys coming from Eliminate the Murder, as we did saw them losing so many members inside of the previous Erangel round, and this time they're playing even more passively than they usually would do. And Pure Skills, we'll see Waltz probably providing a little bit more vehicle options for some guys such as Laz just right by the corners, and there's a crate right in between. Let's see if anyone's going to actually go in for that.
RRQ will be making the move here as the circle is about to touch the second one here, as he will reveal the next circle here. And looks like the circle is going to be centered more in towards the mainland of Island here, somewhere in the vicinities of Farm or maybe even Milta here. Contra, you're the fortune teller here. Where do you think the final circle is going to be?
Well, final circle, I'm not sure, but I'd like to see it ending towards Farm instead of the north side of Milta. But looking into it, this situation, we see VIP squad getting some nades straight up ahead coming from Eliminate the Murder. They are all separated from the side of VIP, but Eliminate the Murder, they're going to reposition themselves in towards this housing area where they still have some vehicles that they could possibly use.
Illuminate the Murder here, getting challenged from side of VIP. This is something new here. I didn't expect VIP to go for aggression here, but off the map here, Onyx getting a knockout to a senior. Immediately, the crowd chants as they are supporting their members here. The teams, VIP, Matthew,
my goodness,
Onyx.
You can just hear all these guys coming from the venue, just shouting their hearts out, cheering for all these Indonesian squads. They are the 5th member of some of these teams. But RIQ, now losing Senior, it's going to dent a little bit of the firepower that they usually have. But we've seen time and time again, RIQ, 2 members, 3 members, they could still find a way to work it out. But when it comes to only 1 member, it's going to be really tough. Onyx being able to spot out that crate, but sees Heiko inside the vehicle. The Sia dashing away, but that's going to be a chance for him to take him down.
Heiko! Ooh, he gets a knock here, but Heiko at the edge of the the building there will be in the cover here. So good, quick reactions here coming from Heiko. But Onyx, they're thinking of storming their way through here. And they're 4-man healthy. They're crashing into VIP Contra.
They're running straight into Joker. They're going to take up this fight. Matthew's going to arrive first as EXE. Lots of Matthew will take out Heiko as well as Jumper. 2 men down from the side of VIP squad. Hunting for the turn 1 as well. Here comes Yakuza. Oh my goodness. Yakuza behind that. They did not spot out Sky. Onyx Esports victorious in towards this stage of the game.
Very, very quick push here from Onyx. Getting that knock here, but Martin gets a knock here from the side of Onyx. That will be 2 knocks here from the side of Onyx here, but look at this. Illuminate the murder. Hello.
They're joining into the party, marching forward with the CS. Matoy's going to go in, charging up his nade. We know how good those frags are in his hands. It might just actually pop some members right there, but it's going to be falling short for now. But look at the health of Onyx Esports. They're really low. They really need to heal up in time. And I'm just going to join in from the center as well. Here comes Matoy.
The nades are coming in. Onyx is in some trouble. They're taking some serious fires here. Illuminate the murder. Once it capitalizes this here, they need those kill points, and they are going to commit into it this round here. Are they going to come up the top? Because Onyx, they've got 2 sets of loots here because they've looted up themselves as well as the bodies of VIP. So that's going to give them a little bit more loot here. But Sky is going to park off the UAC as of now.
Look at the other member of Illuminate the Murder. They're trying to find those angles to snipe them from the other section there. While Onyx Esports trying to actually bail away. They do have the UAZ to actually work with. Nick's going to be right behind Sky, while EXE looking through those windows, not really getting much over on the side of Illuminate the Murder. So I'm just going to find a different sort of approach, but Illuminate the Murder says, maybe this is not worth my time.
Exactly, smart call here. They almost committed that fight here, but Onyx, fortunately for them, they will expend a couple more utilities, but Illuminate the Murder will back off instead. Onyx will be safe and sound now coming from the Indonesian squad here. But off the mat here, Walls gets a snipe on towards Oro. Matoy will try and catch off some of these rotations, some from Xavier's here.
A lot of long-range snipes in towards this section there. Inside of the Harry Potter Tower, Evos needs to actually rescue Oro before QB joins in as he will try to march up towards the staircase. He's actually blocking the entrance as Foxy and the rest have already arrived. Here comes a battle between Pure Skills from the wildcard region against some of the Indonesian favorites. There's going to be a couple of smokes. Evos Esports slowly walking in, but how are they going to save him right now?
This is pretty crazy here from QB. He actually blocked the entrance here, and because of that, Evos cannot go and save Aura. That's pretty much a definite kill here from the side of Oro, and Pure Skills, they're going to play the low ground method here as they will try and pick off some of these teams here, and Aura will get finished off. Evos will want to try and retake the Harry Potter Tower, but little did they know, behind Pure Skills, there is the long-range snipers here.
Oh yeah, you can see that they are trying to work those angles out, waiting for the smokes to subside. Foxy's going to bring in the Molotovs, going to crack it right in between them. Now, Foxy's going to drive this vehicle back towards the position of Jixie, so going to leave them behind for the time being. Now that they don't really know where exactly the rest of Evos is, it's going to be a problem for Pure Skills. But here comes the taps.
They definitely see them here because little did they know. Few was the snipers here. They scout all these movements here from the side of Evos. Good tap there onto his Foxy, but Few, can he go even more here? Because Evos, they're in some trouble. They've lost one member, their star player here, in the name of Oro.
Then you can see Pure Skills. Few's already got a couple of taps straight into his way. Having a little bit of bullets flying straight into his armor. Has already regen himself back up towards 80%. And now Dix is going to do a little bit of a tough work here on that SKS, tapping it through. Already having 16 bullets, going to reload it back to 20, but let's have a look into the falling phase. And this will force some of these teams, but looks like this will still be around this sort of region, so this fight will continue for as long as it should.
Wow, this is a pretty insane pixel shot coming from Atlas, taking down the Evos cars here, using the cover of his own car. Pretty insane stuff coming from them, and it definitely worked out here. Evos, they denied one vehicle, and they're down to this Dacia only here. But Evos, they're looking to back off here, and looks like they will drop off Jackid here to try and stall Pure Skills if they can here, as they reposition themselves to try to take this fight again.
Now, I'm not sure if this is going to work pretty well for the side of Evos. Now, Pure Skills does have the higher point, but it's quite a long distance for them to actually land the shots. Bigatron, however, they just arrived from the southern side of the island, pushing themselves in towards the mainland, in towards the corners of Minimilta, I call it. And this is just some teams just backing off, such as Victim. Victim Esports they usually play it really safely in towards the early phase of the game. And much later on, towards phase 5, that's where they try to actually go in for those pickoffs. And now, looking towards the side of Team Secret, they've already got 1 kill from the side of Victim. Alex is going to be able to actually secure this loot, but there's a lot of bullets flying in.
Very greedy here coming from Alexer. He needs to smoke himself out, but his car is taking some serious work. But little did you know, Xavier team as well going to go head-to-head against Onyx, as Onyx going to be storming their way through here. Zico giving chase here. They're pulling him into his bait. He's getting baited pretty much as Zico gets knocked from up top. What is up? EXC gets the knock, but Raby's calling him to call it out.
Oh my, they're just storming his way through. Sky looks for Deadshot. Deadshot's tight in the corner, and this will be him getting knocked down. 2 more members left alive on the side of Onyx, but that will be a takedown once again coming in from Sky.
XT, what are you doing? What are you looking? Rabies is eradicated. Onyx going on another takedown for them.
But though they did manage to wipe out the entire squad, all of them are bleeding out. Not the really good news for the later phases of the game, but great work coming in from Onyx. From the start to the finish, they controlled, invaded the territory so well. And now, here comes a little bit of taps coming in from the side of another Asian squad, straight towards Kupao, as Team Secret are stuck between Onyx members as well.
But that's the thing about Team Secret, right? It was so fortunate from Alexer because when X-Team was focusing onto his Team Secret, Onyx came in, knocked on the doors, and they were not prepared from Onyx. And because of that, they just got taken down. Just like that. Great stuff here coming from Onyx. But still, Xavier, very close call once again.
Zuxi just proning by the grass, looking for members from the side of Illuminated Murder, sharing a little bit of compound with some teams behind as well. As you can see, some of these guys are just playing it real safe. All these vehicles have been smoked up already for the side of Bigatron, as Box Gaming is just taking that security inside of those houses, while Ernie, alongside with G9, pretty far apart. But they're trying to nuke down all these members from the side of WoW Esports. Takanomi being the only one right across, but everyone's just proning on their bellies. Not going to be able to get much of a vision or even angles, but they roughly know where exactly WAW
RQ has been quiet for quite some time, but this time Onyx knocking under them, denying Senior as well as Ernie, I believe. And they're down to, D2E. And because of that, G9 and Ernie, they are forced to play a defensive approach in towards this game here.
Yeah, you can see RRQ just by the edge of the circle, so they can actually gatekeep any passes by that comes from the western side, though there's not much team left. Now, it's a standoff between 3 of these guys still from the side of Illuminate, Box, as well as Bigatron. Now, let's see where this one's going to zoom into. Now, if it goes towards RRQ, that will be really interesting, but RRQ is going to make a dash in towards the southern side instead. I predicted farm. I guess I'm still the prophet.
Yeah, you're definitely the fortune teller here in this regards. But still, it's going to be a tough one here because Victim is going to be in the vicinities of farm. They've got the cover as well, but it's not a great compound to secure the entire vicinity. It's going to be divided by the warehouse as well as of the second double-story houses there. And because of that, this is going to open things up where 4 or 5 teams may actually play the late game in towards the final circle.
Speaking of trying to get into a late game, WoW's getting tapped here by Matt Toy. Though it's just a couple of taps of the Mini 14. It's not going to be able to land much of a damage towards the members of WoW, though there's a couple of taps over onto the armors of the vehicle. That's about it.
A couple of chip damage, a couple of chip damage on towards the vehicles. That's about it here from the side of WoW. But Bigatron and also WoW rotating from the military iron here. They managed to make it towards the inlands here, but looks like they are stuck in a shack as of now.
Speaking of getting stuck here, even Pure Skills in between the toll of the Melissa section, in between military as well. Team Secret has Alex all by himself, but will be supported by Biu as well as Steel 9K. Still driving their way through. It's going to be QB. Kokev donates in towards the window. Will not be able to find Alex for now. A couple of smokes being thrown as well, just to make sure that he covers his track. not giving any sort of information straight towards the side of Team Secret.
Oh no, this Milta checkpoint here is one of the strongest compounds if you to play a two-way fight here. But at the same time, are they in a position to go for a two-way fight? Because right now, Waltz is the only one checking in towards the eastern side here, and LSFU and QB are actually focused on towards Team Secret, which is quite surprising.
The lob of the nade might just fall straight towards the side. Alas, chipping some health.
So
as
close.
Pure Skills have to actually back away, but Alas going for the push, forcing the fight against Team Secret. He's gonna find those angles straight towards the side of Sinbi as well as Axer going for the spray now, but Sinbi will actually take him down.
Nice tap here from Sinbi here at Steel 9K. They're looking for more Pure Skills. I think they overcommitted to this here because right now, EVOS is waiting this out and they try and go for a couple of taps here, and QB is forced to back off. Elos is gonna get pinned here. Pew, he's all by himself. He's so low. Pew, Team Secret, they're gonna try and finish him off, and no, they get the knock as well from the side of Pew, and Pure Skills, they got gobbled up.
You can see Steel 9K rotating around, trying to spot out Waltz and EVOS Esports. They opt not to join in towards this fight. They were just taking their time, but here comes some taps from above. As I speak of teams, EVOS Esports, they are just at the back. So Pure Skills is just sandwiched in the corner where they can't really do all the way too much.
I really have no clue why Pure Skills actually rushed that push here, where they should have just diverted their attention onto EVOS and played this slow against Team Secret here. But because of that play here, and they've lost two, but now they have to go full defense against Team Secret, where EVOS can just take a chill pill, but this time the circle is going to force them up towards the northern side of Demon.
Alright,
and Medusa intersection.
Looking in towards this next phase here, it's not too far away for Team Secret, EVOS, as well as Pure Skills, but I'm not sure how Pure Skills can actually get in towards the circle unless Team Secret leaves right about now. But if they do leave, that's going to give angles for some of these teams. Oh, Nick with that insane M24 shot. Not going to be able to actually finish him off, but he might just actually steal the kill.
Sky actually knocked him out, but Nick tried to finish off Matt Toy here, but his helmet gets clipped off immediately. But fortunately for him, he had that level 3 helmet. If not, that would be a done deal here coming from Sky. But still, he loses his helmet here. Goddard is going to try to salvage his team fight here from the side of Matt Toy. They need to pick this up here, but he's pretty much exposed. He's only going to be able to do this here, but looks like Onyx will prioritize the Wizard Tower, or also known as the Harry Potter Tower.
You can see that there's great support system coming into a side of the murder, so it shouldn't be a problem for them to actually pick up Matoy in that sense, and they managed to actually smoke them up, get some vehicles as cover. Now, looking in towards this circle, this is going to be somewhere that's pretty much out in the open, so whoever secured all these places, such as this house here by Purple Moon, will actually get some sort of advantage the moment that some teams are forced to even walk out in the open or even drive. This is where all these guys from Purple Moon will actually shine brightest.
Jasper now does cut a couple of loots here from side of Purple Moon, but they are going to be sharing the compound here with Narrow Gaming themselves. As of now, the circle is pretty much favoring them here. They can sort of team up a little bit here because they don't need to immediately engage the danger which is right in front of them. Why not just go for a couple pickups who's going to be maybe outside the circle, out and open here. But look at this, the rotations are coming in here. Matthew getting knocked off though.
Getting forced into this fight. He's not knocked as
of
yet,
not
but
knocked.
Goodard's still going in with the pressure. That's going to be Ryzen sniping off Matthew and Onyx members. After having such a phenomenal run, it's another Indonesian team that takes some of these guys down. And here comes the spray coming from the side of Nick. He will be sprayed down. Onyx is out of the game at 12th place.
Oh no, Nick panicked a little bit here, going for the pre-fires. But because of that, Takenomi will be able to come over top in this engagement. That's going to be unfortunately coming from them. And now EVOS is going to be joining into his Purple Moon East. Jughead is all by himself here. And can he go for a clutch? It's again a similar situation from Sanhok map.
I think he's just desperate. He's just hugging out the walls. He knows he can't be really near towards the UAZ. And they immediately blow it up. But Purple Moon will not have any form of a vehicle for rotation anymore as they try to spot out Jughead by the corners of the wall here, but Otto managed to actually take down walls, and here comes Team Victim. This is not going to look good for EVOS Esports.
And of course, Victim right now going to walk past here because Onyx is dropping their by here, and right now they have to share the compound. They cannot do anything. Onyx heard so many footsteps. There's no way he's going to save them. But Narrow Gaming tossing, lobbing the outside grenades here, and the Molly here clipping onto his Onyx. Win is forced to separate from the rest of the teams here, but the rest of the teams down west as well is going to be fighting as well.
They still have the circle by the corners, but it will be the Murder as well as the rest of the other teams over on the western end to actually secure more zone of coverage. But they are kind of smack in the middle of the section between the road. But looking in towards the corners of Onnit here, he's just trying to prone himself out. Narrow Gaming, I feel, does not really find the vantage point to actually take him down. And there's not much left. Do not kick gets Naris, and there it goes. Otto with a snipe straight towards Waltz as well.
Otto getting stopped off from the side of Awayji here, from the side of Narok Gaming here. Really long range shots here, but off the map as well. Zaxi getting one knock available here from the side of Bigatron, who's currently occupying the southeast corner, southwest corner apparently, and Purple Moon scouts out win instead, and that will be pretty much it here from the side of Onyx.
Fight commences
Victim,
as we
sorry.
see Jughead gets folded, as you can see. Nymph finally going in for the invade. Will go in with the push as well. Over the back, it's going to be Box Gaming crashing in towards the compound. GE with the flank, and it will be Nymph down the ground first. They're still hunting in for more. They want to push upwards, but they're taking their sweet time. This is going to be the circle closing in. Team Secrets right outside, followed by, wow, the JRX trying to squeeze in, but 4 teams fighting each other off. Zooms on the ground.
What is going on? What is going on? Bigatron, he somehow survives this. Luxy almost surviving this. Now he's going to lob a name here, try and clip off Luxy. Can he survive this? Bigatron, they're all crashing into this compound, but little did they know, Narrow Gaming was boxed by box. They have to make a run because Madwin is out in the open. He's all by himself. He gets scouted out. That will be the death of Madwin as GE finishes off the guys from Narrow Gaming.
Purple Mood coming out strong, and BTR getting wiped away, flush out. They say, this is my territory. You might have your home crowd, but you will sit at number 7.
Still, he manages to come into the circle despite playing the healing game here. Very smart call here. Play the healing game, wait it out a little bit, go in. He sneaks his way in towards the top 6 now from Team Secret.
You can see Box Gaming will have to fend up against Purple Moon. Purple Moon does have the advantage in terms of number, but Illuminate the Murder has been holding this same angle for the longest of time, just by the trees and using as much smokes as he can. Matoy will finish off that kill. 5 kills in the hands of Illuminate, and now looking for more. Going to sneak against Golden Cat.
He heard the car. He heard the car. He knows Maxis is in the vicinity here. Matoy, he's going to try and take down Maxis here. Can he go for the lucky pick here? But unfortunately for Illuminate the Murder, they lose another member though. But look at the smokes here, Contra, for Purple Moon.
Ton of smokes coming from the side of Purple Moon, but Team Secret, they're not exactly inside of the next zone as yet. They just need to actually snuck real tight. As you can see, he's just by the rock. And the moment he moves, Golden Cat's gonna spot him out. But here comes Box, forcing a push straight towards the side of Martin. And this is not gonna look good for Illuminate the Murder or Box Gaming.
No, I don't think Illuminate the Murder wants to take this fight here because they're very much out and open. But Martin with a huge spray down with the help of Golden Cat. They pretty much take out the guys from Box though, but they are still alive somehow. With only left one alive. Loki will get taken down. Last 3 here. Matoy getting scouted here from side of Golden Cat, but Purple Moon, they are out in the open though.
They were using a really rash decision, and that does not benefit the side of Box Gaming. We'll have to sit out at number 4, but here comes a spray down coming straight from the side of Otto, trying to break down this vehicle. As much as he reveals his location, he knows he's safe for now, and everyone else is getting exposed. Purple Moon with the highest of numbers, but Illuminate the Murder marching real close. They will send one guy to actually hold that section, but it's just between all these high teams.
I think they really want to try and pick off Matoy here from side of Martin, but he's pretty much out and open. There's no way he's going to be picking him up here. And Martin is going to make a rush for it. Can he go for it? Last thing? No, he's too late. But Martin is all by himself, and Purifiers here coming from Purple Moon. And who's going to take it here? Purple Moon, they somehow, despite being open in the road here, they crawl their way in. The nades? Nope, not going to connect.
That's going to be 3v2v1 in this situation. Couple of taps flying straight towards the side of Purple Moon once again. Not really going to ammo for Martin. That's one straight towards the side of Jasper. Now, it's going to be a great time for them to push. He's going to lob one more straight into his Zacia, but not going to be able to find it as they try to snuck on tight. Snaking in on the grasses, trying to find the rest of Purple Moon. They cannot save it as yet. Second one down, and one more member left for the side of Purple Moon.
They don't see Martin. Martin sees everything. everything. And now he manages to sneak his way through. He's looking for more kills. Maxis, where are you looking? He's right in front of you.
And
he
now
finally sees him.
spotted out. Golden Cat will have the advantage as Purple Moon running out of smokes. They're still playing the ninja game inside. This is going to be 2 versus 2 if they can actually save Jasper.
Golden Cat here making use of Martin's plays here. They capitalize on this, but they are going to go for the wraparound. They know every other members from the side of Purple Moon are inside the smoke. They are going to go for the pincer attack coming in from Golden Cat.
One from the left, one from the right. Max is trying to hug closer towards the corner. Same goes to Otto. So they have to divert their attention if the smoke subsides. I'm not sure how many more do they have in their hands, but Jasper totally having a little bit of vantage point, but now it's going to get clipped right now. They're marching right in.
Maxis, he's going to do some damage. And no, they get the secondary with a huge clutch here from Maxis.
Golden Cat, after fights that they take, they were getting sandwiched in between, and there's just so many obstacles in their way, but they still emerge victorious in round number 4.
What a good wraparound here from Golden Cat. Smart decision to capitalize on Martin's insane play against Purple Moon. And they come up on top here. Golden Cat, well-deserved win here.
Yes,
what a
indeed.
pretty
Golden
insane
Cat,
round.
they were slowly pushing in from the west side, and Eliminate the Murder, they were in the middle for quite some time, and they actually clutched that situation. And what can I say? Let's celebrate Golden Cat with their trademark move.
The chicken dinner in 3, 2, 1. We missed
Sorry,
that, though.
I kind of made a mistake there. It's supposed to be this verse, and then the slap and the cat whiskers.
Yeah.
Sorry, I failed you, my friend. It's been 5 weeks long and 2 weeks of break in between. But Golden Cat, that was quite something. And Purple Moon looked like they were having that sort of advantage. They had the numbers, but marching through in the middle of the smokes, they were technically blinded the whole time.
Yeah.
And those blind sprays coming from Maxis near.
Oh, yeah.
That was impeccably well done.
He actually pre-fired as soon as they know the smoke was about to disperse, and because of that, they walked right into the shots of Maxis, and Maxis just take everyone out here. But what was really surprising for me was that how this Thai team's occupied it. I think one of the biggest factor was the 2 houses that both of them play here from the side of Narok as well as Purple Moon from the eastern side here. So many teams prioritize those compounds here. We see Bigatron going for the Storm, Box going for the Storm. We saw even Onyx as well went for the Storm.
Yeah.
Everyone was just contesting those compounds.
Because that was the safest place that I talked about before the final circle appears towards that section where it's out in the open. So at least towards those final few moments, you know you had some sort of security until the rest of the teams join you. But even so, Purple Moon hold their fort really well. And same goes to Narok for some time until, you know, there's just too much to handle when Box arrived to the party. But even Box had a problem marching forward. So the only great thing for Purple Moon is that they secured second place by not being as rash as Box Gaming. But Box Gaming secured that 4th place spot, which is pretty good for
But
themselves.
still, Box though, despite having poor performance from top 3 games here, you can see the previous top dogs from the C-Leagues here stepping up in this particular game. Box, Illuminate the Murder. I believe RQ, however, RQ is a bit unfortunate here, but let's talk a little bit more later on. But before that, let's take a look at the scoreboards for game number 4
Let's
in this
have a look
grand
at it.
finals.
Now, towards the bottom side, we see VIP Squad not getting anything at all in match number 4, followed by X Team with 1 point for rank, and RRQ. This is something that's shocking to me. Look, RRQ on the 14th place. This is not something that we see all day, while Yudu Gank getting positional points as well, coming with 3 points in total, coming in to 13th place, followed by Pure Skills in towards 12th, as well as Victim, Evos, as well as NRG. NRG getting 3 kills, not too shabby for themselves inside that compound, but let's wrap up the top 8 right here.
And of course, in the top 8 here, WoW will be on the 8th place here. Indonesian squad stepping up this particular round, and they pull themselves up towards the top here. 14 points, tying it with Onyx, who's got 10 kills in total from them. And Team Secret, 6th place here with 5 kills with 19 points, tying it with Bigatron on 5th place here with 19 points as well. However, they've got 9 kills. So huge round here coming from Bigatron, but 4th place place is going to be secured from Box onto 23 points here. Illuminator Murder will be in the third place here with 26 points and 7 kills, but Purple Moon will take the second spot with 8 kills with 30 points, but tying it with Golden Cat, who's having 8 total kills. However, in terms of placement, because of the chicken dinner, we'll have 38 points.
Yep, yes indeed. And looking towards the total ranking right now, teams are getting pushed up and down. As you can see, Gank now into 15th spot, followed by X Team over on the bottom. Onyx have a little bit of a push with that kill volume. That is a whole lot of kills in this map. And there's 2 more rounds for today before we hit into day number 2 of the Grand Finals. While coming into 13, a little bit of a push coming from the side of the Indonesian side, while Pure Skills NRG having a little bit of dip, but they are sharing the same points, 42 points. And right above them is Box Gaming, sitting at 10th place. Now, this is a really big shakeup as compared to what we always see in the league. Box Gaming always in the top 5, but now we see even big teams like EVOS struggling to find their way in towards the top 5 itself.
It's going to be a tough one here, but now in towards the top 8 here, there is a huge shift here because Bigatron will be climbing their way into the top 8 here. 7th place will be from the victim here who's falling down into the 55th place here. VIP squad, despite having 1 chicken dinner here, due to 2 games of really bad placements here, will be on the 6th place all the way from the top 2 here. And of course, Illuminator Murder will be on the 5th place here, clawing their way up with this particular game. And couple kills here with 65 points will be on the top 5. Team Secret will fall into the top 4 with 75 points here. But Purple Moon, 82 points with no chicken dinner. Golden Cat, 91 points with 1 chicken dinner. But still, of course, no surprises, RRQ maintaining the top spot. But before that, for those of you who have not watched the game of game number 4 here, let's take a look at the highlights for the Grand Finals of game number 4.
We see Onyx really stepping their game, wiping out VIP squad much early on as they just storm through the building, taking out X Team as well. And that's a total of 8 kills we talked about. And looking into the side of WoW Esports, they were just holding on to this small compound, but still emerged victorious in that fight. Purple goes into with some insane snipe, but this house is a house of blood and massacre. As we saw, all these guys were just pummeled out, but Box Gaming was making a rash decision. They crashed straight into the base, and now looking towards the final few moments, it was just Golden Cat taking the chicken there. And we congratulated them. Let's have a look into what Choo Choo has to say in the recap segment.
Hello guys, this is Choo Choo again from the analyst panel. We're back into the game of the day, Erangel, the favorite map of us all. So we know how every player really loves this map. They know every nook and cranny. So you're gonna see the flight path very stabilized, very centered. So it's very a win-win situation for all the players. But then looking at this flight path, those who are from the beginning base get the advantage to drop early on, while the rest of the team is going off to Stelber. We do know some teams that kind of fixed point, for example, RRQ, which is in Pochinki, which I'm amazed how Onyx actually challenged RRQ in Pochinki in the early phase of the game, which knocked a couple of their members out. So Onyx, speaking of this team, before that, the circle ended up in between farm and Milta area, a little bit more towards the farm. I'm going to speak about Onyx. They are on fire. Looking at this, they are ambushing Xavier, wiping off their feet off, even though Xavier is holding out their compound, but Onyx is literally on fire. First off, they're picking up and challenging RQ in Pochinki, and next they keep on just fight every single team that they see. And the control on Onyx Sky, and they don't hesitate at all looking at this state, just ambush in, waiting for the second backup. But the rest of the Xavier's team come back a little bit late, especially those on Dacia. If I'm not mistaken, it was that shot. So if only Xavier's team come a little bit early for the backup, maybe it's a totally different story back then. But looking at how the teams and the gameplay just now, this is the area that really have too much team fight going on. After one team, then another. For example, right now we're looking at Jughead. He's trying hard to survive, but there are 3 vehicles here which is actually on fire. There's the Dacia, there's 2 UAZ here. So it pretty much camouflage him for the time being, and this is a very good position for him to stay on, because we're looking at Purple Mood is having a hard time just trying to find him. The windows here is covering up by this vehicle, so Jughead being very patient, and the rest, if I'm not mistaken, Victim is passing by here. With that too much vehicle of a smoke going on, nobody actually realized Jughead is already there for some time. time. So by the time they realize Jughead is there, it's already too late because he got himself that position ranking by just sitting here. But for the rest of the team here, this compound, like I said, Purple Moon has been fighting this for way too long. After one team, then another. Because if you look for the second path here, second state, okay, Jughead finally is being cleaned out from the map. But after one team, another, there's another victim who just walked by on it. This is the state where I think victim, if only they drop off all at the same time, because I do realize the rest of the victim is kind of being segregated at this time being. They don't have enough manpower, so I don't know why Onyx just drop off here even though they see that there's so much people going on. I think it's a little bit of miscommunication as well as unfortunate judgment call by Onyx. If he didn't drop by here, probably he and Win can survive a little bit more longer. But at the same time, NRG were fighting against Box, who is actually taking the advantage to come in the last minute. NRG, which being now down with less manpower, having a hard time against Box, who Purple Moon fighting against BTR next. This is where Purple Moon having a very, very hard time because they are being outsourced so bad, which Box managed to get the advantage to go in and rush for Purple Moon instead for the next one. Looking at this state, like I said, Bigatron going in for Purple Moon, they having a hard time coping up with so much damage and loss by economical wise, while the rest of the team, like I said before, there's so many fights going on, but we don't see Golden Cat picking up the fight. So when did they come in? They come in like very, very late. If you see, there's only 2 Golden Cat left, but they are not rolling slot.
Yeah, and like there's only 4 spots in towards Berlin, 2 direct qualifications and 2 prelim rounds to be played. I mean, 2 teams will go through the global preliminary rounds, but now that we're back into Vikendi, let's break down the stats because these are some of the locations where teams might be dropping into. Now, to me, what really surprises me is that the early first few weeks, we see Team Secret dropping into creatures. Later on, they were moving towards Mubatra. So maybe this time, in these grand final rounds, it might be different, just like what we saw back in Erangel. And even teams like RRQ, they have a little bit of swap here and there. So what are your expectations now that we're going in towards this snowy map?
We cannot have expectations anymore. There's so many surprises up to the point I have no idea if the prediction will be right at all, because you can see how Erangel is totally a different game from what the prediction of drops are. And by the way, things are getting really, really heated up with that very cool map. And that is a very, very small map. You see how at first it started out with Sandhawk, very slow game and very slow pace. Right now, everybody is just climbing up and going on their momentum straight away. So, King of Vikendi, Bigatron, the favorites of Indonesia.
Yes, I gotta say that Bigatron, they usually drop in towards the corners of Tovar. They know how to control near towards the center of the map. As you can see that the average kills that they could get is 6.6 and a whopping 1,400 damage in total, and survival time always in the top 3. Most of this situation, 50% is a whole lot. I mean,
It's
look
a
at it,
lot.
5 weeks. And we have so many maps of Vikendi in those 5 weeks.
Consistency. I'm pretty sure they're really loving the map, even though most of them really hated it for Vikendi. But that 5 weeks of skirmishing, training, and just draining out your mental and physical is really worth the time. Looking at Bigatron, they are growing so much from first week until the 5th.
Yeah, and I gotta say that the Bigatron esports, they have so much expectations on the line. Everyone is rooting the name. The moment Ryzen gets a snipe, the moment Luxy shoots one hit down, the fans, they just raw and raw all across this whole stadium that we are at. Well, not exactly a stadium, I will call it. It's a great convention center, and we wish you guys are here, but when you guys are from home or elsewhere, we welcome you in, no matter where you're from. Now, we're slowly heading into this round number 5. There's a lot of action that could happen, but I think towards the final few weeks, we did saw a lot of different teams actually sieging Vikendi well. One Separate team, VIP as well as Illuminate.
There goes the buzzers going on, so we're gonna go into our 5th game of the day. 2 more games to go in the grand finals day 1. Vikendi map all over again.
All over again, as we can see, as going straight in towards this flight in a couple more seconds here, as we've already introduced this a whole lot. This is going to be a map that is somewhat small, but this gives a lot of options for towns.
Will it be Dino Park finally for the grand finals,
Well,
please?
are we going to meme this once again? Maybe.
well.
We haven't seen it ending inside of Dino Park, but if it does, I'll be damned.
I
I'll
know.
be damned.
I wish I got whatever I want. The water fights, the bridge fight, and so on.
The favorite one that we talked about was the one in between Cantra as well as Winery. And now looking at this flight, we're flying from the southeast side all the way in towards the corners of Dino Park as well as VR. So maybe it might just be there. Maybe.
I don't know, but looking at this, the flight path, usually the contradiction of the circle.
Contradiction.
Contradiction? Probably just a Contra stayed there.
There's also a Contra here.
Well, probably gonna end it up around Dobermesto or Cosmodrome all over again. We've seen Trevno Circle, we've seen Dobermesto a lot, a little bit south. And will it be the same thing all over again? We have to wait for a while looking at the drops here.
Look at Box Gaming. The arc close by towards not.
Oh my
The moment I want to talk about this, we're seeing a circle that's heading all the way up north. And look at VIP Squad. They're extending all the way in. They're extending it.
This is super pain circle. Looking at how the flight path just now, we just jinxed it again.
Oh my. I mean, like, well, no Dino Park ending like we always wanted to happen.
Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe. Not sure, producers, is there any way we could actually get that? But I don't think so. It's all by random. Now, and towards this circle, we see Evo's Esports in the
There's
middle
nobody
of
in the circle yet.
Yeah, nobody's possibly getting in, but the only few that could actually reach that section is probably Illuminate the Murder, followed by VIP Squad over on the Cosmodrome. They can cut across, but we do have our first blood. Senor gets knocked there by Illuminate the Murder.
Wow, that's so fast, and the Titans being faced off way too early in the game, but at this day, Purple Moon is happy. Nobody's contesting them like usual. I hope that's not many fights yet because we wait for the best.
The moment you speak of it.
Oh, I jinxed it again.
Oh, yeah. And Aro's going to carry that M16 on his hands. Still looking for Rick Gazelle, but Rick has already dashed away. A little bit of a quick taps coming in. It's not put... You can't really put the burst fire mode at this sort of distance anyways to actually land the shot. So
he tried. That what matters. He
well.
tried. That what matters, okay? But looking at this state, everybody is trying to push themselves out to the north, which a lot of teams gonna bomb into each other very soon, unless they take a longer rotation, a little bit to the west or east, and then only north. Then it's possible.
Yeah, and looking at Saber team, they are actually landing inside of the town where BAT loves to actually hang out on. And Onyx is occupying Abbey by the park. Mathwar's going to be able to actually get one more knock in his hand, so that's great news for Illuminate the Murder because we talked about it. They may not have that high kill volumes that we always see, and I predicted them to usually do well in this map.
Just with the micro Uzi, who cares? Just go with no vest. Who's scared? Just go in to get some kills here and there. Illuminate. You can never take them down, even if they don't have any vest or helmet, because it's just so good at controlling the guns and recoil.
Speaking of guns and recall, we do have the Tommy in the hands of On It. You can hear the fans just screaming for them to take down Team Secret, but that's not going to happen for now. Sinbi's only carrying that S6 shotgun.
He doesn't have anything on him. The only thing he has is just a shotgun. It's a wise decision to take a Dacia because they really need a super fast vehicle at this rate.
And speaking of that, this is the first few times we see Team Secret moving absolutely quickly because usually they will time the circle like we predicted them to do so, but look at this situation, it's a little bit more different. So Victim Esports gonna be in the middle of it all, not gonna be having much of a challenge for now. Box Gaming is going to slowly secure the loot all the way towards the top side of the section while RRQ is always in the same place in Goroka.
Okay, Box is really at the south of the map. Probably they're going to go in at the very late rotation. I've seen a lot of games, right? 4 games today. I've seen all 4. The team that really get the chicken dinner is the one that never picked a fight in the early game. They only waited. They waited for the last fights, which is really worthwhile, all their loot and utilities.
Well, it's an effective strat when you come in towards the competitive plays that's not in a league format, where if you are RRQ in a way, if you're as good as RRQ, you will pick up fights as much as you want, and you eliminate those teams to actually get yourself those positions secured. And with those,
Illuminate?
I mean, RRQ, eliminate the murder as well. There are some of these top dogs out there, and now that we see eliminate the murder, now knowing that they need to step up from this point onwards, all the way up towards the grand final round of day 2. And this is going to be a whole lot of pressure being stacked upon ILMN.
It sure do. And looking at this state, who do you think will actually advance to the grand finals? We're still in the first day, still have the chance for a second day. But looking at this state, there's no room for slacking at all for either of these 16 teams. What are your opinion on this?
Sorry?
You will go for the grand finals, are you? Oh my goodness, Contra.
Oh my. I mean, it's really hard to tell who's going to go towards the grand final rounds. Right?
From your perspective.
It's really tough to tell. The Malaysians did start out strong, but I'm not really seeing them having the same sort of fight that RRQ has. But they do have great strategies, though. Like, I really have to give it up to them when it comes to positioning. But even teams that are exceptional at positioning and sniping people off, like Bigatron, they're nowhere to be seen today. And it's quite sad for some of these fans that to see them fall off somewhere in the middle of a pack instead of reaching that top 5 that they usually would do in the league.
That's the thing, some teams actually saving up their strategy, not showing off too much in the league before then. But the thing is, at the current state, anybody can be at, not grand final, sorry, the world tournament, which will be in Berlin. Only 2 teams at the top 2 will secure themselves the slot, but another 2 will have to go in the preliminaries all over again, fighting the 3rd and 4th place. At the current state, Pure Skills is doing great as well.
Yeah.
Speaking of for the wild cards.
Well, I gotta say that the wild cards, we only get one of these guys to qualify, and they are in this really tough place to be because they are experts when it comes to Erangel, where you did see the first round itself of Erangel. They were actually securing some position. Look at Nier getting pummeled down by Alex early into his face as Golden Cat, the winners of last round, will now fall.
And looking at the current state, Team Secret got themselves already 1 chicken with only Micro Uzi just now changing into multiple guns here and got themselves finally some vests. Even though it's a level 1, they still need to loot up more while the rest of owning. You've seen them last game. They were on rampage. Keep on fighting one war after another. What happened to them? They were silent the first 2 games.
Well, I gotta say that Onyx Esports, they know that they need to step up their game. And in the last round, they actually challenged VIP Squad, and they also took out X team in that sense. They got a total of 8 kills. Moving towards the later phase of the game, that's where they don't really know where to position themselves, and they got picked off. And now that we're inside of a map that's somewhat similar to Erangel in a way, it's just going to be a little bit tough for them to, you know, try to find places where is really good for them to camp it out. And a lot of all these teams now opting to head towards the side of the port, and this is where Narrow Gaming usually shines brighter because this is where they usually drop from the get-go. And now that they're here, maybe there might just be some challenge coming from the side of NRG.
Okay, speaking of NRG, right, they're among the teams that you should really not look down to. They're always being silent all the game, sometimes being very passive. But when they're holding their fort, they're doing great. But VIP is still facing off Illuminate. Matoy is being surrounded with the rest of VIP, trying to sandwich him on one last take, and he will be killed. But he still got 1 kill secured by himself. I'm not sure why Yakuza didn't go for the flanks. Maybe they're not sure how many information they don't really have how the rest of Illuminate gonna join in, but Matoy is actually alone.
Matoy is still going for the flanks. He's all by himself, but he's playing it as if he's a one-man army. Spots out the head of Yakuza. Yakuza's gonna cut back towards the left side, slowly finding some angles straight towards the corners of Matoy. Martin's not gonna be giving him much of a support, but in this sort of a situation, I think Matoy possibly could just back away first and just wait for some backup coming in.
Oh, they are coming in.
Goddard.
And the rest of Illuminate gonna back up and giving covers for Matoy. While the rest of the team, Matoy, just have to build, maybe find a better position, but then he being clipped here off and there. Yakuza not gonna give in it off, trying to go and commit it to this fight. They are challenging Illuminate head on.
You can see that VIP squad having Benvi over in the corners of the trees here, still trying to go for the peaks. He knows that some members of Illuminated Murder are close by, but it's actually not inside of those buildings. So he could possibly just try to find a way to actually reposition himself to actually try to get some advantage towards the side of ILMN. But here comes Matoy, just trying to dash his way off with that snowmobile by the streets.
Snowmobile is one of the handiest vehicle in here, easy to control with that slippery terrain, as well as very fast, but no covers when it comes to being a barricade. Looking at Mawin and Zooms, they're just driving themselves in the rear. Very slippery, very risky move, but it's going to be worthwhile and super fast if they cut across there. Well, we're going to have to see if they're going to run into Box Gaming. There you go,
Taps.
Zooms.
Oh my, Box Gaming having only
they are
G by
committed
themselves.
to it.
Oh,
They
yeah.
really want to chase them.
It seems like Box Gaming is actually playing really aggressively. A couple of games they did actually secure great positioning, some great kills as well. But last game though, you were doing the analysis on how everyone was just collapsing upon the same house. But Box Gaming alongside with Purple Moon did survive.
Yeah.
But Box Gaming marched forward first. And
Which Purple Moon kind of run down of sources and need to
Yeah.
heal themselves up. They know time is the most precious thing in the game. You just postpone 1 second, it'll be a problem. But looking at the map right now,
looking at the map, we do see RQ has not really moved too far from Goroka. And this is going to zoom all the way in, still going to take some time, as the circle is not too different as compared to the first phase that we did see, as Evos could still take a late approach towards the circle. Box Gaming hugging by the corners of the shorelines of port. While Sababa, we do see Purple Moon is around the corner as well. Illuminated Murder is still inside of coal mine, while everyone is just colliding in towards the southern side of the port.
it's because of the circle. You know how to fight power in the southern side, but then suddenly switch into the circle of north. Everybody have to bump into each other either way. While looking at Purple Moon might jump into Eva soon, and Fox is nearby. But looking at that spray, Jaxi is down on his knees. Zio managed to secure the kill here. Probably the rest of Eva's gonna cover up and just giving a little bit backup for the time being.
Oh, bad news for the side of Evos Esports. They have to face off against Box Gaming, Purple Mood, and they're giving them a little bit of a chase. G going for the sprays towards the side of Jughead as well on that G36C. Gonna hop out the window. He does not have helmets or even the vests to actually give him a little bit of protection here. But Box Gaming, they will try to relocate because there's just so much of an open area for them that it's really tough to actually pick up the fight.
Exactly, but looking at current state, Evos is kind of down in manpower as well as the firepower. They don't have enough people in terms of number. While we're looking at Illuminate, they are holding this fort very well, while Pure Skills trying to penetrate it. But don't forget, WAW is covering them. Oh, Arm Joan managed to get that taps right on point. Beautiful spray just now.
Great control of the barrel, and now that is possibly going to be a kill secured if Armjun could reach in time. Waltz will not be able to do much, but alas, all the way down towards that last shot.
Oh, they got a new pen?
He's like waving the pen for a bit, is like thinking about it, but he's just going to let him bleed out.
No. You don't want to risk it. It's the grand finals, but it will be fun if we can watch a little bit of pen fight here and there.
Oh yeah, and now Pure Skills down to 3 men only. Alas is one of the top fraggers for Pure Skills, but Evos will be able to take one down. Not going to be able to finish them off as of yet. Waltz going for the spray down, straight towards the side of Takanomi. Taka just waltz it through.
Take no me, he said so. Don't take me yet, because we see the Indonesian team really want WAW to just survive, while Martin just joined in the fray. We have Illuminate holding off the outground, and Evos is racing a little bit with Purple Moon now in
Well, that looks like the ending of a Fast and Furious movie. Like
Yeah,
he's
it
dashing
was.
towards the high road instead. Now it's gonna rejoin.
It was a disappointment for a bit.
Oh. Yeah, it's been a long time, my friend.
I wish they have like car fights like last time though.
Oh yeah, I remember inside of Wrangle there was way too many fights for the vehicle fights. When you're on the vehicle itself, Aro just shadowboxing for a little bit. Now, we do see him coming with level 3 gear, so that's good news for some of these guys from Evos, but looking at Foxy, does not really have all the way too much, but let's have a look at the next
He's trying to
circle
make
right
it
here.
happen. This is very naughty. I really like when the players make picture shots. Sometimes you just knock somebody down off of the bat. And Louis trying to get the whole of a better angle. trying to get some couple of information to pass back to the team, just to scout how many teams are there in front of him.
There's just so much of a crowd in towards the central zone. Box Gaming now looking to actually find a way to take down some of these guys coming from the side of EVOS Esports. Box in the middle of this small hill. Might just be a great vantage point, but wow!
Civil
Kupao is
war.
getting sniped by his fellow Indonesian right there.
Yeah, there's a civil war going on because across this map there are exchanging bullets as well as looks. While the rest of Bigatron Luxy trying to get a better angle and position, going the other way around. While at the same time we do have EVOS as well around the corner. So it's all Indonesian team in one spot.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a rough run. Like either one has to fall to actually get themselves up. But you see Luxy, though he might just be from the same country, but at this point in time, only a few of them could actually have that sort of chance to represent Indonesia in
Only
the grand
two.
scheme of things in the global finals. Now,
Exactly.
Kupao's going to get a little bit more of a defensive options there. Got the UAZ, got the house as well. Could camp here for quite some time.
Runs above our rear, so Bigatron trying to get the vision right, changing angles a bit. But we do have NRG and Bigatron trying to get themselves, making sure every corner covered. Because we know whenever you open up fires, you're exposing yourself. You don't want to take it up by surprise by ambush of the other team from behind.
Yes, you can see that Luxy, one of the best snipers in the game, is going to put it out for a little bit more, but I'm just going to be able to find QB with a headshot. Here comes Waltz dancing across, and then he has to deal with all these guys from ILM. They're stuck by the corner. There's not much place to run, and it's only up to few in this situation, looking for Joan, and he will get knocked as well. Oh my goodness, this is looking bad as Pure Skills will be dropping out early into the sixth game.
Whole team wide by Illuminate the Murder. They are super aggressive like always, never hesitate for a moment. But after one fight, they have to pick for another one. There goes Double A Double taking up the advantage. They know Illuminate kind of down in terms of economy. And there goes the spray, trying to clip a little bit, but it's a little bit of a long shot. Missed couple of sprays there, didn't hit anybody yet.
He might as well just take out the Kar 98K. He had the sniper.
I was hoping
That was
that
enough
as
time
well.
for him to go for a snipe, but it's a little bit of a potato shot. But Kupao's going to turn into Spider-Man, jumping in towards the roof, and it's going to hide off for a little bit longer. As you can see, Illuminate the Murder has some high kill volumes in towards match number 5, and later on we'll have one final game of the day, and I'm looking forward for that because looking into this past few rounds, it's always those that are a little bit more passive, but I think the final round, it should be back in Erangel, if I'm not mistaken. That's going to be forcing them to play a little bit more tactically as well as offensively. as we
You
see.
know, these guys, they really love Erangel. There's no way they're going to play passively in that classical map everybody loves about. So I think they will be all out for Erangel map because one, you hesitate, you're going to get taken over by another team.
That's true, that's true. That's what the captain of Team Secret did say. Less of a hesitation is always a good thing.
Oh, that's true. But looking at Box right now, they really need the chicken. Looking at this circle, who's going to shrink anytime soon. It will be between Port, Krichas, as well as Coal Mine. A little bit more to where the south of Port. Everybody going to cramp out, skirmish their way into the safe zone, which every single team's 15 team in a very, very small compound later.
Box Gaming still hugging by the corners of the hill, having a little bit of good angles, but no teams are passing by as of yet. Meanwhile, RQ is just slowly moving ahead. VIP squad, their plan usually is pretty simple. They will just slowly walk into the later phase of the game, slowly hugging by the edge of the circle. Now, back to the side of Illuminate the Murder. Do you think that they should pick up this fight against WoW?
That's the thing I said so before. Yes, you can be super aggressive, but problem is you don't have all the utilities to just be surviving till the late game. Might actually saving up, but then we're talking about Illuminate the Murder as well as RRQ here. They are very good when it comes to picking up fights, almost win it, like 80% winning it, unless they're taken off by surprise. That's how you just take them down. But for Illuminate right now, they are not really doing great in the game. So they might want to play a little bit safe, not challenging too much. At the current state, yes, Martin is bailing this.
But speaking of them not performing all too well in the past rounds, now they did secure 5 kills. At least that is a good sign that whether or not if they reach the top 1 spot, that's 5 points secured for them. So just reaching the top 3 itself is pretty sufficient to actually get really good positions. And looking towards the corners of Purple Mood, they just dove right into this section here where Illuminate the Murder might just be able to actually find yet another victim in this spot.
Oh, they are actually challenging Purple Moon. Everybody is making sure they camp themselves in very comfortably and getting good defensive compound. While looking at Jasper, that's a questionable scope there.
He's like aiming at his own ally. Is he gonna shoot Jasper?
Are you okay,
Or
Jasper?
CZ in the head?
I'm just too tired to play now. We're almost at the end of it. One more game to go after this. Erangel map will be the last one.
Well, I wonder how long did all these players actually train, because they only had 2 weeks to actually prep for
Well, they trained for
this
5
grand
weeks.
finals. Yeah, they did have back-to-back rounds for 5 weeks straight, and they never stopped. The moment that they reach back into the hotel rooms, they've been playing and planning out the next games, and it does land directly into port. This is where Onyx is smacked right into the middle. They don't really have to move as of yet, and NRG, they have been dominating this place for such a long time. Mata is going to go for the taps. Going to be able to find Jasper from the cross.
Almost there. If you pop your head, you might get a snipe away in the headshot. But looking at this, he's really aiming for that UAZ. Not giving them off while CZ is on a bike, just escaping and bailing this vicinity entirely. We have Jasper a little bit late exiting out. But they're doing okay for now. Mata still going for it, committed to the fight, while Box just going to join in the fray. I think now it's kind of stuck there.
Yeah, he's going to be alone by himself, but Box Gaming slowly crashing towards this compound. Might just zone away the rest of Illuminate the Murder. Some of these top teams will collide as Purple Mood. They've won 1 game today, but will that be actually doing much? Oh, it's going straight into the fight.
Oh, this is, I don't know who will win this fight, because we know even though Armjo is alone, but then, there you go, the UAZ explosion. CZ just finished him off. What was he thinking, driving off like that straight into the cliff there?
Such a rash move coming from Armjo, something that's not really something that we always see in the usual league that we been casting for. And Purple Mood just got themselves a freebie the moment that he just dove right in. He thought that, oh, it's just going to be 1 member of Purple Mood, but joke's on him now that Illuminate the Murder is down to 3 men. And there's more fights going on towards the top side. What's going on towards the side of Saber team? We do see them challenging BTR.
Well, Saviors just bumped into WAW, but Rabies got caught up in a sandwich here. And Myoman just gonna open fire against Rabies. There goes the pixel shot on the stone there. We're gonna see a lot of teams in this very, very particular compound right now.
Up the nade, lobbing straight towards the side of Rabbits. Might just actually land perfectly. He is just bombarded, but here comes Zico joining into the fray as well. And RG holding the fort, but that is another nade. He is getting taken down. That is just awful movements coming in from the side of Zico, and that will be X team getting depleted. NRG takes those kills.
There's 1 more left for Xavier's team, while NRG just gonna change a position for now because it's not very good in terms of position. They cannot get the angle right for the rest of the team. There are so many teams coming up from the behind. Look at this, everybody skirmish themselves and crawling into the safe zone with the blue pressuring. Some of them are rotating very late. Look at the cars there, look at that, Bigatron.
Bigatron Esports going ahead against Illuminate the Murder. They take down Illuminate, and you hear everyone in this place just going insane. Luxy just trying to salvage what he can, picks up all the loots, and my oh my, Illuminate the Murder. Like I said, they had 5 kills, but that was not enough.
Crazy play by Bigatron there, ambush straight on 4 people in against Illuminate, wipe them off the feet. While the rest of them, Saviors still have a couple of members left, but NRG is in the same state. Evos only have 3, 1 casualty around there somewhere, and Team Secret silently crawling inside the fray as well.
Yeah, you can see a crate dropping straight towards the side of Narrow Gaming as they will find Golden Cat members there, knocking a couple of bullets straight towards the side of Cuvée, and Victim Esports having the houses to actually hold on to Yudu Gangs by the corner. They still need to march forward. Rabbits put the spray down there, will be able to clip Rick Gazelle towards the edge there with that pixel shot. Pretty sick pot shots, tapping it, and Rabies just spraying through, hoping for some lucky trades there. But over on the back though, there's more action coming in.
Oh, Raven's going in alone. He's really infectious. Looking at this, they finish off Alexer there as well. While Victim exchanging fire against RRQ. We have Bigatron fighting against a Golden Cat. Emos going for the Civil War owning there.
Oh my goodness me. Team Secret, they may have lost one member, but they can still stand against X Team, as X Team has already bleeded out a whole lot. Onyx gonna be able to find one, as well as Nick managed to go in for a slap there. Steal 9K with the G36C challenges RRQ once again, and there's a little bit of trading in between as Golden Cat joins in the party. Now looks for Ernie. Ernie gets slapped away. This is gonna be a great stuff as Steal 9K takes down Ernie. That secures the kill.
A disaster
Oh no!
for RRQ.
Mupparang! Mupparang is still in the way.
What? What the heck just happened?
And
That
you
was
can see
evil.
the world is at war. Everyone hugging by the edge of the next phase. This is going to be tough, but Purple Mood, they are trying to push towards the side of Box Gaming as well as Onyx. BTR is over the edge as well, so there's 4 teams. 5 if you want to include Evo's Esports, and everyone's just in for this party that's about to happen in a couple more minutes.
Exactly, well, Purple Moon trying to get the right position, and there goes the Molly Dream thrown off here and there. So many smokes being popped, and we're looking at Bigatron slowly crawling in from the behinds, while Purple Moon trying to hold it right, going charging in here. We have now gonna fight against Nick there.
Oh, Onyx getting invaded into his territory. Nick's gonna be able to survive, but that's a nade straight towards the side of now and pops him down on the ground. Nick will be able to escape out of that situation. Goes back in for some backups there. As you can see, Onyx still survives.
Crazy nades that are done by this team. Always on point, not straight away. We'll have Bigatron trying to fight off here. We have Purple Moon holding the ground, Onyx and Box. 4 teams in this small compound. 11 teams still there. 33 people alive. Who will get this chicken dinner, the 5th game of the day? Eva's still there around the corner for Aura.
Oh my goodness, RRQ Athena dropping out into the 12th place. Now there is a high chance for all these Indonesian squads to actually emerge victorious. As you can see, there's still Bigatron as well as Onyx. But over the back, Golden Cat, Otto takes down the sniper of Bigatron. Luxie is down. He needs help from the side of Ryzen. It should be supported real soon. But Zuxi is trying to find the right place, trying to flank the rest of Golden Cat. Can he actually do much, because Max is slowly backing off? They are by the corners of the wall. It's not going to be much of a great angle for him to work with.
There's a ballsy move done by Zuxi. They're 1 versus 3 at this point, but at the same time, Golden Cat is actually tunneling around Victim. Who is actually in front of him is Zuxi Bigatron. Nonetheless, they're getting a couple of taps here and there for all the teams. They're taking a long shot fight as we speak.
Looking in towards the bottom side of the bridge, we do have Victim Esports just surrounding the rest of Foxy. That's going to be a little bit of smokes right in front of Otto to give him a little bit more room to fight off against Victim Esports, which is just right below it. And Golden Cat, they are trying to do a little bit of a push, but Box Gaming, they are stuck in a situation. On it's down, and here comes Victim Esports. They want to take down the rest of Yudu Gang as Jimboy falls down short, and Fox will be able to get a headshot. Jimboy is down once again. Gig will be finished up, and you can see Victim just emerge with another kill.
With a UMP9 that far off shots, what the heck was he thinking?
That was just insane. That I gotta see that again. And now we see Fnatic just slowly trying to save Luxie. Golden Cat still keeping up with the pressure. They've already got 1 chicken dinner. Box Gaming having Lewis damage down. Rise is gonna go in for the springs, challenging the rest of Purple Mood. And they will have to back away for now. The circle slowly marching forward there, headed towards the side of Box Gaming. They're sharing the same compound with On It. As you can see, Zuxi takes out Mouse. And there goes Bibu outside of the zone. There's 6 more teams left, and everyone is being forced into this fight.
There goes Big Whip, almost 1 more left. We have Maxis to hold on his ground to fight against Bigatron, but he's out in the open at the rope. Victim trying to get the position and angle right, trying to get Maxis down. Oh my goodness, Maxis, even though he's a 1-man army, managed to make so much damage there.
Securing the kill, pushing straight towards the side of Victim. He does have all the angles, looking for Win, but Win may be able to take down the rest of the Cat. Sit down, good night. This is your top 5. We have Bigatron, we have Victim, on Nick Esports, as well as Box over in the corner. So there's 3 Indonesian teams. These guys are going on a frenzy, but can Box Gaming outlast these guys from Onyx?
Exactly what we're looking at. Box Loki just at the next of the wall against the Onyx team. They were on a frenzy, like you said, the last game. They are still in this game with just a micro Uzi on Louis. Will he manage to make up the fire rate power here? But looking at CZ, trying to get a couple of sprays here. Not managed to get clipped anybody yet.
Zone slowly closing in towards the side of Purple Mood. They're trying to smoke things up. Same goes to Bigatron. They know that these guys are out there, so they are lobbing these random nades as Natic tries to actually prone himself away. They're trying to crawl into his last situation, and you can see the spray down straight from the side of Lewis. EXC takes down one more member from the side of Purple Mood as all of them goes in dancing. It's just getting smoked up. This is just going crazy. What is going on over on the back though? You see things are just getting real tough. They don't really have that much vision. They're going for the invade. Natic takes down that one. Oh no!
GSC going for the sprays. This is a massacre and a disastrous moment for all the team. Everybody just going on a killing spree. Louis trying to go for more. Buck, big pressure from the side. He's not looking at
There goes
Louis.
Now down to Marco as well. GE rises, cutting across the corners of the house. Everyone's going in for the party. Closes the door. Nick's still alive. He does clip a little bit, bullet straight towards the side of Ryzen. Ryzen, 60% health. He hops right outside. But here comes Banyu. Banyu will be taken out cold. Bigatron Esports dominating, 4-man strong. Looking for all these victims. 9 kills. They need that double digit. They're marching forward. Onyx will find Natic outside.
Oh, this is the box position. This is only one person fighting two Indonesian teams. A civil war with one Vietnamese person there. And it seems like they are fighting against one.
The moment you speak of it.
Box is out of the game. It's 2 teams left, and it's Bigatron.
It's going to be an Indonesian victory nonetheless. It's either Bigatron or Onyx. Here comes the fire inside the house, and they're marching right outside. Matthew's down, and here comes the hunt. One by one, they fall. Bigatron stepping it up, but it is still going to be Sky. Bigatron Esports taking victory in this match, number 5.
The youngest team there is for Bigatron, young or not. They're wiping off everybody off the map and managed to get themselves the 5th chicken dinner of the day. This is crazy play by the Indonesian team. They are on a frenzy rampage.
And when we talk about this team not really getting that sort of victory, and now they get every one of these crowds up on their feet as they cheer out loud for their hometown favorites.
Yeah, and looking at the current state, it was a really intense fight the last few circles. Everybody just on a massacre, bloodlust moment. Everybody just shoot anybody they can see. If they have friendly fire, might accidentally shot somebody of their teammate.
Well, I gotta agree with you right there. Such an intense matchup by the corners of the port as everyone snuck tied, and it could have been anyone's in that sense. It was Box, Onyx, Pure. I think it was Purple Mood as well. That was by the corner, followed by Golden. Or could it be a repeat of one of these guys who already won a single chicken dinner? Because we have different winners for round 1 all the way up to round 5. Now round 6, could it be the same story as we see this sort of trend?
There's no team winning 2 chicken dinner yet for the day, which was counter reverse, totally not the same as the league before. And speaking of the confidence level, we might add the slots for the finals later in the global tournament. But looking at the buzzers, we're gonna head on. Final game of day 1, Grand Finals, PMCO League. No, C Grand Finals.
PMCO C Grand Finals, here we go. Erangel once again. This is going to be the classic one once more as we will see all these teams collide before we close the curtains for match day number 1 and prepare for day 2. Day 2 is going to be some sort of a similar format as well as we see the flight taking path all the way from the northwest section. This is going to be something that is really different as compared to what we've seen previously.
Oh, I hope this is a balanced, very balanced fight, crossing across Pachinki and up to Novo. We know Team Secret is not fixed to 1 drop points here because Bigatron as well as RQ are really taking up their points of dropping. But looking at this state, they are doing great actually.
I can say that they're doing fantastic. And looking at the drop spot here, they are hopping off, heading towards the southern side instead. Maybe they might loiter around the Gatka region as well if they could not reach Quarry. And EVO's Esports, we talked about them before that they like to hit into South George. This is where this area is going to get condensed because Golden Cat opts to actually hit North George instead. So they will be the noisy neighbors, while Onyx Esports will be the same old for their side as they manage to secure themselves the Gatka region. Now, inside of military base, what's going to happen? Oh, what's going on here?
Straight off the bat, Jackhead has been running a lot because Zico trying to run him over. Look at that, just getting himself covered in that very small compound. Still have nothing on him. At the same time, trying to get some loot, which is not favoring him at all.
Oh, Jughead's gonna have the Tommy! And there goes a headshot straight towards Zico. He's gonna regret driving all the way across, and joke's on him now that he's down on his knees. Rabbit's only having the pistol in hand. Now, pistol versus the Thompson.
Yeah.
Now, it's gonna be hard. I've seen situations where the pistols could actually pull off some miracles. But is this the day we see that pistol kill in this early phase of the game against Jughead? 34 versus 20.
Oh no, looking at Zico, but then he's running out of bullet. There's the rest of the team. Will it be enough for the bullet to hold up? Because we have one more Xavier's Rabies. He's actually on the other side. Karma hits him hard, by the way, for Xavier's team.
Yeah, that was really rough for them, and EVO's Esports now dominating this section here. Rabbit still by the corners of the bush, trying to camouflage himself. Poor guy. I mean, he got the bag, he got the vest, but no weapons. Well, if he wants to get some energy drinks, no problem. Oh, okay. All right. We keep it this way. We'll just let him sneak past and see whether or not EVO's could just secure kill number 2. Okay, Jughead's gonna pass by. He can actually get those angles right. But Jughead's, he's got no clue. He's got no clue at all.
I have no idea. It's just a handgun. Rabies is holding, trying not to be nervous, holding, clenching his teeth. I'm sure of it. Don't move, not even a muscle. With only a bush, a camouflage, they have no idea for EVOS. And they just flee away, giving the life for Rabies to be infectious for another day.
I think for EVO's Esports, it's like another episode of X-Files. It's like, do. What's going on? It's a mystery. Where did he go? Is this a UFO or something? But of course, jokes aside, looking at the first phase, it is covering mostly on the mainland. Some portion of Sonaska military base that favors the side of WoW Esports. Now, EVOS, they managed to actually head towards a different section. They don't really want to chase on to X Team anymore. But Bigatron Esports, inside of Novo Ripnoye, they stole this compound away from the side of Team Secret, because if Team Secret were to land here, they will have to pick fights after fights after fights. So they opt to actually change it towards the section of Primos instead. So what are your thoughts on the town of Primos? Do you think this gives Team Secret any sort of an edge as compared to anyone else?
I think they studied a lot for Team Secret to see the drop points for other team, because as we can see, they're not contested at all at Primos, so it's not really a bad drop. But looking at the loot though, sometimes it's okay, decent enough, but well, Primos being Primos.
Well, well, I gotta say, sometimes the town could be really quiet. Would often be visited by either Victim Esports or some other Indonesian team that would like to actually drop there. At times, even Golden Cat would do so as well. But it's a really rare occasion for them to drop inside of Primos while you do gank. It's usually on the northern section, while Box Gaming secures one of the biggest towns out there, other than Pachinki. That's Yusnaya Polyana, because not just comparing the size, you have so many of these apartments where you could just slowly divide yourselves into 4 men. If you really do have the whole town by yourself, you can stack up all the loots that you can get, while Eliminate the Murder will be inside Rosal.
Well, there always this same dropping point for Eliminate the Murder as well as their queue, but the rest of the team, we are kind of gambling either, like, well, VIP still on the school though, they didn't change. Usually they're gonna fight against BAT, which is not in the tournament now, so there's nobody contesting them.
Speaking of VIP squad, now, this is something that is really interesting. They start out strong, they got the first chicken dinner. Second game, a little bit shaky, but still respectable run. Third game, fell flat. I think it is a little bit of a dip of momentum after the first one.
Maybe
like,
they're just exhausted as well.
I guess like they actually plan out sign out really well, but for other matches, it's gonna be really tough for you to always read back to what you planned for during those off-season time. And I gotta say that 2 week of a break did give all these players some really good rest and for some really good practices too.
I think most of them are practicing, and maybe some of them really change their tactics entirely because we see so many teams actually step up their games today. We've never seen Golden Cat this aggressive before. They were always the last bottom of this chart, but looking at this day, they are climbing and got themselves at second place as we speak. So there's a lot of teams that exchanging places here and there, especially Illuminate. They are not performing at all for the first day.
But if you think about Eliminate the Murder, as much as they didn't really get too much of those, high kill volumes, they did still secure 21 kills, which is a respectable amount. They're right now sitting with 71 points. So if they really do get that chicken dinner, that's 30 points. They could possibly push themselves to the top 3.
Anybody can still push themselves up with this last game, but we still have another day to go for tomorrow. Speaking of Illuminate again, they have been killing a lot, but not good placement points for the past 5 games as we see
They are
before.
still the kings of Erangel
yeah.
after all, for a reason. I'm not counting out
Well,
them
that's
out
true. That's
so
true.
soon because we still have day number 2, but
And like you said, if they manage to get chicken dinner, they might push themselves up in the first ranking because it's not that far off.
yeah, I definitely have to just point it out. And even Icy Baby 1-2 did say that if you mess up first 2 rounds or so, you might have a couple of chances left, but the chances get slimmer as you go, depending on how you do on each and every game. So if they really want to push themselves forward, they gotta not only take out all the top guns, they gotta find their way into the top 3 and secure double-digit kills.
Well, speaking of the position again, making sure you got the top 3 placement. We're looking how migration will happen very soon. Where will the circle end up? Is this circle very familiar?
I want to see it end in Pachinki or the top of Mount Gatka.
We've seen outskirt of Pachinki. We never see inside Pachinki exactly, right?
Well, we did see it end
Once.
inside of Pachinki that
Once,
day
I think.
when it did zoom all the way in and pushes everyone to actually heal up. And even RQ alongside with Araf, they secured that place for such a long time. And at the end of the day, it was Purple Moon that took in the chicken dinner. That was week number 5, but now we see a fight.
Golden, like we said, they have been aggressive this game, taking and picking off fights every single time. Going against Saver, but Neris is alone here while the other rest of the team kind of have to cross the bridge if they want to have some backup. Box being pressured a lot, but none of the spray hits. For Neris still going on tabs with Saver's teammates.
Spots out the rest of Savior's squad. As you can see, Deadshot soaking a little bit more damage. Rabis is not left harmed, but that's a lot of taps straight into the UAZ. It might just actually smoke up. Great work there coming from the side of Naris with that M4 control, but not going to be finding Cuvée at all. And you can see Deadshot just trying to slowly drive this to the
smoke,
ruins.
by the way, from that UAZ. They really need to change vehicle. It might blow up anytime. Looking at
This is going to be bad. I don't think they should have done this, but D2 is chasing off Eliminate the Murder, but there's a lot of replies straight coming from the side of Matoy as he hops right back into Zazia. He's going to sprint off as well, but like I kind of predicted, the circle will zoom straight into her center here, which loiters around Pachinki as G9 chased them all off.
Well, looking at this day, Pachinki is the most comfortable position for RIQ, but then they're always taken up by surprise. G9 trying to scout as much as possible, getting themselves better loot. All got decent level 2, but they really need to take up fight with level 3 ones. Well, looking at this, Pachinki will be super crowded soon.
Yeah, before the calm before the storm, we do see all these guys loitering around the central, more towards the northwest somewhat. Evos is going to be able to take up all the loots straight up from the airdrop as Matthew will be challenged by Ernie. Ernie's going to be able to find Matthew, and I don't think there's any way to actually save him in that situation.
Straight away being wiped off the map. Matthew have to obey. The damage being done is too much with 2 versus 1, not favoring him at all, even though he's the scout of the team. While the rest of Evos don't want to join in, they will build this, getting that information. While WAW, look at that, this. Another civil war for the Indonesian teams.
Wow, trying to clip off against Victim. Victim already having quite a rough start. You can see Oro now takes down Sinbi alongside with D2E, also finding Onyx. Now, a lot of all these Indonesian teams are at war while D2E is trying to find the hit of EXC. Gonna bring him down to 50%. I don't think that he will be saved by Onyx at all. He will have to just bow out and just play with just 3 men in that situation. So EXC slowly crawling his way. Now taking a little bit of taps, but Sky's gonna go in with a little bit of reply. Here comes Nick as well, but D2E will finish off EXC nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly. There's no way it's too far for the rest of Onyx team to save him while Nick and Sky have to bail for the moment. Well, Eva Jaxi being countered there. Straight face on Jaxi. One last tap. That's a crazy control.
That
Managed to get one knock for Team
That's
Secret.
Members down from the side of Team Secret. Biu still trying to get this. It's going to be Foxy being brought down there by the captain of Team Secret himself. Dixie's still trying to give him a little bit of helping hand, popping some painkillers. Not going to be able to actually crack those nades. So Steel 9K is going to go in with the smokes, covering Sinbi. This is going to be a 3-on-2 trade-off, but this is going to be time for Dixie to actually do something. Oh, the nade lofts a little bit too far. Here comes the raid, and it just bounces all the way too far once again. Here's another attempt coming from the side of Sinbi, straight towards the side of the UAZ. It's going to land a little bit short, but that one might just clip over the side of Foxy. Oh, Foxy manages to heal himself up.
That's a lot of nades being thrown by Team Secret. They're really committed to fight against 2 of Eva's members here, while BB trying to get the vision done, and Jaxi managed to get Team Secret.
Oh, he got grabbed away. Sinbi Neo goes in for the drive-by.
There goes Eva's out in the open, and we're looking at 54 teams left. No, sorry, 15 teams left. 54 players left, and I think EVOS is the first one to be out.
Oh yeah, it's definitely the first one to fall, and you can see a little bit of a disappointed faces in the front of the crowd if you guys are here in Jakarta. But Martin, on top of this roof, getting a lot of field of view, getting some vantage point, spots out Golden Cat by the corners of the church, while Otto, playing by the ditch, finds out Martin, trying to line those shots on that M24, going for the prone, trying to stabilize it. Can he actually land it towards Martin?
This is risky because he still got level 1 helmet and vest. If only Martin managed to snap his head off, straight away it will be knocked for Otto. It's not really a great position, but at the same time, Martin, he's looking the other way. But he knows now, giving off the Otto open fires, exposing his position.
Now he's going to be a little bit more cautious, as you can see that Golden Cat already getting the crosshairs pointed at from the side of Martin, as he will hop down. Now, the thing that separates normal basic player compared to the pros is that they know how to find different advantages from different sections of the town. And speaking of that, RQ, they like to actually hit down south with the widths of Pachinki and hit towards this point where they can clip off anyone that drives through the farm area.
Oh no, Nick just got finished off by Victim, another civil war. They have been fighting against each other for the Indonesian team. Keep on bumping very near of the same vicinity. Well, Onyx, you don't want to be flipping here out in the open. He's being pressured a lot, and this might just clip his HP really low.
Only a couple of HP left.
Oh my
Stitching
goodness. Last clip. But it seems like Banyu still wants to go in for Sky. He really needs the cover he needs, but it's not just enough. He's the last
Oh, there we go.
Well
Onyx takes out Onyx. Well, just giving him the big frag right from the roof. That was such a big one coming in. And now
finish off the whole
Gyroscope
team.
joining in.
Exactly. Well, Victim still holding out the fort around Pachinki. Like you said, you want Pachinki fight, you got it, Contra.
Oh my. But I won't really guarantee that it will end inside of Pachinki. Most likely, when we see it hovering towards the side of Pachinki, it'll be in the outskirts instead of the whole town itself, as we see RQ still having a little bit of standoff against Narok Gaming. We've seen it a whole lot of times during the league, and it's just sniping fiesta for both these guys.
Oh my goodness!
Like I said, outside
this is
of
a
Pachinki.
punishing circle. It was actually in the bridge area too.
This is familiar. We've seen this before. 2 rounds. One in somewhere week 2, another one somewhere across early stages of the week number 5. Now, this is where things get interesting. Whoever wants to book Fair Pure could have a little bit of room, but later on, much later on, it's going to be tough for the guys coming from that section. But whoever's at the location where BTR is at is going to have a little bit of control with those angles, but Bigatron Esports, they're hugging by the corners of the shoreline here, trying to get those advantages straight. As not giving drive straight into it.
They know the bridge more than anybody else for Bigatron, but looking at this state, that circle is super deceiving. One moment we thought it would be at center, then straight into the south. Will it be a bridge fight?
Bridge fight?
Probably.
I think it's going to be tough to actually get that, but again, NRG, they managed to spot out Bigatron Esports by the top of the, what I like to call the Lighthouse Town if you do play the PC version of it. But in this version, you don't really have the lighthouse. You only have like a small little hut there where you can just try to work with that pigeonhole.
And looking at Bigatron tunneling over Victim, which is going to bump into NRG. This is a death trap for NRG. Has been waiting while Bigatron trying to keep the tabs on Victim. Being knocked first is that NRG still going for the sprays. It seems like they committed to take the fight and taking the advantage of a situation. Vil is being flipped and drifting that buggy. He was off the buggy.
Great control coming from Rick Gazelle. Going with the spray downs there, bringing some health down from those guys right across. But Eliminate the Murder is not too far away. So they have to pick the closest fight that they can get. This is going to be Narrow Gaming getting surrounded. They fend off against the guys from RRQ. And now Eliminate the Murder. This is Yakuza looking for Mawin. Oh my goodness, Marco!
Last hit of Tab. What a lucky! It's not even one hit. One sneeze, he can be knocked straight away.
Even a scratch, one little scratch right there, it would have been him being knocked out, but Ryzen managed to actually take down on it right there. A couple of nades being flunked there from the side of Narrow Gaming, while Eliminate the Murder trying to actually take the lower side of the end.
By the way, I can't move on. Oh my goodness, how lucky can he get for Marco?
Well, and I guess like there's more rounds to go, because Box Gaming, they still have all 4 members intact. Eliminate the Murder, they are #1 in the league, but today it doesn't seem like the champions of the league could possibly secure themselves that top 1 position as of yet. But in this position, they are going to possibly fight off against Narrow Gaming as well as Team Secret, who's already being damaged much earlier on.
They don't want to be in this vicinity too long because we are going to see RRQ might join in the party while Illuminate trying to get themselves covered for every angle possible. Martin being super cautious, the rest of the team trying to jump to see if anybody is playing the prone game while they go straight away with prone because it seems like there's nobody else sharing them this area. But little did they know, there's one more team straight up ahead. We have Pure Skills Victim right at the outskirts here, and there goes the sprays from QB.
QB just slowly trying to actually snipe away the helps of Banyu. Spots out Kuve as well. He's going to be going into rotation. Look at that 6-time spray on that M4. That is that sort of control that is so beautiful. That this is why we love professional PUBG Mobile.
Exactly, and there are always new plays that we can learn from them. Looking at QB, trying to get into UAZ, then on second thought, he just wanted to change his angle to go for Banyu. He's gonna make sure he's denying his mobility on this Dacia, trying to blow it up instead.
And the circle is still zooming straight in towards the patrol station where Eliminate the Murder is at, followed by Team Secret, Victim, as well as Narrow Gaming. Narrow Gaming always camping on the bridge. The E2E managed to go in with the snipes and just kills off the rest of You Do Gang.
Wow, that's a lot of alert going on. They are really their reaction time is crazy for RRQ. It's like just less than 1 second straight away tapping off and got every team wiped. And looking at Xavier, they are sharing the compound with Team Secret, trying to tunnel on RRQ. D2E being super cautious, making sure they're not staying in one point, just keep on moving around. They know a lot of teams are watching for their placement here.
Sinbi Neo, we saw him driving past the guys of Evo, securing that first knockout, and we see all the rotations coming across Purple Moon, player skills. Wow, Golden Cat, everyone going on a frenzy, going in for a party in the middle of Gaika. As you see, now it's going down for the spray downs here, and you can see all these guys, alas, will be wiped away. They will fall short, but Bigatron Esports will secure a whole lot of kills in that situation. Here comes Takanomi, getting those taps in towards the hut, knocking down some of these guys from Golden Cat as they are being pummeled down with nowhere to run. not much places to hide.
But Oro trying to get the A done, and they're pincing themselves. A lot of teams are growing and walking and crawling into the safe zone, making sure they got the last game on their side. We have Illuminate, Purple Moon in the same place. Martin trying to get some of the tabs, and it seems like there goes, will it be a Kobe?
Oh, there we go!
Crazy nice there!
Oh my goodness, Martin, the moment he flicked the nade, he brings out his M4. He immediately gets that kill, but he will be knocked out by Jasper and says, an eye for an eye. And now we see Illuminate the Murder already having all these health slowly depleting away. Godet's going to be able to go in with the support. Zooms is being sent out to actually scout out ahead. Let's see, does he have any sort of magical nade? Just like how Martin just go in with that one.
And looking at this Golden Cat being cramped up in a very small space to work with, while Zoom is the next one who's picking off on Golden Cat. They're having, well, a lot of people been bullying Golden Cat in this round, though. Everybody's trying to nitpick them every single time.
Yeah, but there's nothing much that can be done. You are smacked in the middle of the fields of Gatka, just in time when Pure Skills was rotating alongside with everyone that was coming in from the northern side. So it's just tough luck in that sort of situation. While Rick, although he has 4 men, they're not really in the best of spots because Luxy, they are trying to clip off some of these guys from NRG. And this section of the control station is not all too safe anyways.
Looking at this, trying to spray some tabs. Luxy trying to get the kill. Oh, Takanomi on the other side of the map. What happened?
He blew himself up. What? What's going on?
What happened to WAW just now?
Circle slowly favoring the side. And VIP squad charging into the fight as well. Kupao's gonna go in for the spray downs there as they see a whole lot of vehicles coming by. Michael's down on the ground, still slowly bleeding out. Jumper's gonna reply in response. And from the side of Jumper, he's trying to charge himself back into 100%, losing a lot of health on the helm.
But he needs to move. Looking at the current state, he's really will be pushed into the blue zone. While Kupao, looking at this, they're trying to keep on the pressure for Box Gaming as well as Purple Moon right across the field. We have Golden Cat still on the run. But this is bad position for JRX. One nade can finish him off.
How can he get out of this place?
He needs to get out, but I don't know. He cannot. This is bad. This is bad. It's possible. You have to crouch yourself while jumping in on top of that Dacia. Jasper trying to get on Kupao.
Oh, that random snipe! Oh, what? D2E snipes it off, and now Jasper's trying to steal it off away. Could he actually finish the kill? A couple more taps, and Jasper secures that kill.
That is sick from D2E, and he's pissed right now. I'm sure of that. He'll kill Silmine, and then seems like Kupao will be the next victim as D2E is stealing the vision on him.
Now looking at his crosshairs here, he's got that mini 14 at the ready. He could possibly go in for a couple of taps over the side of WAW. Jumper all by himself, still trying to survive top 13 situation as we see X team just getting the same compound with Sinbi and Neo. Sinbi will be able to finish off Rabbits with that headshot.
And trying to get for more, but there's so many teams just crampling over this place. And we have Cuvée still holding his position, not to be discovered yet, don't want to expose too much. We have RQ out in the open, but VIP just got themselves in the middle of box, WAW and RQ. This is a bad position for them.
Looking at RQ's position, they do have a whole lot of smokes to just use it defensively, while Illuminate the Murder now playing this out slowly. Jasper now popping off one more snipe, and this is straight towards the side of Kupao. He's already got Nate killed up. He's looking for more members for the side of the WoW, but Zooms will be able to go in with a pickoff once again.
It seems like now in really low, needs help and cover, while Zoom managed to get a couple of bugs there. Yudu Drax is down as well as Amjo just got himself on his knees for Drax, and NRG is on the rampage too now and trying to get victim off the map. There's so many fights going on in his vicinity.
You can see Bigatron just arrived to the occasion, and Van Yu slowly bleeding out. Can he actually survive? He's losing some tires over in the back, and now he will be sniped away all the way inside of the hunt. Victim Esports secures that kill. That was sick flick coming in from Victim.
That was like, what, a very long distance from that very small head. That's crazy.
Now down to the top 10 teams. Cuvée all by himself. Team Secret down to 2 men. Followed by RQ's right in the middle of Gatka as Biu will be able to spot out Box Gaming members there. VIP squad will fall into 11. Now, looking at this situation here, Seniors holding that M16, still trying to beat down the rest of Box Gaming members that's hiding behind the smokes. Same sort of scenario where RQ is at.
Well, looking at his vest, totally shredded at the timing, out in the open, while the rest of Team Secret still have Cuvée on their back, but got that compound covering so far. And the rest of NRG just joining in to give some more backup. They might have to go through Purple Mood and illuminate right in front of them. We still have Bigatron at the corner of the map, while Team Secret will be aimed by all of these teams because everybody want that compound for a cover.
You can see Marwin managed to actually get a little bit of a red dot on his spraying M4, I assume, as all these guys from Narok needs to find a way to cut in towards the next phase here. We're going into phase 6 shortly in just about 10 seconds. A lot of smoke's being cracked up. Zooms will be able to take out Awagi, and over on the back of BTR, Narok Gaming takes out Natic. Maptoy's down on the ground as well. There's a 3-4-way battle coming in your way.
Oh, Purple Moon is actually in the center of this war zone. We have Illuminate Martin really need his help of the team, and it seems like he will be finished off by Team Secret, apparently, who's trying to get themselves in the safe zone. While RRQ did to manage to finish off Loki off the map. And looking at this, everybody just gonna migrate into the safe zone. The circle encloses, the blue shrinks, Reeks trying to get a couple of tabs.
Oh no,
Ray.
he gets spotted out, and now he's slowly bleeding out, but he's trying to secure the kills before he gets knocked away. No one's gonna save his life, but Bill turns it up, and now X-Team, they are by the corners, and finally they manage to kill off the last member, Cuvée, while the captain has to pick up Sinbinio. They're hugging by the walls there, and Illuminate the Murder is kind of separated. They have 3 men, but speaking of that, RQ just spot out the rest of Illuminate.
Well, this is bad for Illuminate, even though they got covered by the smoke, but it's not protecting them very well. Senior got the vision still on the Purple Moon. The rest of the team are just gonna migrate into the middle of the circle, which is being held by RRQ at the time, and they're the closest ones. Yet, still nobody wants to move out in the open. There you go.
This is bold. He's going straight towards the side of Illuminate the Murder. Here comes the rest of the cavalry as well. And Ernie is joining the fray. Martin just have these broken vehicles right in front of him. He's just going to burn it up for a little bit more. Now, over on the side of Purple Moon, they're just turning into ninjas, dropping those smokes, hiding inside. Not going to be viewed at all, but Senior is going to have an eye straight in towards the warehouses as well as the barn of Gatka. Now,
the rest of RQ pop up a lot of smoke. They want to get themselves covered because they know they have no other cover than just the smoke. Well, Illuminate Martin have that buggy on explosion, but Team Secret kind of have the vision on Illuminate, but the rest of the team still up away behind. You pop a couple of smoke, and Nate's there trying to give a little bit pressure on Illuminate.
Being cornered by the corners of the wall, and you can see that Martin is trying to march upwards there. Have a little bit of smoke here to actually work with. So Pew has to make the run, but he's getting taken down by Ernie. Martin will secure the kill instead, but oh my goodness, Ernie popping up the RRQ, suddenly having the Fury form to actually take out the guys from Team Secret. Team Secret on the 6th place. GE running for his life.
GE is a very low on health. He doesn't have that healing that much time looking at taking off his life, but this just don't work for Boss Gaming. There goes your out game, but look at this Martin.
Oh, he takes out Senior. He manages to still survive. Yes, he runs through the circle, rejoins, regroups with Illuminate the Murder. Purple Moon still playing it really passively, waiting for the 2 top guns here to fight it off. It is a tie ending as we see the top 4 coming in from Narrow Gaming, Purple Moon, RRQ as well as Illuminate.
Melwin is being very sneaky snake here, while the rest of Purple Moon don't have any idea. Mao is right behind him. This is bad for Purple Moon because when they caught off guard, Melwin can finish them off right away because they are staying in a club. RRQ.
I think they could actually do something, but if RRQ decides to look towards the left side, and if Marwin slowly strafes to the right, that's going to be game over for the side of Narrow Gaming. Well, RRQ does have 3 men. Is an even number for the side of Illuminate. The nade falling near towards the side of Goddard. It lands straight towards the side of Armjo. That is magnificent. As Senior finds the rest of Illuminate the Murder. That's 1 more down. Marching forwards, looking for Armjo as well as Goddard.
Oh,
slowly bleeding out. 1 more left.
He has to stand up, but Goddard just
there we go. Oh, Senor's inside the car. What is he doing? But Senor managed to secure that kill. Now looking for NRG as well. Purple Moon. Purple Moon once again fights off with RQ. There's something similar as the circle shrinks all the way in. They need to actually pick up this fight. They're looking for all these kills. They're hugging behind. They love the nade. This might just be it. This might just be it. Oh
my
my!
goodness, it lopsided and not hitting Purple Moon. But Jasper holding it on with the rest of D2E, Ernie, as well as the RIQ trying to get themselves. They want to run over. But that UAC, please get on that UAC and run over Purple Moon
Not
now.
at this moment. They need this win. They desperately need this win to secure themselves that spot and towards the PMCO Berlin finals. And now they already know that Purple Moon might just be around that corner. You can see D2E pointing the guns straight towards that direction. But they're waiting for it. They're baiting with the vehicle. They're making a couple of noises there. But Purple Moon is out of nades, out of smokes, out of everything. So they need to actually wait it all out. This is prone gaming that we're seeing right now.
Still in the car, Senior really want to run over Purple Moon, but they have no clue where the exact position for Purple Moon. Once they jump off, because one is running out of the blue, they're probably just gonna expose themselves way too much. With the firepower kind of advantage towards their RQ right now, Purple Moon trying to be silent as much as they can, hoping and praying the circle just gonna favor them for once. This is the last circle that we're talking about. Jasper being very silently and perseverance, trying to hold, be calm, making sure that they got everywhere covered.
I think they should actually slowly strafe themselves towards the left and try to centralize a little bit more.
Thing.
When they push towards the other section, they could actually get some angles at least. While RQ, they know they need to play this safely. They want the chicken dinner because none of the teams have taken a double chicken dinner.
If Noe move a little bit to the front, his head might be popped up because we are looking at D2E was just covered. This is never gonna budge.
Okay, snakes.
Are we looking at healing game? Are we looking at
should
healing
I say
game?
snails? Maybe it's just snails, you know, like you just want to hide in this shelter while two members from the side of D2E. They could actually send one guy to risk it and find out the position and go in for a rush. Here comes a little bit of bait of the taps coming straight from the side of RRQ.
If only there's nades being thrown out and about, it would be a big, big play.
Now, I think I know what they're up to. They're going to send one guy to do the healing, while RRQ can send two of them fighting off.
I think
so
just
Senior
one is
could
more than
possibly
enough.
just drive all the way into that. So,
Exactly.
the energy drinks, a couple of taps
They
coming
have
straight
no
from the side of
idea.
Jasper, just trying his luck. Not going to land anything at all.
They have no idea where exactly the Purple Moon guys are. It's so hard at this point because the terrain is actually favoring them, but looking at D2E
They're getting
slowly
closer.
crawling.
Nowin does not have a single mat at all. He cannot play the matting game. So now that he's down with 0 mats, he might as well just risk it. But he desperately wants that chicken dinner. Purple Moon has already tried to actually siege this one, but it was Golden Cat that stole it away from him. But here comes the strings, and D2E brings them down to only 1 man left. They're looking for him, and Jasper, the only surviving member, will slowly be taken out. He's going for the strings. He takes down to Nur, but Ernie will finish the job. This is the game in the hands of RRQ Athena. Second chicken dinner for today.
So close with Jasper. He managed to knock 2 people down. Almost the last clip there. Can get and change their favor. They can get the first play if they got the chicken dinner just now.
Then they managed to hold on real well. Purple Moon was this close, but it was down to the wire, down to the final moment where it mattered the most, and RRQ, numbers advantage, give them that edge, give them all the firepower that they need to take the final game of today, and this will push them higher in terms of the ranking, and they possibly would sit at #1 position right now.
They are making the gap bigger and bigger for RRQ Athena. One of the best team we can get and one of the best team we've seen. Getting that last chicken dinner, well, it just covers up a lot of spaces for them not to be catch up by the other teams. While Purple Moon, though, if they got that chicken dinner, they will trump all the other teams and get themselves the first position.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. Purple Moon has already taken so many fights, and that fight before all the other teams collapsed in the gut cut, it just went so intense that they were just fighting out in the open. It started off with so many casualties, pure skills, wow. And everyone who cuts across, even Golden Cat, was in the middle of those crossfire, and it was just all heated up. When it's so heated up, I just really want to take this one off.
You can take it off if you want, but not licking.
I'm just gonna control myself. No more throwing of the jacket, so all good for you guys. So maybe for tomorrow, maybe if it really gets too hot, yeah,
Yeah, things
I'll
are
just come in
heated
with a
up.
singlet or something.
Like you say, things are heated up, but still we're at the first day of the grand final. Still have one more day to go.
Yeah, and
Things still can be changeable. at this point.
6 more games. 6 more games before we send 2 representatives of Southeast Asia all the way to Berlin, and 2 more to fight in the prelim rounds of the PUBG Mobile Global Finals right there in the prelims that I did mention. Now, we did see them actually securing so many kills for RRQ, and Eliminate the Murder really step it up a notch, but they fall flat towards the hands of RRQ as they were right out in the open. Now, this is a surprise to me because RRQ, they were in towards the western side of Gatka. As they slowly approach, they got not only Eliminate the Murder, they also took out Team Secret.
They were aggressive, I must say. Everybody stepped up the game. I'm surprised how every single team that we used to watch back then in the league for 5 weeks playing a totally different game, including all this Golden Cat, VIP, and Yudu Gang is not performing.
Yeah.
Even though they were in the last few weeks of the league, though.
To our surprise, that they were the top team coming from the region of Malaysia, I mean the country of Malaysia, where they had so much of consistency and they did manage to secure quite a number of chicken dinners inside of some maps such as Erangel, and most of the times I do see them actually winning trade-offs inside of Vikendi as well. And bad news, there's not that much of a Vikendi round coming in, and I think that they are struggling to find themselves that sort of grip to get themselves even into the top 5 situation.
Exactly, but anyhow, we still have one more day, like I said before. Those of you who are actually from Indonesia, come over to ISBSD. There are a lot of stuff to do here. We have a lot of booths, which actually you can play some stuff and got yourself a freebie, even some in-game items as well.
Yeah,
so
there's so
make
many
sure,
things to do.
yeah, there's a lot of things to do. It's very, very lively here. Even though it's very late at night, we still have a lot of booths ongoing. You can try and play some and get some merchandise, which can be a memorable one.
Yeah, and of course, there's so many things that we need to calculate here before we even wrap things up for day number 1, because all these teams, they've already racked up all these points, and we want to look into how they fare against each other and what their position will be. And maybe day number 2, we might have seen some different strats here and there. Maybe there's more surprises to come. Remember when ARAF was in their very final game?
Oh,
they
my
pulled off a
goodness.
cheese strat to invade Team Secret. Will some of these desperate teams pull off something out of the bag to actually surprise some of these teams? Let's have a look into the scoreboards of match number 6.
Okay, looking at the top 16 here, excuse me, we're looking at number 16 only. I was sneezing. And total kills there, he got 1. For total points, they got themselves 2 points, no 0 points there. Well, Pure Skills, sorry for that. Pure Skills got themselves 1 kill and lose total points of 3 points. And looking at this, they are tied up with EVOS at 14th place with 3 total points. Gang and VIP squad got themselves 12 and 13th place with 5 and 4 points respectively. While Victim and WoW again almost tied at 10 and 11th place with 7 and 6 points. But growing up the gap here, X team, Xavier's team got themselves no kills, but that position points with 10 points means a lot.
Looking at Bigatron Esports coming up on 8th place with 10 points as well. Secures a total of 3 kills, but they dropped out with 7 ranked points, followed by Golden Cat with 12, as well as Box Gaming coming in number 6. Now, Box Gaming, they haven't found a solid form, and we were concerned about Loki's handmate. I hope that he gets better after those rests, but Team Secret inside of the top 5. BBU tried to pull off a great stunt against Martin, but it was cut out by the other side of RRQ. Illuminate the Murder, NRG, Purple Mood, as well as RRQ will make up the top 4. And
all
that
Titans.
is just such a close gap between Purple Mood as well as RRQ.
Again, the
There's a lot of
Titans
kills.
topping up the chart with top 10 here, but looking at the total ranking today, Xavier's team got themselves the last place with 16 spot with 30 points in total. We have Gang, Yudu Gang with total points 37 and 15. WAW still stagnant with Pure Skills follow up on a tie, 45 points in total at 3rd and 14th place respectively. We have EVOS and Onyx, the twin sisters of Indonesia, climbing down the ladder 11 and 12th place with 58 points and 54 points. One chicken dinner not securing them the top 5. VIP squad got themselves at 10th place, kind of plateaued the last few games and got themselves total points of 71 while climbing up the ladder. NRG with 79 points at 9th place here.
Now looking into the top 8 once again, Box Gaming will be making up the 8th spot with 81 points, followed by Victim Esports at 7. And Eliminate the Murder, after having a couple of good kills in that previous round, they are up in the number 6 spot, and followed by Bigatron Esports at 5th place. And they managed to break out the 100 mark, coming in at 103, followed by Team Secret now at number 4, after Bigatron falling out short in that previous round. And Golden Cat, they were not really having a good run as well. Like I mentioned, they were fighting off everyone else in the open. And of course, top 2 now, we see Purple Mood alongside with RRQ. This is something that is a big shift. It looks as if to me that Purple Mood kind of replaced Illuminate Murder. And now let's have a look into tomorrow's matchup as well as the schedules, as RRQ is the only team to take that double chicken dinner for today.
Yeah, we're gonna look at the match day 2 for our grand finals PMCO C here. And we're gonna look at Sandhawk all over again, Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Vikendi. And it's the same sequence starting off at the Indonesian time, 13:30, and all difference in one game is 1 hour. So we're gonna have almost similar pattern of the games and maps. We're looking forward for the first 2 games though. It's always the most fanciest, the most aggressive for most of the team.
That's right, and make sure you keep your dates all free, and we want you guys to watch everything from the start all the way to finish as we crown our champions of PMCO SCA Grand Finals. And later on, we'll still have the interview for our champions on top of the stage, RRQ Athena. Now, Choo Choo, anything to say before we wrap things up?
See you guys tomorrow. We have one more day to go for grand finals.
And yep, we will make sure that you guys tune in. And that is all for today. See you tomorrow.
Okay guys, congratulations to RRQ Athena. Wow, well play lah ya, well play ya buat mereka. Oke, selamat untuk mereka. Silakan.
So please introduce yourself to the audience.
แนะนำชื่อชื่อดีนะครับชื่อในเกม RQ D2E ฮะ
Okay, D2, we were so glad to have you here. So tell me, you are the first team with 2 chicken dinners in match day in the grand final. So Ernie said the competition is getting more harder and more intense. What is the key for you to win the round and have 2 chicken dinners in a match day?
จุดสำคัญที่ชนะก็น่าจะเป็นตำแหน่งแล้วก็ทีมเวิร์กแล้วก็ผู้เล่นของแต่ละคนของทีมครับว่าเล่นตำแหน่งอะไรครับ
Oh, for the one, I think we got a bad precision, and the reason we can have 2 chicken dinner in a match day, I think it's probably we have the bad teamwork and our individual performance are excellent. You are right. You are excellent. ขอบคุณค่ะ
ครับ
Thank you so much.
ขอบคุณครับ
Oh, Bumpin
Yeah,
is
Pepper.
really excited today, right?
Yeah.
So tell me, what impressed you the most?
Impressed me the most.
Yeah, what
When
impressed you
I
the most?
be a caster, I really love the caster today.
Okay.
Yes.
So, congratulations to all the teams who get the chicken dinner today.
Tentunya selamat untuk semua tim yang mendapatkan chicken dinner pada hari ini. Kita harus berbangga. Hari ini tim Indonesia juga mendapatkan chicken, teman-teman. Tepuk tangan di mana? Ya.
Oh. I would like to remind our online audience, please get on our website, pubgmobile.com/redeem and use the redeem code to receive the gift.
Yes, selamat untuk teman-teman semua yang ada di YouTube dimanapun kalian berada yang sudah memenangkan redeem code yang sudah tertera tadi. Selamat dan besok tetap menyaksikan karena masih banyak hadiahnya.
You can also follow us on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. Don't forget to support your favorite team.
Dan tentunya kami ingin mengucapkan thank you buat kalian semua di sini. Besok datang lagi untuk mendukung tim-tim kesayangan kalian.
This event is is hosted by Tencent PUBG Corporation and VSPN. The title is sponsored by Vivo.
Wow, thank you banget buat Tencent yang udah menyelenggarakan event ini. PUBG Corporation, VSPN, dan sponsor kita Vivo. Kita boleh kasih tepuk tangan dulu teman-teman untuk semua yang sudah terlibat di hari ini. Wow, thank you so much.
Tomorrow is the last chance for all the teams to fight for the champion. We are
Yes.
looking forward to their performance.
Ya, kita tahu tentunya kita sangat menunggu apa yang akan terjadi besok untuk melihat performance atau kejutan-kejutan lain dari mereka ya. Yes.
Okay, Gonglem, Suzuka, fighting, Gaspol. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Be the one.
Gaspol,
Gaspol.
mantap.
Yeah.
Mantul.
Mantul.